Oh, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Are we doing well? Are we doing fine? Ready for some soup? Not ready to play, ready for some soup. What was I doing? I just need to send this tweet, which is mostly just going to be ripping off Hunter. That'll do. Oh, welcome everyone. Let me sort these out. I have a SOOP Cup there. I will have a bracket probably. So, we're just going to chill for a bit. We've still got 20 minutes before the games. We'll be doing it with Max as per usual. Which gives us time to eat some noodles, time to lock in. Interested to see Genesis back. Yeah, my impression of Genesis is I'm pretty sure it's just a name rather than maybe akin to like a Timeless or something. They're not like a business coming back. It's just they brought the name back type of deal. So I think it's much more akin to that than anything else. Smurf retired is so sad. Yeah, I mean, it's been coming, I guess. It's been coming. He's been around since forever. And he can't avoid military service forever. He's had a good innings, though. From Shock to Falcons. Goes out on a... Well, he went out on an OWCS win. I guess this is his final tournament, right? So, questions for how he'll perform. Can the Falcons continue their success that they found in Stockholm and at the HaeJeokDan playoffs? Who will replace Smurf? I guess it's a question for the future as well. Falcons will probably relatively have their pick of a bunch, you know. Should I bring up our rosters while we're just sort of idling? We can, because obviously all the big dog rosters, I think, are rosters that people will be familiar with. The Falcons, the Crazy Raccoon, the ZETA, and these are all ones people will be pretty familiar with. Even HaeJeokDan, maybe Missing is a bit of a new name, for sure. Vesta around, and then Pokerface. Again, familiar faces on Genesis for the most part, I think. But then Way, MSG, Crazy Panda, all seem relatively new teams. Way, probably the one I'm most familiar with out of all of this. I recognise Argon, recognise Milgaru. We'll see. You think someone for sure? Yeah, I mean, I guess who are the big main tanks? Because there was a word on the street that someone was going back to Korea, so it could be someone. Could be someone. Who else? I guess Donghack, right? Donghack or Mag have been the other tanks who have been most successful in the region. I think Donghack's clearly the better part, but Donghack back to Falcons? Who knows? Seems unlikely, doesn't it? Seems unlikely. Well, that's exactly it, Cubert. Makes it seem relatively unlikely, doesn't it? Even though on paper, I think Donghack is probably the right signing. With the limited insight we've been provided by our man on the inside, Gator. I've actually been watching the TV show A Man on the Inside lately. But, with Gator being the Ted Danson of the situation, it feels, even though on paper it makes the most sense, I think it will be unlikely in reality, and maybe somebody, like someone, will just be a better fit. Morning, Juby. We're discussing who would potentially replace Smurf Adidas. You think someone would go to ZETA? You mean replace HeSung? They did say they were looking for a tank. Though if I'm someone, Is Falcons not just the obvious choice, both financially, quality of roster, quality of players I'm playing with? Does it not feel like that would all if you could pick, right, you'd want to be on Falcons. You don't want Dog Hack Force to play with Geo and Fielder again. Maybe they'll be nice to him this time. Morning, Trini. Morning, Zis. Is the group with Vesta not just way easier? Let's see. Thank you, Quackaroni. I appreciate the 7 months. 7 months total. 2 in a row. Maybe it was just tough love. You know what they say? A surprising number of partners will go back to their abusive relationship. So, come on. What a dark statistics to start the day on. It's 7:42. Good work, me. Makes me. I think Winston's one of someone's better heroes. But the question is, who is the better Winston, right? Donghack is the obvious answer, but outside Donghack, is there? Is there one? Jumbin? Yeah, it's surely an unobtainable bin, that one. Back to the early morning Korean Overwatch. It really feels a throwback back to the roots. It's been a while since we've done this. According to Twitch, I watched 300 plus hours of your stream. Thank you, Popple. I'm the better Winston. Good shout. Goose Raider Falcons? Probably not. You've watched 800 hours, please help. Yeah, but I streamed way more than that. Wait, can I see on Twitch? Where's my... Has it still got my wrap somewhere? Where did my wrap go? It was a little banner at the bottom before. Find it. Twitch recap 2020. There we go. Where was it? This is my hours streamed. 1,252. So GB was actually here for 2/3 of it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It doesn't show me who watched the most. It gives me my top 9. My top 9, but it doesn't differentiate. It doesn't tell me, are they the top 9 as in they're just the 9 most watched? Or are they the top 9 in terms of... And this isn't in order. This changes configuration every time, so it's not in order either. So you might have won, but you might have also come 9th. But for those who aren't super aware, the situation we're in right now is we're going to get a group stage game, a set of group stage games today, a set of group stage games tomorrow, and then some more on Sunday, some more on Monday. And then the top 2 from each group will go to this part of the upper bracket quarterfinals. They'll play each other, and then when he gets to play Falcons or Crazy Raccoon, depending on how lucky they are. All right, Juby, have fun. And our first set of games today is going to be CP versus ZETA. We're going to find a new abbreviation. We'll just call them Crazy Panda. And then MSG versus Vesta. I guess has the potential to be a bit of a dogfight. Then Genesis versus HaeJeokDan is our final game today, which I think probably also really feels like our headline game, right? Yeah, I saw on Reddit that his account got banned for toxicity. So he's just started the challenge again. How high did he get before he got banned? CPU, oh no. Oh no. Mm. All right, noodles complete. You got stuck in high diamond, low masters. I guess it'll chunk off then. Probably on 13 minutes out. Okay, got time. Should I give old Max a million or not? Where is he? Where is he? Has he changed his icon? There we go. I'll give him an... There we go. Weather bowl? No, it's full of noodle water. I'm gonna keep that off my head. And what's gonna be not that controversial a take. Ooh. Close that. I can close this. I can close this. So I'm just trying to close some of my tabs. Early number 7 for SOOP Cup. Yeah, we're also we're a bit sun. We're lacking sun here. So maybe I can open my blind. So we can at least experience the sun once it comes up, you know. Ooh. But yeah, it'll be early ones. Early ones for this. Yeah, I mean, what day is it? Is it Wednesday? Early to be up on a Wednesday. I stayed up late last night as well. Oh, pardon me. As you can maybe tell. Stayed up late last night because we were recording the Patreon Q&A. Do what games in the title today? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Why not? I can remember to update them. I probably got that in me. Probably got that in me. You're here today? Nice. You can be in charge when GB. We really are back to our roots. The Hunter and Chris argument on drug policy kept you up? How did you know? Or were you trying to joke? Because unironically, we finished the Q&A. We started probably about half an hour late. Not because anyone was late, because we were just yapping. And then we were probably done about an hour, 20 minutes, an hour and a half minutes roughly for recording. And then Max really wanted to answer the prison policy. Because we talked about the drug policy earlier on. And we also really wanted to Hunter really wanted to answer the answer the question Oren asked about the prison system, and we sort of connected these two issues. So after we'd filmed for about an hour and 20 minutes, or an hour and a half, there's a further 30 to 40 minute discussion where we are just discussing the merits of the the merits of what prison should be for, the different systems for this sort of enforcement and policy in different countries between like Korea, China, and the West. And we just went on for like 40 minutes, so it was later than planned, since an old debate started. Don't know if we made any earth-shattering conclusions that we need to notify important people of, but you know, we had a good chat about it, a good chat. Boom, 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 boom. So that'll be coming out. When we recorded last night? So that'll probably be hopefully out. Maybe like Friday or something this week on the Patreon. Something like that. That's the intention, at least. What's this? This is the SOOP Cup. So this is a tournament happening in Korea. SOOP is, you might be familiar. They used to be a Freaker.tv. So like a streaming service in Korea. And they're hosting this cup. All these teams are invited. Or invited/qualified between a lot of them. We're doing the group stage now. Falcons and Crazy Raccoon have got the auto qualification for playoffs. But for now, we're going to look at the rest of the teams and figure out who are going to be the top 2 in each group. And see who we get in the playoffs. That'll be happening next week. The playoffs will be starting. So some pretty decent teams here, decent player. Smurf's last tourney? Afraid so. Smurf will be bowing out, doing his military service after this. Yeah, should be a decent little tourney. Decent little tourney. There was a patch last night as well. Actually, you know what we should do? You know what I should do? We have 7 minutes. I should read for bloody patch notes, right? I've not read for patch notes. Yes, Salem, you'd probably right expectation-wise for that. Alright. Fuck. Should I figure out... Wait, has it going to be enabled, did they say? Yeah, they don't have any choice but to play the current patch. Morning, Teddy. Let's see. So I don't know, I guess, because hazard is easy enough to just say no hazard. But, I guess we should have the other one. Let's see. It says Seismic Slam, Shockwave range reduced from 18 to 15. Poor Nikki. Cooldown increased from 6 to 6.5 seconds. Alright, so a very slight Doomfist nerf. Doesn't seem all that important. Base armor reduced, base health increased. Okay, so with armor reduction. Let's see. Terra Surge pull radius increased, armor increased, base health increased. Oh, but I've got rid of DPS passive update. Debuff duration increased from 2 seconds to 3 seconds. Healing reduction increased from 20% to 25%. Oh, so a tank nerf essentially is this as well. A tank and support nerf. Then Ramatra now briefly interrupts horizontal momentum when first affecting a target. Slow in fielding now ignores barriers for line of sight. So... Hold on 2 seconds. So, now briefly interrupts horizontal momentum. So, like, boosters Reinhardt charge. When it says briefly interrupts, does that mean it cancels your pin, essentially? Or you pin or boost slower through it? I don't know if anyone's experienced it or played last night. And Winston, jump pack damage increased from 50 to 60. Coach Gun can now be activated while affected by mobility locking abilities, but won't move Ash. Oh, okay, so you can knock other people back, but you can't knock yourself back. Slight nerf to one of Farah's movement abilities. Secondary fire damage scaling increased from 1 to 100 damage to 20 to 120 damage. Does this put her in one-shot range with a railgun? Lots of questions. Cooldown reduced from 18 to 15 seconds. Wait, was Biotic Field really an 18-second cooldown? One shot for 225 HP characters. Oh, okay. Okay. Is there anything other than Tracer that's in that category? Oh, only with Pocket? Oh, okay. That's maybe not actually a huge change there. I mean, we still saw little bits of Sojin across the series, so maybe still see the same thing. Symmetra base shield health increased from 200 to 250. Okay, that's just on teleporter health. Okay. Hammer damage increase. Build time reduced from 3 to 2.5 seconds, and base health from 225 to 250. Was Torb really in that? Oh, Widow's a good shout. Who's running Mercy these days? Yeah. I mean, I guess it makes it better against Widow, which makes it better in some situations, but yeah. And then Drill Dash, cooldown rate is now faster anytime Burrow is active rather than required to underground. Oh, okay, so even if... Oh, I see what happened. That probably just sounds more like they're fixing a bug with how it worked. Regenerative Burst, cooldown down a second, radius increased a little bit. So Inspired duration reduced from 5 to 40 seconds, which is actually like a 20% nerf, so maybe quite significant. Explosion radius increased from 8 to 10 meters. Oh, fucking hell. Okay. Crossfade self-healing penalty decreased from 60 to 40. Now falls faster when mid-air in sound barrier. So you have to try really hard if you want to Ajax now. Have to try really hard if you want to Ajax now. You Ajax twice today, didn't realise they changed it. Okay, so you can still Ajax. You can still Ajax then. Yeah, well, the biggest change for DPS, because I don't know if this really moves for margin on Sojin, same these Farah, whatever changes. I guess it's just if the DPS passive shifts it massively. If the DPS passive shifts it massively. There's also a global projectile size bonus, which has been reduced, which is it was at the Season 9 patch. They're sort of winding back a little bit here. But I don't know how, again, because these feel like these are very small number changes, right? But I don't know how significant these... Did anyone notice playing yesterday? Did it feel you were missing more shots, or shots felt slightly harder to hit than they did before? Was it even noticeable, this level of change? Then I guess the question if Hazard is even going to be... will Hazard even be enabled? Not really. Yeah, I guess that's kind of what I would expect. They don't feel very significant. I mean, it's I think pretty sure it's just the exact same production company, so it's more or less just the same but different, you know. Got that familiarity to it still. Is this on LAN or no? I would guess no. Is it starting? Maybe it is. I saw a little bit of an arena. Oh, they've got some chairs. Maybe it is an arena. Alright. Okay, one problem we might have with this website is I don't know exactly how we're going to I don't know how we're going to sync it, because it doesn't have the YouTube thing where you can pause and yeah, true, is true. I underestimated them. Underestimated them.
그중에서 상위 두 팀만 살아남아서 총 이제 6팀이 플레이오프를 치르게 됩니다.
그렇습니다. 뭐 WCS 아시아나 파이널
Alright, what was the first game again?
3개월 만에 국내 팀들이 출전하는 거라서 뭐 크레이지 라쿤이나 팔콘, 제타를 제외한
Crazy Panda is that what they're called? Yeah, they're literally just called Crazy Panda.
네. 그러다 보니까
Are they in any way affiliated with Crazy Raccoon, or are they just poaching the name? ZETA versus Panda? Oh, surely this is so cooked. This is a cooked opening match for Pandas.
하나 더 있습니다.
I'm not really familiar with any of these players.
뱀픽이 들어가요.
아, 그렇죠. 예.
너무나도 기대했던 그 뱀픽이 도입이 됐습니다.
Why don't you turn these guys down a little
라이브 서버다
bit?
보니까 패치 버전도 약간 다르고
예.
말씀하신 대로 뱀픽도 들어간 데다가 맵도
How's
약간
the volume
변화가 좀 있기
balance?
때문에
They might just be loud.
아마 이제
my end.
OWCS를 쭉 즐기셨던 분들도 약간 새로운 맛으로 또 즐기실 수 있지 않을까
Who are these
생각이
casters?
듭니다.
I don't
잠시
recognize
후에
them.
본
Top
매치
of their names up.
만나보도록 하겠고요. 그 전에 드롭
say on here?
안내를 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 이제 문화상품권 드롭스 이벤트가 진행이 됩니다. 그룹 라운드 로빈 기간 동안에 숲에서 숲컵을 시청하시게 되면은 문화상품권.
Are casters better volume now compared to me?
랜덤으로
I still want, obviously, because
저희가
that's going to be the game sound as well, so I want them to come through a bit,
시청해 주시길
and hopefully we'll get a few wahs and a little bit of harmony going.
자, 이거는 인게임 아이템 드롭스인데요. 요건 이제 플레이오프부터 적용이 되는 겁니다.
네, 그래서 이제 오늘 경기라든지 이후에 좀 이뤄질 그룹 라운드 로빈 경기가 아니라
Map-wise, we seem pretty much the same. Maybe the most interesting part we haven't actually talked about yet is it's going to be a hero band tournament,
시청 보상도 이제 넉넉하게 준비가 되어 있으니까요. 많은 시청
which is also going to come into play
자,
obviously a
개요
lot.
준비했습니다. 개요
From
만나보시죠.
I couldn't find it written anywhere or confirmed officially,
자, 저희가
but very much got the
양해가
impression.
진행이 됐었습니다.
Very much got the impression we're going to do. Now, the hero band system we're going to use was essentially the same as the Esports World Cup system, which, if you remember, is the both teams get to ban a hero, but you can only have one hero per role band. So if Team A bans support, Team B can't ban support, and so on. It's the same, but the bans reset after third map. Interesting. Okay, so allows you to potentially bully a certain type of pick twice within a series. Presumably you don't get 3-0'd, but if you get 3-0'd, you probably got bigger problems than your bans. Okay, so this will be interesting. I know there's been a lot of talk about hero bans in terms of whether we'd like to see them in OWCS. Would it improve the quality of games or the quality of tournaments or the quality of matches? I think for the most part, I think the consensus is actually just an overwhelming yes. I think everyone's experience of the Esports World Cup from a tournament format and match perspective was actually pretty good. So we'll see if we'll get another case study here with the Korean teams. If I try and remember back to that Esports World Cup, you know, I have like a clear memory of thinking Toronto's bans are pretty good, a clear memory of thinking Once Again's bans are really bad, but I don't know if I have a clear memory of Falcons and Crazy Raccoon in terms of good or bad bans or how they did at that side of things. So okay, I don't have a, yeah. We'll see. We'll judge it as it comes, you know. We'll just do it off merit. Merit for concept, not merit for player for comparison.
B그룹도 B그룹이지만 사실 A그룹이 좀 소위 빡세 보인다? 이런 느낌이 들기도 해요.
I think Crazy Raccoon just did stupid bans. Yeah, that rings a bell actually. Yeah, that rings a bell actually. I mean, we're not going to see those two until later anyway. I guess ZETA would maybe be the more relevant one. But I don't know, my memory of it is ZETA's bans felt roughly on point, really. Alright, there's the map pool. I think there's any surprises. Maybe Nabani's a map we haven't seen in a while. Iconwold, same. Hollywood was actually in the map pool for Stockholm, right? But I don't think we saw it once. Yeah, bans enabled, Astro. Bans enabled. Maybe Root feels like a map we haven't seen in a hot second too. Ilios in the map pool, of course. Don't tell Chris. Nobody tell Chris. All the push maps enabled. I think OWCS has started limiting which push maps are in, but this is all 4 push maps in play. Alright. So, feels like we're getting to it. Feels like we're getting to it.
네, 꽉꽉 채워서 보내드리고 모든 경기는 3선승으로 또 진행이 됩니다.
네, 자, 오늘 첫 번째 경기 준비가 되고 있는 크레이지 판다와 제타 디비전 이 두 팀이 경기를 준비하고 있는데 과연 어떤 경기가 펼쳐지게 될지 잠시 후에 만나보도록 하겠고 선수 입장 준비가 됐다고 하네요. 선수들 바로 만나보시죠. 자, 먼저 크레이지 판다가
Hold on, it sounds like something's happening. Are we getting some kind of walkout? Oh, fuck. Here they are. And these for Crazy Panda boys? Who are we looking at?
아르케, 도도, 스칼렛, 피어풀, 모에, 서치, 라벤더
Crazy
선수가
Panda are just a bunch of Koreans who
있고요.
played in Japan.
아마 이제
Did they do well in
오타쿠
Japan?
보신 분들은 약간 좀 생소한 선수가 있을 수 있는데 타 지역 특히 일본 지역에서 좀 뛰다온 선수들도 많고 예전에 좀 선수 생활했던 선수들도 많은 만큼
네.
경력 있는 선수들이 많아서 경기력에 대해서는 본인들도 저 지명에서 굉장히 좀 자신감이
The four fans are big fans. Better than the Japanese.
어떤 모습을 보일지 너무나도 궁금합니다.
Alright, there might be more players in the arena than crowd, unfortunately.
제타 쪽에 팀을 입힐 만한 그런 전략을 들고 왔을지.
I mean, maybe no one turns up for this game, you know? This is just for group stage on a Wednesday. What time is it in Korea now? Like, afternoon, evening?
잘 쓴다면 흔히 말해서 이제 전략적으로 이제 승부를 잘 본다면 그래도 재밌는 결과 나올 것 같습니다.
Here are the Zeta fellas.
제타 디비전도 입장합니다.
자, 어떻게 보면
I count 5 people. 6, 7, 8.
항상 우리가 이제
Well, maybe we're nearly getting up to 10. 5 p.m.
경우가 좀 많았는데 수컵은 다르다를 과연 보여줄지.
그쵸.
워낙에 쟁쟁한 선수들이 많아가지고 증명한 선수도 많아서 일단 경기력은 사실
I mean, they're just garden chairs, no? Just garden chairs here. I mean, they got little cushions on them. I'll give them that. They got little cushions for the garden stairs, garden chairs.
이번 숲컵에서만큼은 최정상을 노리고 있을 거예요.
네. 자, 이게 사실
Alright,
제타
lining up.
디비전이 올해 초만 해도 약간 중위권에 있다가 이제 명실상부 상위권 팀이잖아요.
네.
Let me see if I can summon Max and we can.
보려고 오는 거죠.
그리고 한
figure this
가지
out.
전달드릴 사항이 있는데 바이올렛 선수가 개인적인 사유로 오늘만 출전을 못한다고 해요. 그래서
Alright,
그 자리에
Fearful,
펠리칸 선수가 들어가게
Archie,
되는데
Scarlet,
이
Lavender
라인전은
Search.
제타가 어떤 모습을
Again,
보여줄지 잠시 후에 만나보도록 하겠고 먼저
not
라인업 소개가 되고 있습니다.
네. 아르케, 스칼렛, 피어풀, 라벤더, 서치 선수로 좀 구성이
not
되어
super
있고요.
familiar
아마
with
이제 최근에 또
most of those, if I'm being honest with you.
서치
But
선수 좀
we'll learn as we go
들어보고
along, right? We'll learn as we go
피어풀
along.
선수도 굉장히 또 준수한 탱커인 만큼 이 팀이 좀 어느 조합을 준비해 왔을지가 굉장히 좀 궁금하긴 해요. 이게 아무래도 맵도 약간 바뀌고 영웅 뱀픽도 들어와 있고 하다 보니까요.
그러니까
Rumor is Fearful was just fearless of winning the military. He's in the military, surely. Surely. Burner gonna be starting. We're gonna get confirmation of the bans and stuff as well. Pelican on support. Nice, Pelican. Finally getting some use out of him. Finally getting some use out of him. Well, maybe it's because of the bans, right? Maybe because of the bans, they think they can pick something else, play something else. Maybe this will all make sense with the power of hindsight. How can you ban Violet? I mean, Pelly's played Brig before. People don't remember Overwatch League? Alright, Busan to kick us off. So, starting the Korea tournament in Korea.
첫 번째 맵은 말씀하신 대로 이제 사무국이 좀 지정을 하고요. 첫 번째 이제 벤과
Is Violet on stage actually? I can't remember now.
포인터스로
I don't think I can rewind quickly and back or quickly and forward on this, so
시스템이
we'll keep it safe.
많은 분들이 어떤 식으로 적용되나 이게 또 중요하잖아요. 서로
I mean, Pelicans played support as well, I'm pretty sure, for Atlanta Reign, so it's might be might be tactical, but also they're playing Crazy Panda, right? What happened? What happened? Okay.
먼저 이제
We're
한
back.
다음에 그러니까 선수 롯을 먼저 한 다음에 이제
That's a good. All right. Hopefully that was that's as close as we get to the issue. We're down to 540p as well. Can we watch in HD?
그러면 이제 좀 약간 그런
Okay.
있을 수 있죠. 우리 좀 큰맘 먹고 섭택 냈는데 상대가 섭택을 배냈다든가.
All right.
상대가 섭택을 배날 것 같아서 우리가 그냥 과감하게 메이팅을 나갔는데 그렇게 섭택
Banned heroes Genji from the Crazy Panda, Junker Queen from Zeta Division. I guess we also sort of don't know what the meta is going to be on this patch since it came out last night. So there's an element of who knows what the meta is. Presuming still Malga-esque. This graphic also doesn't tell us who bans first. So I don't know if there was seeding or if they flipped a coin for it.
방지책으로
그쵸.
예방용으로 이제 배나는 경우도 있어서요.
It's going to be Winston dive on Busan.
영웅이 만약에 벤이
I mean, we are in
된다면
Korea
일단 그
with 2 Korean
영웅을
teams.
필두로 해서 결성이 되는 거 조합 자체를 아예 못 쓸 수도 있으니까요.
보통 이제 그러려면 힐러 쪽 벤이 굉장히 좀
Today the expectation is that, you know, would the Inspire change really ruin Brig? Because the main reason Brig was picked in a lot of these compositions was because of their ability to survive in these compositions when other supports could not. So, I mean, there's potential. I actually don't know if Hazard enabled. My presumption is Hazard would not be enabled, but I guess maybe why not actually? Why not have it as like a first highbrow or like high caliber Hazard tournament? Probably makes sense from a market perspective.
스톡홀름 진행할 때는 맵 자체도 좀 러쉬에 특화된 맵들이 많았는데 이번 맵풀은 상대적으로 그런 맵들이 좀 많이 빠지고 2층 맵들이 들어와서요.
네. 자, 오늘 개막전입니다. 개막전의 첫 번째 경기 크레이지 판다와 제타 디비전 이 두 팀이 1세트 경기 모두 준비가 완료됐다고 합니다. 1세트 전작 부상으로 가보겠습니다.
All right. I guess we'll find out now. If they do play Hazard, I've super not read for patch notes, so we'll have to do some figuring out live. Feels like Burner's gonna go that exact way. Let me get the patch notes up. Patch notes up on the other screen.
Alright, we're slopping.
Slopping.
Yeah.
네.
Are you locked in? Are we knocked?
12, 11.
We're actually perfectly in sync. Everything's fine.
Dude, that's the beauty of souplive.com/WDG Global, you know? It just works. Does exactly what it says in the tin.
All this faffing
I
around
think we
we had to
knocked
do on
up like
YouTube
ages ago.
is-
I accepted the knock
okay.
ages ago. I thought we were...
Alright.
Yeah.
Mine's not
That's
saying we're
fucked.
knocked, but maybe that's just
I'll knock you again after this map if we're not
Alright.
knocked. We'll
Keep
double
on
check it.
knocking,
But
mate.
yeah, already, I mean, we've seen Chunker Queen Genji bans. I thought they were a little bit redundant. I thought if you banned one of those, you wouldn't want to ban the other, but here we are. Completely different flavors from either team, though. CP, they're going to go for the Winston dive. ZETA Division, I mean, they're locked to the ground with Bernie on the Malga.
looking good so far. Just trying to find this opening nade. Doesn't catches Pelican actually. Don't know if they have a follow up on that. And actually Pelican's gonna kill Fearful, so the follow up is the other way. Pelican gets naded and kills a Winston, not the way it normally works.
Yeah, not the way that you would typically expect things to go, but when you see that the lineup is ZETA Division versus CP, maybe it makes a little bit more sense. Fearful, no conviction whatsoever, immediately going to pivot comp over to the Malga. Crazy Panda making wholesale swaps here. That's 3 swaps for them out of the gate. And ZETA Division, I mean, they're in complete control. They don't really have much of an ult charge lead yet, but Crazy Panda have to play retake on the ground.
Trying to swing out of a corner now. Lots of damage going around that corner. Crazy Panda really need a bit of space for that Ashe and their Pharah, but they're all trying to just muscle their way through this corner. And they're going to get stuff back in. Pelican and Burner don't give them an inch. And do you want some numbers?
No, I mean, I'm still buffering, so just keep talking and my viewers will imagine what's happening.
Close your eyes, it's like you're there. Flora's getting close to 90% ult charge as the next win comes through. This time Scarlet's taking a more aggressive angle, but he's just getting beamed out of the sky here. A 1-for-1 trade though as they start to force point Crazy Panda. Fearful is near but by himself, so when Burner swings on him here, Fearful's just going to be overwhelmed surely. They just one-shot him and really seems like split ideas on these retakes from Crazy Panda. Pharah going in one way, Malga running to point, all of them dying in the process, and cruise control for ZETA Division so far.
Yeah, 59, 60.
It's
Not entirely
perfect.
sure whether this counting actually makes a difference. That's the thing about WDG at SOOPlive.com. You know, it just works when it works. Anyhow, ZETA Division, they have 4 ultimates online, soon to be 5. Crazy Panda, they've got the double support ultimate for the retake, but ZETA Division have so much that they can throw into it, and already Flora just rips off Archer's head before the fight can even begin. So now, Crazy Panda, they're staring down the barrel of a retake, 99%. Final fight territory. Ult deficit, must touch point, no hope in the world.
ZETA Division are really just pushing over children at this point. They're going to send them all the way back to spawn. And are we really going to see? I mean, Alpha used pulse bomb. They're going to use the ults in spawn now. Running back from search. Lavender's going to orbital ray. They're caged at the spawn door. And they just... Nobody's touching. Wait, someone is touching. Scarlet? He's going to get the C9, maybe. Pelican's running for it. Manages to block it. And this will just extend the suffering for a moment longer for Crazy Panda as ZETA Division come back and deal with that. And it's been a while since I've seen a series this one-sided.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when instead of giving us the top 2 teams in Asia, they give us a massive group stage of all the teams in Asia.
Wait.
So we get to see one of the top... I'm waiting. Lavender and Arch both managing to secure a kill. A third one with the bomb? ZETA Division,
No
come
way.
on now.
Oh,
There's no way. There was nearly a C9 there for a second there as Search decided to go wandering. But it appears that ZETA Division have lost the cap against all odds. Ridiculous.
Unbelievable. I can't believe they're making me sit through another retake. Scarlet has a pulse bomb, no other ults on the board here. Looks like they're going to go straight from point, ZETA Division. Gonna have to wait for Burner though, but it will be a point force. Just take that direct fight there. They need to be careful with these sight lines. That's the X factor. They'll lose the head-to-head Malga fight into the with the lack of damage Widow has. But if Widow can get a pick, she can turn the fight.
Yeah, I mean, this angle right here, it does make things a little bit awkward for the Widowmaker, to be honest. He has to play very close, and straight away he has to pay the price for that. Flora just wins the duel. Miss one shot, and it is all over. Pulse Bomb comes out, does get caught by the shield of Pelican, though. So that's 5 versus 4 right now for ZETA Division. They flip the cap as well. So Crazy Panda, they need to push back into this one, and Pelican, he's already marked Scarlet out of the fight. 5 versus 3. Not a lot of hope left for CP, I fear.
No, not a lot of hope for CP at all. They will get run over. A desperate rally from Search, but they are hunting him down. One man versus the world, and they'll get 37% out of it, which, honestly, way more than I thought they would. So, I guess progress.
Yeah, look, one singular fight win, it's not the worst thing for little CP, as expectations were more or less in the floor. I'm wondering, are you getting this occasional, like, kind of ghosting semi-stutter thing happening on the website? Because that's only been happening to me since I buffered. So I'm just wondering if my super... Okay, my super
it
player
did
just...
before the actual game started, it did just randomly stop one time, but it seemed fine since.
I'll see if, you know, that this has fixed my suit player. There's many options here. There's a lot of ways this could go. So, who's the cracker on the right side of the screen? That's me. That's me, actually.
Did they think that was an in-person camera of someone at the event?
Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, though. Anyhow, a little bit different for ZETA Division this time around. They're going to go for a Reaper composition. Reaper Sojourn. Sojourn very recently buffed, in fact, so Flora's going to be able to flex a little bit of their strength on that one. Crazy Panda, they're going to stick the Widow pick, which on this long sideline map could be good again if Flora just loses the duel once.
If he can just lose it once, Slam comes in, now stuffed back in the choke as Widow's going to have very limited angles. They have got a lot of damage on Burner, so maybe they can swing. Burner's going to go for a stop, doesn't connect though, in big trouble here, but no, they get crushed at the choke. Burner was just for bait. Flora and Alpha Yi get all the cleanup kills here, and a good start for ZETA Division on this one too.
Burner was taking an absolute beating in that fight, so low throughout the entire neutral, pinning from corner to corner, 1 HP the entire time, but no finish from Crazy Panda. Scarlet did not want to take the risk, swing wide, get that final blow, and as a result, I mean, Crazy Panda now, they have to play retake. Archers over to the Reaper now, and I mean, I think just a pure mirror for ZETA Division. Good fucking luck to you.
Gonna TP out from Arch, get a little bit of space so they can get through the choke right now. Trying to build up to their first ultimates, but they are just pinned in this choke. It's so hard to get around these corners without taking a load of damage. They'll swing out now, but you can see Fearful already down well and truly low, and they just cannot get out here. Just crushed at it. ZETA have a vice-like grip of that choke point, and straightforward for him on this hold.
Yeah, just real easy pickings for the side of ZETA Division. Maybe a little bit of hope here for Crazy Panda on the retake if Scarlet can swing wide, get that copy off, open up the map a little bit. But Crazy Panda, they got to be so careful because double support ultimate lead for ZETA right now. If they push in too quick, they are just going to get walked over by that rally, by that quicker orbital ray. Fast swing from Crazy Panda though. Really quick push out onto Pelican. Pelican is 99% on the rally, but he builds it in time to stay alive. Overclock comes out and Scarlet is actually going to be the one to fall without even using the copy.
Disaster here, and now they can push forward with the tail end of this rally. Still no supports charged for Crazy Panda here, which will make the rest of this cleanup straightforward for ZETA Division. And we said we didn't want to see a fast push because they were vulnerable, but they didn't agree. They wanted to go straight in, face their demons head on. Did get 2 ults out for nothing though, so maybe a chance in this final retake.
One final chance, but once again, Scarlet goes down without using the copy. That is the chance dwindling before our very eyes. Pinned back from Bernard right now. ZETA Division, if they can just get away, it appears that they can't. Actually, Alpha U will get caught out. 4 versus 4. Cage comes down. That catches Arch, but everyone's going to push into it. They're going to kite this one away. They force the orbital ray out of Lavender, so now ZETA Division, if they can survive just a little while longer, they might be all right. Flora, though, he's gotten caught out on the point from Scarlet, and that's actually a really cheap retake for Crazy Panda.
Works out here. Scarlet will be able to clean up the rest of his kills on point. And it felt both times there. We saw ZETA Division hold quite aggressively. They take a step back, Alfie gets caught. They try to do the same at the choke point, take a step back, Flora gets caught. And now they're going to commit to this fight, actually turn with Blossom Ray. The cage is out, but Alfie's going to shred through loads of that damage. But Archie, the Blossom's bigger. He's turned it back. They've held for choke. They invested for copy. They invested a lot in the end, Crazy Panda here. But they've held on for now.
They've held on by the skin of their pearly whites. Crazy Panda, they're still not out of the woods yet, though, because Bernard seems to just be stepping up through this choke and nobody is forcing him backwards. ZETA Division is about to have 5 players, as is Crazy Panda. Search is incredibly close to that rally. Pelican almost has a second rally as well, but Bernard, he stepped up very, very far and got no value for it at all. But in the chaos, Arch goes down to Alfie pre-fight.
Unbelievable that they managed to find that pick. Now the overclock's going to be popped as well from Flora. Should be able to finish this one up as long as he keeps getting pocket. If he can land a shot, it'd help. There we go. Cheers, Flora. Will connect onto that brig. They take down the rally, and their ZETA Division should be securing not just the recap, but the round and the first map.
Yeah, I mean, that does look like it's going to be the map for ZETA Division. Archie, you know, not a lot of hope for you here, mate. You shift onto the point. Another shift onto the point for Fearful as well. He actually gets the stomp on the backliners, but I don't think we're going to see the kill feed lighting up with CP. And we are just going to see a 2-0 here on the first map on Busan. I don't know, man. This is going about as expected.
Yeah, I mean, even though they've given the right of passage to Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, which does seem fair, ZETA Division do seem a little bit like the Cinderella of the situation, not invited to the ball, because I feel like I would expect ZETA to roll most of these games really against these other group stage teams. So just business as usual from ZETA.
Yeah, we've got Romani asking, why is Pelican on Brig? Our understanding is that Violet was actually shot dead in the streets of Seoul just yesterday, so Pelican had to step up to the plate and play Brigitte like he's back in Goats, because Violet, once again, shot dead on the streets of Seoul. Hope that clears things up.
That's breaking news coming to you live from your #1 news channel.
The co-streamers.
The co-streamers, where you should get all your news updates from, especially for local Korean police reports.
Tragic, did they bury him with his money? They actually buried him with a semi-cast beat drop. No money, just a beat drop that didn't quite make it to the finish line.
Yeah, did you see they tried to patch it a little bit in this latest patch?
The Violet patching, Ajax protection, like you fall through the sky quicker.
It seems like Violet has spent a significant amount of the money he's got on trying to bribe Blizzard in patching out Ajax in, but
I mean, the devs are so desperate that it works. Unbelievable.
To be fair, there was a young person who came into my chat earlier when we were looking through some of the patch notes for today, and he was like, "Oh,
yep.
I Ajaxed twice earlier. Didn't realise they'd changed the patch." So it's still possible.
Yeah, it's still possible. I had a feel for it in the practice range, and it's like, you really don't feel it very much with like a regular beat. It's more if you beat off a high surface, you just start to abruptly fucking fly to the ground.
The
like
gravity
really
hits you a
quickly.
bit faster than it normally does.
Yeah, so for the normal duration of the cast, it doesn't feel particularly quicker, but then you just start to fall like an absolute fucking brick. There's like really, there's acceleration.
It's a lead shoes buff, I guess. Then.
Yeah, exactly. It's like something that will maybe like lower the chances of you getting killed if you get booped up into the air, you know? Like you have a fast, like a long time
Better
in the air, that'll
recovery.
be reduced. Yeah, I want to see how you'll fall though. I want to see how it actually feels. God, they're actually just like, is this just in WDG's new studio or something? Because this is just exactly what they do for WDG.
Yeah, it's the same music
Like,
and everything, and it does say WDG in one of the like sponsor positions as well.
Okay, right. This must be the new studio because they replaced the old cinema where they were doing WDG's production before. They were knocking it down.
Yeah.
Oh,
Doesn't
well,
seem like
looks like the dugouts are even smaller.
the dugouts are smaller. All the chairs are made of all the chairs are garden furniture.
Old out.
And there's 4 people in the crowd. I mean, it is Wednesday afternoon, but you'd be hoping for more. You know, hopefully to get into double
Ladies and
figures.
gentlemen, the future of Overwatch is bright.
Korea is the future.
It's the new Hongdae studio. Oh, so if it's the Hongdae studio, then you're going to get some, you know, some fine shit pulling up midway through the match, you know, when classes end. All the college students are going to be coming through.
You think classes
Surely.
classes not ended though?
It's like 5 p.m.
I mean, I guess.
Apparently, yeah, I have to get to slopping. Like, it's the SOOP Cup, so I've got
Yeah,
shit.
true,
I'll see
true.
you then.
All right, I'll see you there. Only 3 matches today? Yeah, 3 matches today. 3 matches today and tomorrow. Then it's a bit of a break on Friday and Saturday. Then back on Saturday. Oh, sorry, back on Sunday, Monday for the rest of group stage. I can show you the bracket while we are, or the schedule, I guess, while we are going through. So we'll start with Crazy. We might not be here very long, but we're here for Crazy Panda ZETA to begin with. Then MSG against Vesta and Genesis versus HaeJeokDan to finish, which should hopefully be a little bit more competitive. Watching SOOP Cup before heading to the club. Just another Wednesday. I don't know, Schlog. Might just not be that popular because this is maybe the classes have only just finished. Crazy Panda versus ZETA Division, maybe not the sort of game you're going to rush to get to the arena for. So maybe it's just a bit of a slow start. Why are you going to China, Zis? Where am I going? Full screen. Runa Sappy is the pick by Crazy Panda, which is the sort of pick that suggests there's no curveballs. So I don't know what to make of this, because honestly, I mean, the problem they have is that, in reality, if you're Crazy Panda right now, there's probably not a comp you've got in your back pocket, right? That would just allow you to beat ZETA Division. There's not a plan B or a plan A or a plan C or a plan D or a plan E or a plan F to get you out of this situation. So I don't really know if they have this curveball. Maybe this is a map where they feel the Farah Ash is a little bit more viable. But yeah. In the airport waiting for... to get leaks on OWCS China. Good work, Zis. New head coach of once again. It could happen. Gonna be honest here. Need to work. Alright, Doishi. Thanks for continuing. Of course, mate. No problem. Why no more CP fans? Because they're not very good at Overwatch, I think that's pretty much the only problem I think most people have with it. From my interpretation of how everything's going. We're going to get a player substitution as well. Alright, Dodo in, Scarlet out. So, for me, it's all... I mean, Scarlet didn't get that copy off. Pardon me, didn't get that copy off in a couple of fights. Felt a pretty rough start, as it did for all of the Crazy Panda players. So we'll see what Dodo brings in terms of hero pool. Maybe my guess would be we saw Scarlet on a lot of Echo. Could Dodo be the hit scan player? We'll have to wait and see. I was going to change the title. I forgot we had 2 more maps. Yep, 2 more maps. Is this a different org than Crazy Raccoon? I believe so, Enks. I think it's a similarity in name and no more. It does, Archie. So the way we've gotten before is it'll give us the map pick, it gives us the roster, and then it tells us what heroes are banned right before we start. But it doesn't tell us who banned first, at least on the first map. Obviously now we can presume at least that Crazy Panda will get to pick who bans first and who bans second, as it was at the Esports World Cup. But so far it looked like neither ban really affected the comps at all, because they were just unrelated bans. It was Junker Queen and Genji that was banned. I mean, I kind of saw the logic from Crazy Panda. Let's reverse engineer this, right? If we go back to downtown, we see that Crazy Panda, they banned Genji. They rolled out Farah Ash, the Twisted Minds comp, which in theory, one of the best heroes into that is, of course, the Genji. So, Crazy Panda's bans, actually, to their credit, I think it made sense. It didn't work in practice, of course, but practice needs some perfecting. But the theory seems quite reasonable. And here we're going to get Crazy Panda banning Echo, ZETA banning Lifeweaver. So it feels like ZETA are just trying to remember a name of a hero. Yeah, they banned the hero they played, but they also changed the player who played that hero. So Scarlet, their Echo player, is out of the roster. Dodo is in. They ban Echo now. So maybe now they are trying to force a hit scan version of events. Which, to be fair, I don't think probably feels that bad if you're ZETA Division. Flora in the starting lineup. We didn't see any substitutions here, so the expectation is Pelican will keep playing Brig.
돌려 날리는
오,
그런
맞아요. 그거.
게.
예.
For life with a balance bet never sold Japan Esports World Cup.
아, 예, 저도 가끔 떠요.
Yeah, well, you'd have to presume that they
나오더라고요.
that crazy panda banned
다음
first.
시험인데 왔는데 바이올렛이 없음.
I don't know what we're laughing about.
바이올렛 어디 갔냐?
But a big ZETA fan in the house.
브리기테를 드리겠습니다.
네. 자, 펠리카 화이팅이라는 것도 함께 문구까지 써주셨는데 바이올렛 선수 오늘만 안 나오는 거예요?
네.
그 이후에
Maybe there was a secret Lifeweaver strat.
개인적인
Potentially.
바이올렛 선수가 출전하지 못했고요. 그 자리에
Potentially.
펠리카
Probably
선수가
not.
대신 플레이하고
Probably
있는데
not.
일단
I mean, my suspicion is this is going to be one of the quicker series we're going to see.
터치도 나왔었고.
That's just the nature of some of group stage games as you go through every tournament. There's always you're going to get the favourite for the groups against the very much not favourite for groups. And a bit of a mismatch here.
알파이 POTM 할라말레. 알파이 POTM 할라말레.
Everyone hiding. Here's one for you.
네.
The way everyone is sat in the crowd is actually quite together. I feel like in the UK, the etiquette here would you sit quite separately.
네, 그렇죠, 그렇죠.
You'd give everyone else their respective space, maybe sit a couple of rows away or a couple of seats down. It feels like all the fans here are actually quite clumped in areas. I don't know if they were actually just one group of people sitting together and that's why they're clumped, but it feels like they're more clumped than I would expect to see in the UK. Because they're also, these groups don't, the people sitting in front and behind each other don't seem to be interacting like they are just part of one big group or something. So, yeah, maybe there's a bit of a social or cultural difference here. I sound like John Tickle from Brainiac. We're the same person. Morning, Clive. Maybe they were told to sit together to make it seem like there was a crowd. They're not fooling anyone. They're not fooling anyone, unfortunately. These cameras are keeping it tight. They are keeping it tight and locked in to try and give the impression that there are more people in the arena. But maybe it'll fit. We'll get to see, won't we? We'll get to see. There's 2 more games after this, so we'll get to see if it fills out. If it fills out across the day. Hopefully. I mean, they've got a little cushion, eggs. They've got a little cushion. This is some primo grade garden furniture they've got going. Also, big shout out. Look at Lavender's shirt. Thank God they put that tape over the name of his shirt so we don't know what brand he's wearing. We wouldn't want to accidentally advertise whatever possible brand that is. So thank God they put tape on that to protect us from unpaid for advertising. Thank you, Clive.
Love you, Zox Socks.
Zox Socks indeed. Love you too. So it's impossible to tell what brand or who made that shirt that Lavender's wearing, but that's why you don't want anyone to get any free promotional activity off. All right, music's playing. Ooh, anyway, music's playing. We're in Serena Sappy. And did we get the hero bands? Oh yeah, we got the Lifeweaver and Echo and Lifeweaver band. I remember now. And it seems like this is going to actually not shift the margin at all in terms of the type of cops we see. Mauga v Mauga, Juno Brig, probably Juno Brig. As much as we're on a new patch, it's worth noting the new patch came out literally hours ago. Literally hours ago. So the ability for people to reinvent the meta or do something new, not that high. So
55? 54?
it's just perfect every single time.
Fucking slop.com, dude. It's so good.
It's actually just better.
Now that the Genji ban is expired, we've got little Dodo on the Genji. So maybe that's the secret weapon of CP. They pull out the Genji and everything is different for them.
We're going to hope for it. Dodo's taking a lot of initial damage here, and Fearful's actually going to beam down Alfie and all of that. Just got to be a miss Wraith from Alfie in that one, and that's going to allow Crazy Panda to swarm forward and just overwhelm him. And it's just got to be a mistake from Alfie, really.
No mistakes from Alpha Yi. Just the incredible presence of the Dodo on that Genji. Cart stolen away by CP early on now. ZETA, I mean, they are just playing retakes stuck inside, but Crazy Panda, they're getting so much damage in this entire time. Dodo already 60% of the way to that Dragon Blade. Bernard, he's just pinning from side to side, trying to get a new angle, create a double angle for his team. But as the cart continues to roll, Bernard's actually going to pin in towards the main choke. He's going to be taking a whole lot of damage. Fearful gets the later shout, and ZETA Division, they're surely going to have to concede a little bit of space here.
Oh, trade either way here. Brig and Ash will go down, but this means Arch, in theory, can take over a little bit now. But now Ray is coming up fast for Finn. Crazy Panda are going to try and take a step back and stabilize. Try and trade onto this Malga. Burner has taken so much damage. Here's the blade from Dodo. 2 slices onto a Brig. Takes him down. Ray out now from Finn. He's getting sliced through, though. 2 for Dodo. 3 for Dodo. The cage is out from Burner. And Dodo will finish it off. I guess he's for right. Why wasn't he in first map?
Because they banned Genji, Xavier. Try to keep up. Dodo, the Genji behemoth that could, comes in after the ban expires and is just taking names left, right, and center. Archie now. I'm going to call him Archie for the rest of the series. I don't want to call him Ark. Archie coming up on an overclock as well. Flores close on the bob, but not quite close enough. And Dodo's just doing it all, pushing the card out into the open, dashes back after the dynamite comes through. And now Crazy Panda, they get to take a nice fight on this long stretch.
No need to rush anything here for Crazy Panda as well. They can sit at the top of this hill and bait ZETA Division make the first move. But now, Archie, good for a pick. Player advantage, and they're going to start swinging onto this Reaper. They'll clear out Alpha Yi. They force the Wraith. They can keep pushing this now. Pelicans holding close. They go with a Blossom around the corner. Are they ready for it, though? Shields up. They deal with all of it. Archie now overclock and Rally coming back out. And they will just walk over them here. Ultimately, ZETA Division, a 1-for-2 trade. But it's looking good for Crazy Panda.
Crazy Panda are just taking over. That is another clean fight for them. We've got a checkpoint in 3 minutes. Ult advantage rolling into the next fight. Flora, the only man with an ultimate to spare with the form of the Bob. But I'd say that Fearful's cage is going to be much more formidable than that. Archie holding up nice and close forward. Damn near takes off Flora's scalp early on as well. And ZETA Division, I mean, they're going to start blocking cards soon.
They're going to get themselves onto it now, and they are going to swing, but there's the cage out from Fearful. Damage comes out, though. Bob in response to, but Dodo on the outside here doing so much damage with the Bob. They've broken through the cage, but they're losing so many people. They've only got 1 trade out of this. It is the Malga, so Crazy Panda just trying to clean up Alpha Yi now, who has gone over to that Genji as well. But the damage is getting significant here for ZETA.
Oh, absolutely, and I mean, even though they lost their Malga, Fearful will be back in no time at all. They've got those checkpoint close spawns. Bernard only just now respawned, so the card, it continues to roll. As long as Archie doesn't get himself pre-fight picked here, got himself another overclock, lapping Flora on ultimates, 2-1. Flora, old man, hasn't quite got it anymore. Now ZETA Division, they're pushing back in, but it's a 5 versus 5, and really got to watch out for the DPS ults for Crazy Panda right now. Overclock comes out early from Archie. Cage in response. Has that cage caught Fearful? It has, and that actually will be ZETA Division taking the fight.
Really good cage from Burner there. Not just catches Fearful, but also catches Dodo, which means that ability to clutch with Blade or turn the fight, like we saw with the first Blade, off the table. But now Dodo, no cage this time, so he will be free to drop this Blade. Search is coming up close on that Rally to follow up here. ZETA Division have a similar combo coming up, but slightly slower here, so a small window for Crazy Panda if this fight starts quickly.
Sorry, I got a little lost in the sauce trying to get people to advocate for Team CP. Anyhow, Crazy Panda, they get to come back into this one reasonable old situation right now. Mirrored rallies, Blade from Dodo, who we all know is a bit of a secret weapon. He goes up into the high ground, goes for that Blade, gets bashed, but manages to survive, dashes back into the cart, taking an incredible amount of damage, but he is still alive. Search, on the other hand, he pops the second rally, but gets no value at all, is taken down by Alpha Yi's Blade. So now ZETA Division, they've really found their footing. They bleed 2 ultimates out of CP, but CP, they're not quite strong enough to weather it. No Storm, just weathering it. And ZETA Division, they will turn it around. Start to get some meters on the board for themselves.
Playing for Cap in his next fight as well. In a 2-for-2 ult trade means they're in an okay situation. They have an overclock coming up, but Lavender is much closer to this Ray. So probably has to be a pretty limited fight from ZETA Division. Maybe a disengage mix into this one. Hard to take this fight directly into that powerful Ray. Chance now to swing the corner. Archie coming round, counter pin, and Alfie catches him straight away. So that's going to go nowhere. Lavender, they need this Ray quickly if they want to turn this fight. ZETA Division are a bit committed, but Flora's going to get another trade, and this could be a disaster here. Flora's going to take everyone's head off in this, and that's going to be a Ray used from Lavender and a fight lost for Crazy Panda.
bad to worse for poor little CP, investing that Ray 4 versus 5 when Lavender was in a spot of bother already, and I believe they'd already conceded the checkpoint as well. At that point, you might as well just wipe up the fight quick and take the close spawns. Now, ZETA Division, they get to go in with a Ray advantage, and this is just looking really, really tough for the side of CP, because there's no opening from an ult standpoint. There's nothing they can do to really turn it around. Early Cage comes out from Fearful, but the Ray is there to match. Bernard has that second Cage as well, and already Dodo falls. The Cage cancel, was that from Fearful, you say?
Yeah. Tried to cancel it, so Bernard didn't cage back, but they just get the pick anyway, so it works out for ZETA Division regardless, even though the plan felt reasonable from Panda. Now, coming back in, still a difficult situation as his overclock will come through, but Bernard has the cage. Cage is going to be popped. They've got Lavender in it as well. How was Lavender the furthest person forward? Archie's still trying to turn it, has a full rail, but they're coming forward as a team here, ZETA Division. It's only a body shot onto Alpha Yi, which means there should be no trades here. They can kill Dodo late, and all of a sudden, ZETA Division threatening a full cap.
Yeah, ZETA Division, all they really needed to do was swap Alfie over to the Genji, and now they're winning fights just as quickly as Crazy Panda was. Need a point touch from the side of CP. We love an underdog story as CP rushes in towards the cart. Rally comes out from Search now. Ball coming into the backline. Fearful, shades of Fearless in that one. Actually managed to take down Finn, so it does look like ZETA Division, they're finally going to fall over, but Crazy Panda, it cost them their rally. Fearful is over on the Wrecking Wheel, and I'm not sure whether he's going to be sticking this one. Uphill battle from this one. They're going to have to win a couple of fights to regain that lead. And with 143 meters on the board, ZETA Division is laughing.
Oh yeah, all of a sudden that good start for Crazy Panda has just disintegrated before our eyes. One big push, 143 meters. ZETA Division now in a situation where we've got a Blade and Overclock to put into this next fight. Crazy Panda though, a Blade Ray combo could do the job here as long as they can get that Ray to connect. So eyes on Lavender. Last Ray was a problem. Slam comes in. Dodo pulls the Blade. He gets absolutely deleted. They've not even popped the Overclock. Lavender still has the Ray. Would be wise to probably hold on to that one for the next fight here as they are getting overwhelmed, and it feels a distant memory, that opening Blade from Dodo at this point.
No, the Dodo is very rapidly going extinct, Xavier. Every time he pulls the blade, he disappears off the face of the earth in no time at all. Lavender getting staggered here as well. Yeah, you know, you've got to do it, right? It's just such low-hanging fruit.
It's just there. It'd be rude not to.
It's just right. It would genuinely be rude not to. He's asking for it with a name like that, let's be honest. Crazy Panda now, they're making panicked swaps. Fearful over to Orisa, a recently buffed hero, but I'm not sure that it's going to be quite enough to turn the tides. Lavender has the Orbital Ray, but ZETA Division has 5 ultimates to play with. One fight to win, and if they just start layering in these ultimates, there's going to be nothing that Crazy Panda can do. So grab a Bible, start praying, get on your knees, boys, because there's no fucking hope for you here. Alpha E dashes in, Overclock, Cage, Blade, Rally, Ray, they all come out to ZETA Division on the cart, and it is just end of the story for CP.
End of the story, full cap from ZETA Division. There was a flicker of hope at the start of that Runa Sappy when Crazy Panda, they chained a few things together, but as soon as they went back onto that Genji themselves, and maybe it's something we'll see more often. Now hit scan has been, maybe Soja specifically, slightly buffed. More people leaning into that hero. Genji becomes a much more reasonable option to try and shut that hero down compared to the Reaper in some of these situations. So maybe a chance for more Genji play as we go along, but either way it seems, even if they play a slightly different version of a comp, ZETA Division can do the classic. What if we just mirror you, but we've also got Alpha Yi?
Yeah. Look, Xavier, I've had enough CP for the minute, so I'm going to go back to slopping. Earlier, I was watching Flats reacting to the Season 14 patch notes, but I didn't realize that an hour after uploading that video, he actually uploaded a second video where he reacts for another 13 minutes and 45 seconds to everything in the Season 14 Battle Pass. So I want to find out what's in the Battle Pass for 14 minutes, and I mean, he's got this really inquisitive look on his face in the thumbnail, so I've been roped in. This is right next to him watching people preparing food on TikTok, obviously.
You gotta stay quizzical.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stay quizzical, and I'll just come back for more CP when I feel like physically ready.
Sounds good. All right, thank you, Milan, as well, for 4 months. Thank you as well again, Bob Ross. Appreciate it very much. Welcome, welcome. Maybe I'm gonna grab a quick drink. There's an opportunity for that. I can we've maybe got enough natural light now I can turn my light off. So let me be right back. We'll stay tuned for this one. We should be back in time for map number 3.
컵 시즌2 첫 번째 경기 크레이지 판다와 제타 디비전의 경기입니다. 2세트까지 제타 디비전이 잡게 되면서 2대0 스코어가 됐고요. 세 번째 전장은 샴발리로 갑니다.
계속해서 러쉬 계열이 나올 법한 전략을 좀 고르고 있는 크레이지 판다입니다.
네. 벤이 좀 궁금합니다. 이렇게 되면 또 어쨌든 뭐 되게 비슷한 느낌으로 맵들이 지금 선택이 되고 있는데 일단 뭐 고저차가 엄청 심하다거나 뭐 혹은 원거리 특히나 히트 스캔이 많이 쓰일 만한 전장 이런 것들은 아직 안 나오고 있어요. 특히나
그렇죠.
저는 해저드가 좀 궁금하긴 한데 해저드가 활용될 수 있을 만한 전장은 아직 안 나오고 있는 것 같긴
네,
해요.
아무래도 이제 좀 뭉쳐서 힘싸움을 하는 그런 전장들, 흔히 말해서 이제 러시안 계열들이 좋은 그런 전장들이 계속해서 나오고 있거든요.
네.
골목지고 뭐 굽이지는 그런 길에 말씀하신 대로 고저차도 없는. 근데 이제 저는 좀 궁금한 게 크레이지 판다가 에코벤까지 진짜 너무 좋았는데 네, 진짜 에코벤 제가 봐서 신의 한수 느낌이었는데 상대가 맞겐지 소전으로 이겨버려가지고 차라리 그게 아니었으면은 좀 이런 식의 우리 겐지 소전을 좀 살릴 만한 카드로 가야겠다 이렇게 가면 되는데
네.
다시 또 노선을 잡아야 되니까 맵뱀픽이
Just in
좀
time.
그러니까 영웅 맵픽이 좀 고민일 것 같습니다.
일단
It's a little bit
기본은
dark in here,
마우가
but
주노브리 이거는 계속
the natural light is coming.
세개
It's
영웅
coming.
중에 벤이 될 가능성이 있을까요?
이왕 이렇게 된거
Oh.
주노 벤하고 우리
So
한번 지옥을
Shambali is the
가보자요.
next choice.
나쁘지 않을지도
Which also
싶긴
suggests
한데
no
이게 또
changes.
크레이지 판다도 봐야
Current
되는
patch, yeah, Kaneo. Current patch. I think
모해 선수가
no one's played Hazard yet. It's not disabled in the lobby though. They've been picking it in spawn, but no one's actually rolled out on it yet.
어쨌든 선수 비용이 먼저예요.
So unclear what the rules are on that.
그 다음에 이제 벤이 들어가는 건데 모해 선수가 들어왔다는 얘기는
탱커 쪽에 벤이
Mohe in for
있어요.
Fearful, so a change of tank. He's the asset.
한 번밖에 없었어요. 이렇게 정커킨.
Mohe?
네.
제타 디비전이 선택했었던 그 벤이었는데.
This is the one. This is the change they needed. Was that the only sub we saw? So Dodo remains in. So we expect more Genji.
제타 디비전도 변화가 있을지도 봐야 될 것 같긴 하고.
Mohe means what are you doing in Korea? Oh,
말씀하신 대로
it's maybe not a good omen. No Chinese teams, all Korean in this. It's run by SOOP, which is a streaming platform in Korea. I think it's it used to be a Freaker.tv or it's some kind of evolution of that or some kind of acquisition of that. So they banned Reaper here as well. SOOP is a Freaker, it's just a new name, same company. Okay. ZETA have banned Diva. So far we've seen with ZETA's bans now they just don't give a fuck. They're just banning whatever, winning regardless. Same meta for another season? It's gonna be a Hazard meta, Kaneo. Oh, open your mind, it's a Hazard meta surely. How long are the seasons? How long are the seasons? What are we... What's the length? Because I mean, the patch came out last night, so it's no surprise that all of these teams are just playing the same things they would have played, right? Because they would have woken up to a new patch and had no time to scrim. But what's the... Presumably, will it change by the time we hit OWCS? I think the first day of OWCS for the top 8 is the 31st of January. If that helps people... What's the math breakdown on that? Will we be out of the
말씀하신 대로 이제 뭐 마오가 주는
Out of
불이라는
that?
좀 튼튼한 3명을 배나기보다는 거기 들어가는 친구들을 좀 배나고 있는데 자, 크레이지 판다의 의도는 보입니다. 제타의 디바벤 이게 약간 우리가 딜러 조합을
You want to say like 2.5 months, but not sure. Yeah, well that seems like it would be reasonable enough.
왜냐면 상대가 겐지 소전이 거의 주력으로 나오는 게 보이니까요.
네네. 크레이지 판다를 응원해주시는 팬분들이신데 피어풀 선수와 서치 선수를 또 그림 되게 잘 그리셨네요. 판다를. 같은 분이 그리셨는지.
I presume so. Is this? That's how it was at Esports World Cup. There's nothing on the There's nothing on the overlay that we're seeing. I don't know if they're discussing it. My Korean is slim to non-existent. So my presumption is it's the same as Esports World Cup. So the loser will get to pick the ban order, presuming therefore Crazy Panda are opting to ban first in a lot of these situations. Smurf will be missed. Yeah, it is going to be. He's going to the military after this one, alongside Happy. So I don't know if Happy's still on the Falcons roster for this one potentially, but will be his final one. Good innings, Smurf. I think really hard to argue that Smurf hasn't been one, if not probably the greatest tank we've had in Overwatch in terms of achievements and longevity. Maybe in his twilight years right now, but got himself a Stockholm major. Got himself a Stockholm major. Might wrap himself up a little SOOP Cup to send him on his way too. Crazy Panda tank fearful sounds like a joke. Hint leak of fearless joining Crazy Raccoon. I think you've reached tinfoil hat levels of trying to solve roster moves here, GB. I think this is... You're stretching with this one. You're stretching with this one. You are really in the... You're really in the... You know from It's Always Sunny, where Charlie Day is there, cigarette in hand, all the red pins on the board. Why is Pelican on support? He's just good at it. Probably just good at it. He's played Brig before for Atlanta Reign. Way back. Why are they retiring? Happy and Smurf are both going to do their military service. As is their duty, so... Always said that about Smurf and Happy, men of duty. So they will be filling their obligation. I mean, Pelican, he's done fine on the Brig. Fine on the Brig so far. You can make an argument that potentially Crazy Panda aren't the stiffest test they're going to face in this composition. If you made that argument, you'd be making a very straightforward point I think everyone would agree with. So, Mohe in. Zarya is the choice. So a change here. A change. An attempt to disrupt what has been happening in ZETA Division. Maybe they read this. They know Mohe. We might not be familiar, but they seem to be familiar. Starting on the Ashe Farah here, so a high spam composition. I can just make it a little bit awkward for this Zarya to walk forward, take space, and clear a lot of these angles from the ZETA Division DPS.
I mean, look, at least we're seeing a little bit of a shift up here. You think that the Zarya Genji has legs?
I mean, it puts a lot of weight on Dodo to go in with these bubbles, take chills, and just take down Flora. I mean, Pelican's also on Ana, so in theory, there should be a lot of things for Dodo to do with these bubbles. They're going to try and swing up this first corner here. Barra spam is going to be very oppressive, and Dodo is in. Bubble comes in to save him, but they are still stuffed at this corner. They have now... Oh my god, that's the biggest answer you're going to see. Everybody caught up in that one, and that's going to allow Alfie to get every single piece of cleanup here. And that's a pain, because... You saw Mohe, they needed to do a couple of cycles with those bubbles, get him fully torqued up so they can swing that corner. But now, they use the bubbles, swing into a nade, and Pelican nearly has a nano.
Actually, just zero need for Violet in the server when you've got little Pelican hitting 5-man purples versus CP, no questions asked. Dodo on the Genji, weight of the world on his shoulders, expected to carry with these bubbles, but he's got the least ultimate charge in the entire server. Goes up in main, takes a hell of a beating and has to back up straight away. And Crazy Panda, they can't even get the card push here. They are just having to play slow, waiting for their turn. They've got their Nano Boost online, but Pelican has one to match. Alfie 80% on that barrage. Nano comes out, and Dodo actually hits the one-shot. If there is one thing that we know Dodo is good for, it's the first 2 minutes of a map, and he comes in clutch there, takes down Pelican, takes down Flora. 5 versus 3 for Crazy Panda, and ZETA Division, they need to start blocking the car.
The payload's moving away. Normally, you would try and get maybe 2 or even 3 fights out of this. But with the payload moving, they can find themselves in 1 fight territory. And it looks like they want to try and live. Alfie will be able to get out. Can Crazy Panda, can they find any of these staggers? They're not really pushing.
They just let them walk out.
Oh, they 3 people stuck behind. They walk out, and now a barrage available here. Nano barrage, it gets slapped. What was Alfie thinking right in front of Banana like that? He's going to get woken up. He's going to look for more kills, and it all works out in the end there. But look, for a moment, like they've thrown it away. Dodo's still good for it. As we know, we're still in the first 2 minutes here, so Dodo is at his peak power. 2 kills for him. He's got a Dragon Blade! He gets 1 trade for it before Burner hits the stomp. It's going to make the respawns awkward here, because Pelican's going to be slow coming back.
Well, Search just didn't see the clutch potential at all. Even though Dodo pulls the blade, Search decides to keep that rally in the back pocket for a rainy day. And that is going to be the cart stopping here around the corner. Even with Alfie drunk driving up in main, going for the world's most predictable nano barrage, ZETA Division is still able to trade this one out. Crazy Panda, they can come back into the next fight with a couple of ultimates, but they have to break a very difficult corner. nasty high ground that everyone can play from as well. Pelican now gets to play in absolute Mozambique. You can see Dodo is setting up for the push. Grab comes through the connector though. Really nice one there. Big anti in the grab, but somehow everybody survives. Archie takes down Flora. Dodo dashes deeper with no deflect, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. Sturge still has that rally in the back pocket for the rainiest of days. Rally comes out. Lavender 90% on the nano boost. Backing up as well. It looks like that cage is just buying time more than anything else. Nobody trapped inside of it. Now Surge starts to push forward just a little bit. Overclock up in main. Alfie in a little bit of trouble, but not taking the damage. The nano boost comes out at just the right time. Flora so low, taken down as well. That's both DPS and Pelican taken down. Archie finally coming alive. And Crazy Panda, they're going to cap the first one.
Great nano for that. After he missed the first shot, I was a little bit worried that Alfie was going to find his way in over the roof, find that barrage, and it was all going to go tits up, but good for it. Good nano timing from Lavender. Connects, saves him at the right time, allows Archie to get that big clip, and now nano barrage available for Zeta Division on the retake here, but Alfie, you pretty predictable with the last one here. Has going to be a bit more... Well, he's not going to actually have to be that creative at all, because he's just got a pick before the fight, so they should be able to keep both of those ults in their back pocket.
Yeah, one more pre-fight pick, one more loss for poor little CP. I feel like CP's been getting a bad rap in this series, you know? But here they are now, second point, and again they have to fight uphill. Again, they're going to have to wait until Dodo gets himself a good turn with that blade, get a couple of bubbles banged out on him, but the spawn camp here... Pelican can play a pretty safe distance away. The Nano Barrage could be deadly. It's just so awkward to even break out.
The Farah's just going to keep playing these awkward positions above on the rooftops, making it really awkward. Again, because Moe died in that previous fight, he's going to have to reset his bubble charge as well. So it's going to take him a little bit to even get out of this choke. Oh, and Dodo's...
Jeez, I'm told...
Where's he going?
I'm told the tanks and supports never make plays, really. Oh, you're talking about shit teams. Okay, you're talking about shit teams. That's fair enough. I retract my comment. Alfie with the barrage takes down Mohei, and that's not the greatest of looks. Flora just standing in the spawn door, clicking heads. Archie goes down as well. Crazy Panda no closer to breaking this spawn hold, but this is the turn to go, because now they're coming up online for ultimates.
Sombra swap as well from Arch. I thought he was maybe just going to try and get faster out of spawn, but maybe he's going to play to try and C9 the payload a little bit, but that payload's awfully far back, so maybe he's just going to try and combine with Dodo on some of these dives. He's coming back to spawn again. Okay. There'll be a delay. There'll be a delay for this next fight while Archie will actually come back now on Ash and they can take this proper fight. Nano Blade grab in the back pocket for Crazy Panda.
Yeah, that is just going to be a quick one. That Sombra swap, little bit of genius, to be honest. Yeah, I know you... Oh, Jesus, no. Dodo with the Nano Blade comes in with 3. Alfie, I mean, look, Dodo, it's not even the first 2 minutes of the series, and he's still coming in clutch with it. That's 2 fights where he's actually managed to carry throughout here. Zeta Division, they traded out a little bit, but with Crazy Panda having such a closer spawn, they are going to have control here.
Ooh, don't quite get Alfie for the late kill there as well, so Alfie gets away with that one, but good with the blade again. But good news for Zeta Division is they force that blade to come out for Crazy Panda to break the spawn hole. So now Crazy Panda, they only have this grab against a Nano, against a Ray. A lot of tools to help them survive in this grab situation, but still powerful. Drops it at the choke. There we go, defensive Nano onto Flora. They're trying to kill him through. Nade is going to keep him topped up in that Ray, and Dodo will die. The ults have to both be committed there, but it will keep them alive through this. Now we're into overtime. It's desperation situation. There's not even a touch mixed in there for Crazy Panda, so they will be stopped.
Oh, jeez, Crazy Panda already. I mean, they've at least managed to take a point this time around, which is better than what happened for, you know, the vast majority of the series prior. At least that one push map, you know, Dodo was able to take it all the way to basically to the end of the line on Marina Sapi before getting his ship pushed in just as hard on the re-up. But, sorry, I'm watching too much Wire talking about the re-ups now. But look, I mean, look at this 5-man anti-nade from Pelican, and I'd have to imagine that, like, even if they hold for a neutral fight here, we're going to see an ult cycle come out from the side of Zeta Division, and it's just going to be bad news for the lads over at the Crazy Panda side.
It's fair to say as well, even though we've seen some success from Crazy Panda, it's really been behind Dodo's nanos. That first neutral nano, then the nano blade. Outside of that, Zeta Division have been dominant. See a bit of hesitancy from Crazy Panda when those 3 players got out from behind as well after that initial nano success. So it does feel like Crazy Panda are sort of conceding into this sort of secondary role, letting Zeta Division get away with things you wouldn't expect other teams to get away with. But It's felt better. It's felt better with Vasaria. It's at least given them something. It's going to be harder now on the defense because on the defense you can't always wait for the perfect ult combo or your nano timings or your nano blade timings. You have to sort of win some of these neutrals or you'll just concede too much space. So a lot of pressure here on Crazy Panda to do a bit better.
Look, if Crazy Panda can come in with a clutch here, I think I will shit in my hands and clap. That being said, Bernard is rolling out on the new tank that nobody really knows how to play yet. So maybe he is trying to fulfill that prophecy and actually have me shit in my hands and clap on camera. Crazy Panda, I mean, they're just sticking to the tried and true method of pocketing Dodo out of this world. Bernard, he's got no stones whatsoever, shifting back to spawn. Just play it, you fucking loser. Coming out on Doomfist now, he actually is just playing with his food at this point. Ah, there he is. It was just a quick swap, Doomfist. And now he's over to the real selection, over to the Malga. So now Crazy Panda, I mean, it's actually going to be really awkward for them to even block the cart. Archie just standing up in main, caught out by the Tracer and the Sojourn both. So ZETA Division, I mean, this is just going to be free cart push for them.
Alfie's going to get on the high ground now, trying to find a timing skill on this back line. No one who can really follow up with Alfie on this high ground as ZETA Division. The rest of them just going to keep moving it while Alfie plays harassment here, keeping the back line in check. And it's going to be Crazy Panda who are going to try and get out. And this time, Burner has no mercy. You see the aggression on the exit here. They catch Search, they catch one. Alfie's looking for more. Dodo will get a trade in all of this, though. And the rest of Crazy Panda, they've actually managed to stabilize and get themselves out.
Now look at the fact that Crazy Panda, they're stabilizing, they come back in here, they get these final picks onto Alpha, you keep pushing onto Burner. Oh, for God's sake, Pelican gets a trade with the nade. He's so much nadier than Violet, he's so much better than Violet in every way. Hopefully we never have to see Violet again. In fact, I don't know why I say hopefully when he was shot dead on the streets of Seoul. We're only going to see him for a funeral service. A sleep from Pelican as well, very nearly takes down Archie as well, but he gets out by just a sliver of HP thanks to a diligent bubble from Nohei. Nanoboost now comes out onto Alfie, he's up on the high ground. Search, caught with his pants down, but Alfie completely beefing his movement, not going to get enough value. Nanoboost came out onto Mohei as well, and he's traded out on the back line, but Flora takes down Lavender. Crazy Panda, they're not quite out of this one yet, but with a grab onto nothing, it's all on Dodo and Archie to clutch it up. Still a player advantage for ZETA, and it's just Dodo versus the world. Oh, pack it up, pack it up.
Finn dropped for Ray at the end to make sure they could all survive that. Dodo's going to go for one more touch, but he needs so much help. Search only 50% in that rally, so no help coming in the form of that one. It'll be a quick first point here for ZETA Division. There'll be overclock cage to throw into the next one here, and that can make Dodo's blade very difficult if Berta can get up to that cage, of course.
Look, if Bernie can get the cage, it could just be lights out for poor little CP. That can completely counter out the blade, but he goes for it fast. He actually manages to take down one. Nade splashes, not quite able to get the second kill there, but the damage is done. Search closes the kill onto Flora. Pelican trapped in the corner. Dodo knows where he is, gets that final blow, and that is going to be a clean wipe for Crazy Panda. A hell of a lot of time that they still need to wear off the clock, but if they can get a nice spawn camp going here, get a little bit of an ult cycle, there is a chance. And the spawn camp could be nice as well to deny Flora those angles, stop him from getting out on the wide stretch.
Also good for stopping Alfie getting too much space, hopefully, here as well. He's going to try and swing out right side. And Crazy Panda, they're taking a bit of a step back, but they can't afford for this cage fight to happen for the cap. Now they're trying to disengage, and they might choose to regret this. It's going to be an overclock coming through. Lavender doesn't have the nano to combine with it this time. They disengage initially, and he's only got a Malga to shoot at here. So now they disengage that one for free, and ZETA Division, it's a cage barrage coming back.
Cage barrage. A little bit of a difficult combo to counter out, but once again, the weight of the world on Dodo's shoulders to hit that incredible deflect and turn it all around. Nanoboost comes out once again onto the Zarya. Overclock on Flora. He's just juicing inside that cage. Barrage comes out onto Moheb, but somehow he's alive. Search pops the rally. Archie trades out onto Alfie. It's a 1-for-1 trade. 2-for-1 now, but Crazy Panda, they're balled up inside that rally. They are able to push out Flora as well. Pelican is in so deep. Need a final blow here. Come on, Moheb. Just a tiny little bit more damage. Pelican is playing his life. The jukes, the movement is unbelievable from little Pelican, and he gets the final blow onto Archie as well. Absolutely generational talent here on the Ana. Genuinely 100% convinced that he's a better Ana than Violet at this point, and Finn potentially as well.
Here's the nade here to finish off Dodo as well. Gets the nano off to seal the deal here. ZETA Division will confirm the 3-0. And honestly, a pretty good Ana performance. Pretty good, no? Hit for sleeps, hit for nades. Crazy Kai. They had no right to win that fight. That last fight, when the cage barrage combo misses and they don't get any kills out of it in ZETA Division, they have no right to win that fight. When Finn dropped that Ray, I thought ZETA Division have actually just fucked the economy. They've thrown all their ults into a fight they're about to lose. But somehow, some way, Pelican finds a way through. Finn keeps him up, drops the Ray, and they're able to turn the kills there and slips through CP's fingers right at the end.
I'm going to say some of these CP players are borderline catatonic for the handshake. Just got that 1,000-yard stare as they refuse to stand up. Shades of UB versus China at EWC in that handshake moment, to be perfectly honest. But, you know, I mean, I didn't think that I'd be doing this today, but I kind of feel the need to sing the praises of CP there because they actually had a kind of reasonable showing in that match. A massive push on Runa Sapi, a decent defense there on Shambali Monastery. I mean, you know, maybe there's some good points to CP here. Maybe that's something we should be looking out for in the future.
It just seemed like there was a few teams coming into this tournament where they didn't have any of the maybe established names, a sort of a new set of teams, maybe 2 or 3 of these teams, Crazy Panda being one of them, where we kind of had to wait to see them play to see exactly what we would get here. And wow, ZETA Division, certainly better than Crazy Panda. ZETA Division are going to be the hardest team they're going to play in this group stage. So that's the most difficult one out, and they only have to finish top 2 to get through, as we're going to get a Flora player of the match. It's probably Pelican if we're being honest, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure how Flora gets it when he was actually just getting fucking Mickey Mouse stomped for half of the series. Maybe give it to Alpha Yi, maybe give it to Pelican, who flexes over and hard carries every single fight. Well, you know, like, keep your eyes on CP, because I feel like there's a real coming-of-age story that could be coming from this team if we just watch for long enough.
We just keep watching. They might eventually grow up.
Look, if CP could finally grow up, that could be good for all of us here in the Peanut Gallery.
Well, you know what they say, it's always good to get in early with these things, you know? Kind of reserve your spot, if you will.
Yeah, look, that's enough. I'm going to slow. I'm going to slow. That's enough of that. This bit is just fucking rolling and rolling, and we wonder why we don't get gigs, you know?
I, for one, don't know why we're not seen as more hireable.
Yeah, I genuinely question every single day, why don't I have a job on the main broadcast? You know? Like, I just don't get it.
What can you do?
Dante's giving some more dating advice, so I'm going to go move into this, and, you know, we'll see where we land.
Alright.
See ya on the next slot.
We're going to get an interview here, but I don't think we're going to have a translator, so we're going to have to try and read Flora's body language here.
안녕하세요. 제타 디비전에서 메인 딜러 맡고 있는 플로라라고
He says, yep, happy to be here. Sorry, everyone has to sit on plastic chairs, but it's all they could afford.
오늘 약간 여기서 대회하는 게 처음이라 가지고 좀 많이 어색하고 좀 불편하기도 했는데.
You'll translate? Thank you.
다행인 것 같습니다.
Lee Si-yoon is back. Lee Si-yoon is back. The real star of the show. Is Alpha Yi on the same mechanical level as proper Stalker? Isak? I mean, he's definitely up there. He's definitely up there. But he's not demonstrated he's got... Yeah, consistency is a good word for it, Chupi. He's not demonstrated the ability to do it in the big games as consistently as all these other 3 players have. Flora just called them shit? This prick.
저희는 약간 그냥 밴카드 쓸
Violet not playing, Violet not playing. Dead in the streets. That's for... The word on the streets is as a dead Violet in said streets. Shot in the head. Taken out of it. He just said he's a quiz head. When's the funeral? They're gonna do it in between games. Out of respect.
소전이 오늘 버프를 먹었거든요. 근데 생각보다 세더라고요 이 원샷이. 그래서 안 될 것 같아서 그냥 소전 한다 하고 그냥 그때부터 그냥.
He's saying he plays Sojin. Probably saying my Sojin's real good. I can play Sojin because I'm real good at Sojin.
좀 많이 좋은 것 같아요 지금.
Still really good at Sojin. Gonna keep playing more Sojin. That's what he's saying. He's going to... Is that a confirmed rumor, Noah? You got a reliable source on that one?
재밌는 경기 됐으면 좋겠습니다.
Violet flexing over to one more roll. I mean, I was surprised when we saw Violet on DPS, but he was actually pretty goddamn good at CAS, wasn't he? Fargon's able to confirm it, so maybe he's got that tank in him as well.
새로운 곳에서 만나 뵙게 되니까 좀 좀 좋은
He's
것
going to
같고요.
replace Backbone?
응원하러
Fuck.
와주셔서 감사합니다.
He said Sojourn better now because of buff.
새로운 공간에서 새롭게
Nice.
재밌는 경기 보여준
Seems a reasonable enough conclusion to come to, honestly. Hard to argue with that. You think?
저희는 잠시 쉬는 시간 가지고 두 번째 경기로
Oh,
돌아올 텐데요.
you probably got more Korean
팀의 경기를
Korean
보았고요.
linguistic skills than I have, this, so we'll follow your lead on that one. Interviewer. Hello, how are you doing, Flora? Good. Playing without Uncle Violet calling me shit every day feels good. Now it's just Pelican making me depressed. Luckily, we just shit on them. Also, we can't wait for Bugs Friday. Thanks for the translation. That does seem pretty spot on. It came to you in a dream? Well, hell of a dream that. Is Korea going to see any major roster changes, or will it be the same guys dominating once again next year? I think my expectation would be, and this is more speculation and based on inside information or anything like that, but my expectation would be Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. I expect their rosters to stay very similar. Obviously, Smurf and Happy, potential replacements. Maybe more so for Smurf than Happy, right? I think without Happy, they're probably just really fine, if being frank. Come on, they're really fine without Happy, aren't they? Nice guy Happy, but you know what they say about nice guys and where they finish. So, I expect Smurf to get replaced on Falcon since he's retiring. I think Crazy Raccoon, maybe they add another DPS player, but again, I wouldn't expect many changes. ZETA Division, wouldn't expect many changes as well. I know they said they're looking for a tank, so potential there. I don't know exactly who for, though. Like, the guess would be Heesung. You wouldn't replace Burner. So, maybe Heesung's going to be taken out to pasture. Then, the other big question is, who did T1 sign? Do they just get a version of HaeJeokDan? Can they compete with any of these more established Korean teams at this point? I don't know. Who would Falcons get to play Winston? Well, I guess the obvious choices are probably Someone and Donghak. Those would seem like the most obvious choices. Isn't there a rumor that Falcons are going EMEA? Ah, I think impossible. I think impossible. I think they're just going to stay in Korea. That would be my expectation. I'd be really surprised if we see a move. HaeJeokDan versus Bliss. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know who T1 can get. Can CR afford to keep everyone on the roster? I mean, I'm not their accountant, but probably. Crazy Raccoon are a pretty big org in Japan, so, you know, I don't think they'll have a problem in that side of things. Why wouldn't the Koreans want to play at the T1 facility when they have private chefs? Is the private chef for all teams, or is it just for the big dogs? I mean, if I look at some of these free agents, what's the best, if I'm T1, what's the best team I can create if I rule out the big three? Thank you, Bread. Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you for the 8 months. Yeah, I mean, Pelican went off, and he should have been player of the match. He was robbed by his captain. But, I mean, what's even the best team I can pick out of these? If I scribble out these players, I scribble out these players, and then I scribble out these players. Yeah, they could get someone a merit. Someone a merit would be a pretty reasonable players to have. You wouldn't have a bad time with those. Maybe you add Zest into the mix, right? And then I've got Zest, I've got Merit, I've got Someone. Then what was my backline? I mean, we did see Skewed for a brief period. Maybe Skewed Bliss or something. But Checkmate. Yeah, I mean, that probably not bad. Maybe like a Viper or something, right? Viper, Checkmate, Merit, Someone. Does that rival these top 3 teams? Because that's got to be the aim if you're T1, right? Like, if you're T1, you didn't come to play. Simple has some hope. I swear I read somewhere that Simple is apparently, like, just brain dead. Beats all the West, but if you're T1, you don't want to be... If you're T1, your goal isn't to be best in the West, right? Your goal is to be the best in the East. So I just, yeah, I really don't see exactly who T1 would sign. I mean, they could sign a competitive team, for sure. They could sign a competitive team, especially if they could maybe convince us someone on merit to join up. But, I don't know if it's the sort of team we would expect to consistently beat Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, or Zeta Division. Imports? I don't think imports will save them in this situation. So, I don't know. I think T1's job is quite hard with not just the fact that there's all these established teams, but the impression from the outside is Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, and Zeta Division, these rosters aren't looking to go anywhere. I feel like if you're T1, you've got to find a way to break up one of these rosters. Signs 5 dodos. All you need is a teeny tiny bit of cloning. A teeny tiny bit of cloning, and then you're off to the races. We've still got plenty of time. We've got like 10 minutes. So I think T1's job is difficult. I don't know if I was in charge of him. Where would we go? Proud, Viper, Checkmate, Someone, Bliss, Vigilante. Oh, okay. Actually, yeah. Maybe you're actually... I think you're cooking with that, actually, Salem. But Vigilante... I forgot Vigilante existed. Vigilante existing is actually a pretty decent swing factor here. Yeah, that's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. I don't know how I feel about Checkmate these days. But, yeah, it was actually pretty good towards the tail end of Fnatic, actually. So maybe yeah, I can get on it. Yeah, you could take, like, Merit and Proud. Are you both viable options? Oh, pardon me. I guess Someone would be the real key. Why not Simple on that team? I mean, word on the street is Simple is, like, a little bit brain dead. Good aim, no brain. Am I cooked for thinking Vigi is incredibly overrated? Yeah, you're cooked. Vigi's super high talent. Super high talent. Again, he's probably got a more traditionally Korean flex support hero pool in terms of Ana and Zenari's biggest strengths. But I thought his Kiri was actually pretty reasonable as we went throughout the year. So, I think actually Vigilante probably is the standout candidate. Yeah. I'm still not convinced by Bliss's Lucio as much, but I think on Brig, he actually had a really, like the Brawl Brig at Stockholm, he had a really good land. Whoa!
Cause Jackson didn't get a fucking card.
Thanks, Armo. Cheers. Appreciated. Thank you as well, Valen. That all kind of came through at once. Thank you, Valen, as well for the 3 months. Thank you, Armo, for the £2.
Cause Jackson didn't get a fucking
Oh, there it is.
card.
It came through delays. Did it come through twice, yours? You know, what? We really are back to our roots. An early morning Korea stream. Audio issues. We're so back. We're so back. What a way to end the year. Maybe Maki can finally fulfill the Kumba prophecy. I don't see it. I don't see it. Maybe you can change my mind. And this event. Is Spectrum not like soft retired? I feel like I literally haven't seen him on a team in so long. I think he's soft retired. I think I'd rather Checkmate and rather Viper than Spectra. Probably rather Top Dragon as well. Has he been playing in China? Why does Pelican show up as support for me? Because he played Brig, and he played Ana, and he went off. Salah was 1-1 on getting a goal assist yesterday. Made an easy tenner. I mean, he just can't stop right now, Salah. Can't stop right now. Suck a tenner on a 15-fold. Good luck. Yeah, Penny's played a bit of support for Atlanta back in the day. He's just a very good player. So I don't know if there's... we have no idea if it's like a... They think he's better than Violet, or if it's just a not available situation. But honestly, the way he played against Crazy Panda, only Crazy Panda, of course, mitigation, blah, 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 blah. But he played really well. MSG have some player names? Yeah, so it's MSG against Vesta next. So if we lock our eyes on this roster, which I think people will be a little bit more familiar with if you've watched OWCS Korea, versus MSG. MSG, the names I'm familiar with, Argon, Hitscan player, and Milgaru, who is best known as a ball player. Also, apparently Milgaru is the only tank on this team. So I don't know if they're just going to be fucking playing ball. And trying to make it work. I mean, it would seem like a hot take in this meta. I'll tell you that for free. But why not? Why not? If you've got the ball guy, get balling. Vesta, on the other hand, a team that have been consistently in OWCS Korea and consistently pretty much the worst team in OWCS Korea. So, hoping to break that duct. We saw a little bit of them play in, I'm going to forget the name of it now, but it was that Chinese tournament. Someone in chat will remember. It was that Chinese tournament where HaeJeokDan and once again we're in the final, and it was called... It wasn't Pro Chaser, it was called... Aurora. Thank you. Nice chat. Thank God one of us has a functioning memory. So we saw Vesta a bit in that, and it kind of just looked like standard Vesta. The occasional moment from Dart. Gafriam actually probably had a pretty decent tournament, all things considered. Spinal coming in as well. Actually was quite impressed by Spinal's Brig. Spinal's Brig, I can get behind it. So if we see more of it today, as we should probably expect. Had the best slop I've ever seen. I mean, we were treated well, were we not, Fabai? By our Chinese overlords. Say what you want about China, you can't argue with the quality of their slop. So, yeah, I still feel Spinal positive signing for Vesta, a slight trend up. I don't think it gets them close to any of the any of the better teams, really. Pokerface, certainly not the top three. HaeJeokDan. It inches them closer, but I don't think it actually closes any real distance. Wade roster looks better than Vesta. I don't know. This Wade roster just has... This just has washed up written all over it, this Wade roster. Just has washed up written all over it, you know? Lee Soo-min is pretty good. I'll give him that. Who are you? A talented player, but it just has washed up written all over it. I just don't see it. I don't see the vision. I feel like... Oh, maybe. I feel like I'm in age camp, you know? That's a weird way to... That's a weird way to say it. But what I mean is, I'm on my age as a mark here. It's like, they're just been around too long. Just over. I mean, maybe they can beat some of these other, like, you know, the MSGs for Crazy Panda, maybe an Vesta or something. But I don't think this team does anything meaningful. I was your most watched Twitch streamer and YouTuber? Thanks, Macy. Well, I guess congratulations to me. Oh, wait. Salem is cooking once more. Merit, Knife, Checkmate, Someone, Donghack, Bliss, Maka equals potential top 3 Florida course synergy. I mean, I don't think you'd have Someone and Donghack. That feels a bit wasteful. I think if you have Someone, you can just pay one tank. Just really pay one tank. And yeah, the Maka's the hottest take in there. The rest I can really get behind. Knife, Checkmate, Merit all seem Someone. That sort of combo at the top seems reasonable. Bliss probably does seem like the best option. Why would you have Knife or Checkmate over Viper? Played better. Both of them have better flexibility. And I think both of them actually had okay years. But Viper, a very high talent player. Checkmate, established talent. Been very successful when he's not been on some sort of disaster Saudi team. Burner Donghack would be such a good tank line. Yeah. I mean, I honestly, like, you could say the same if you drop Donghack into any of these teams. Like a Max Donghack or a fucking Hambin Donghack or a Burner Donghack. All seems pretty good. Where are we at? What's our couple of minutes out? Alright. MSG versus Vesta up next. Viper has a smaller hero pool. Yeah, I feel like with Viper, you'd always want Viper as the second flex DPS. I don't know if you'd ever want to be blocked into having Viper as your starter. So maybe a Viper checkmate. I mean, I know we've seen that be tried before, right? With Fnatic, and that didn't go very well at all. But as a second flex DPS, I think Viper seems quite reasonable. But honestly, if you said, would I pick Viper over checkmate or knife? I don't think I would, actually. I don't think I would. I think I'd rather have checkmate and knife. Checkmate, knife, and then maybe don't have knife play hit scan for full time. Get a proper hit scan in, like a Merit or a Proud. I get behind it. I get behind that. Is an Architect looking for a team? Yeah, but sure he's cooked. I'm never convinced when these players come back from like, oh, I've not played in 2 years, but I'll run it back, I promise you. Never convinced by it. OGE syndrome, they call it. You just can't convince me it's going to be a success. You have to prove it. Can't take it at face value, you know? Can't take it at face value. Every Korean after coming back from military dropless. Exactly this. Such a doubter. I mean, I feel like there's way more cases of it being true, what I'm saying about them coming back washed, than it is of it being false. Yeah, I'm still not convinced by the Viper hype. Like, he's clearly a player with like a decent amount of talent. But he kind of flopped it this year, right? So there's no point having all this talent if you can't translate it into performances. It's when we were talking earlier about flex DPS, what's the difference between Alpha E and, you know, the sort of Pelican proper Stalker Heesang? Is that second group of players put it into practice on a consistent basis.
먼저 소개가 되는 팀 MSG입니다. 자, 팀 이름만 보면 미워하는 느낌이 좀 진하지만 내보는 의미는 미숙한 의미 MSG입니다.
네, 아르고, 제시,
Alright.
크리스, 우차, 블링크 선수로 좀 구성이 되어 있고요. 이전에 뭐
Oh, who's this suave gentleman at the front?
하다 보니까 아무래도 뭐 시간적인 부분에서는 걱정이 없을 것 같습니다.
Violet said he couldn't play today due to personal reasons. Other personal reasons that he's not as good at support as Pelican. That could be a personal reason.
네, 말씀하신 대로 뭐 인썸니아라든지 뭐 인빈시블 일본 지역에서 활동.
Honestly, you know what? I can't come into work today because I'm shit at my job. AKA personal reasons.
핫했던 VC 대전이에요.
많은 분들이 좀
Personal reason that
VC
he's no longer
대전을
alive.
만나고 아무래도 이제 OWCS
His missus called him, was like, I'm really sorry, Violet can't come into work today, as he's been shot dead in the street.
VC 대전이라면 우리가 이길 수 있지 않을까? 약간 이런 느낌으로 조지명식에서 계속 인터뷰를 하는데 VC 대전이 약간
Oh, okay, we'll see him tomorrow
우리를
then.
너무
Shit.
시켜보는 거 아닌가 하는 그런 약간 스탠스였거든요.
I think it's because Viper Giga owns. Yeah, he has these occasional pop-off performances which show his peak or his peak potential or like where his talent level is. But you gotta put it into practice consistently to be anyone in Korea really. Here at Vesta though, is that Farmer in the starting lineup? Little farmer, the smallest man in Korea. Might not be statistically true.
VC 대전이 되겠습니다. 먼저 MSG의 라인업이 소개가 되고 있습니다. 제시나르곤, 밀가루, 키비스, 우찬으로 구성된 선발 라인업이고요. 블링크 선수가
Is there no crowd or Wise Room empty? There's just no one there yet. I mean, it is a Wednesday and this is a group stage game, so you'd hope it would fill up a little bit more. But right now, it's just empty.
예전에 약간 그 레킹볼 스페셜리스트로 기용됐을 때를 기억하시는 분들은 좀 깜짝 놀라실 만한 그런 또 영웅폭이 나오지 않을까 싶고요.
It is true that Smurf is retiring. Yes, he's going to the military with Happy after at the end of this year. Yeah, it was like 5-6 p.m. in Korea right now, and these are probably not the sort of games that really sucker in the big crowds. I feel like if you want a chance to build a Rosnak and beat ZETA, Falcons, Tracer, Raccoon, you need a Rosnak as high peaked imprints. I don't think so. I don't think you ever want inconsistency. You want potential, but I don't think I just not seen enough from Viper to convince me he's the person to put all the eggs in the basket. when there are people like Knife and Checkmate available. Because Knife and Checkmate peaks just as high, and they're more consistent, and more established, more experienced. I don't really see what the upside to be. I could see the upside to having Viper as that third flex DPS, so you're not relying on him. But I don't think I can see a world where I'd want to sign him over a Checkmate or over a Knife. Merit, who are you? Checkmate someone RuPaul Bliss. It sounds awfully familiar. Checkmate's only golden? Yeah, but I think Checkmate was lights out, actually. When he played towards the end of this year, was it Esports World Cup? I guess it was maybe more in Stage 2. If I'm remembering this right. I feel like Checkmate was actually top class. Back to some of his best. Do you think Sabiobi will guide Smurf and Happy in our fantasy? I think that might just be your fantasy. You have any military fanfics, obviously, of all the Koreans in the military? Be sure to send them in the Discord. Alright, banned heroes, Diva, and Para. Okay. It's interesting, so maybe they banned Diva, and this is why Farmer's in. So they banned Diva, which maybe go free and would have been more willing to play than Winston. So they move over to play the Winston comp. They put in Farmer to play the Winston. Vesta, on the other hand, want to ban Farah. The reasons aren't clear, but also I'm not familiar with the MSG roster. They do have a Bull player, so maybe they play some kind of Bull Farah type stuff. What does Gafreem always play again? It's always Junker Queen. He's better at loads of other heroes, but he just loves the Queen. And when you love a queen, you just gotta keep locking it. I think that was some Dante data advice there for you. So, expectations here is Farmer is Mr. Winston and Milgaru is Mr. Ball. And then we'll sort of fill in the blanks around that. We'll see what Argon and Zessin, Kiviz, and Wukan play. That's where we saw. Did we see Kiviz play in the Aurora Cup? Yeah, it rings a bell, doesn't it? It rings a bell, but I don't know if I can't have a strong memory of exactly what.
자, 첫 번째 전장 일리오스 경기 준비 모두 완료가 됐습니다. MSG와 VC 대전 첫 번째 전장 일리오스로 가보시죠.
Okay. Ilios to kick us off. Oh, it's the Aparita team. Okay, they didn't go that far then, right? Alright, so seems like we're seeing some of what we expect already. Anna, Brig, Winston on the side of Vesta. Of course, MSG. They've got the ball guy, so they'll be on ball. Looks like it'll be Anna Kiri from them in all of this, then Tracer Echo. So a full dive coming out from both teams. Obviously MSG leaning into that ball because Milgaru, I mean, he's the ball guy.
You know this? Is this true, or is this just something that you've deduced from the first 3
he's
seconds?
He's a ball one trick.
Okay, well, the ball one trick has instantly hit a game-winning slam, taking down Minute, who has opted not to use the recall. Dart soon to fall as well. And Vesta, I mean, looking like a similarly level of disappointing. Apparently an entire year of grinding it out as a core in OWCS Korea. Not enough for them to... I mean, they still suck from the looks of it. How many of the players on MSG do you know?
Milgaru, Kiviz, I saw like play once or twice in the Aurora Cup, but no strong memories. Milgaru is, as far as he's concerned, or as far as I'm concerned, he's the big name.
Alright, so Milgaru, the big name. Wu Chan, though, takes down Minute for a second time. Minute apparently allergic to life. Just not fit for this world, to be perfectly honest. Farmer getting spawn-camped, jumping back over to his backliner, but already there's just so much pressure coming out from monosodium glutamate. Vesta Esports Crew, look at that. Milgaru, he's all over the place. He's booping Farmer on the right. He's chasing Dart on the left. Another slam finally goes wide. Milgaru needs to run back a little bit, but still, MSG, 40% and counting on the point.
Right, making their
Sorry,
way
sorry.
through. Mine's coming up for Milgaro here early on. Jinsung's awfully low. Milgaro taking that one down. And once again, Vesta, they just can't get this rotate. Dark's going to get picked off after they cut off his source of healing as well. And Milgaro just doing everything for him. Doesn't even need this mines. Farmer's going to get himself in that well. Looking for water, looking for a hope on this retake. But MSG, full control, full ultimate bank coming up too.
And no ultimates needing to be invested for the side of monosodium glutamate. That is a fantastic look for them. Vesta, they are also in a similar position, minus Farmer, who's decided to go for the 0 damage approach on the Winston. But still, Vesta, they need to find the space, and they just can't. The spawn dive set up by Milgaru's slam in the minefield takes down 2, and now Vesta, they are scrambling. One final fight to touch the point. So much pressure now.
Farmer's going to try and live here. Pulse bomb on him, though. He bubbles to try and live. He is going nowhere. And it pushed back to spawn. Minute's going to get caught off as well. 10% to go. Dart's going to copy for the touch. He's a little bit early for the touch here, so he has to stay alive for a bit as everyone's going to turn on him. Gets the recall. Gets the touch for real this time now. Nearly has a copy pulse bomb as well. 5 seconds to find it. Just trading onto the tracer. He's struggling. Meanwhile, the dive has just gone in. Argon's going to hit the copy. Dart is stuck in behind, but it's really difficult for Vesta Crew. They're losing in the back line. They're losing in the front line. Farmer gets one trade. Finally a kill. He might even get a primal. Dies on 97%, of course. Minute is still touching for now, but he is outmanned, he is outgunned, and that was a blowout there.
It was a dominant start for MSG, and I mean, can somebody, not suggesting that we should judge people based on it, but can somebody please check Farmer's ethnicity? Because there is not even a single shade of Korean gameplay in that Winston performance there. Just a complete wash. Dead on cooldown every single fight. Now, we roll into another map where Winston is rather strong and Ball is a little bit more awkward, I will admit, but looks like Milgaro, they might be switching things up big time. They're just going to hover this and spawn and then go back to something standard, I'm sure.
Can't resist the ball. Shout out to Chrissy as well, who just woke up, but after seeing Ilios is now going straight back to bed, unfortunately. So, you know, we are in Korea, Chris.
Chris is physically sickened by the sight of Ilios. He fights for equality of all maps. So he's actually sticking it. Unbelievable. The hazard seen for more than 3 seconds of Bernard's gameplay for the first time here in the SOOP Cup. Double shift over to the high ground. Quick little bit of tech, and the dive on the high ground is money. Down goes Jinsung, completely caught off guard by that. Farmer sleeping in the back line as well. Might be able to get a back jump here, but no, he's actually just going to block MSG's back liners away. Wu-Chan probably TP'd forward at this point. 1 player advantage for MSG right now. They're going to start capping out the point. What is going to happen here with the hazard? Really not sure what the limitations of this hero are right now, so don't really know what he's going to do.
So I think generally what we see with hazards is they can jump in, they can hit their big slash, and then they can block a little bit. Also maybe worth noting for Ilios in particular, Hazard, he can bloody climb walls. Look at him go. He's up on the wall. He tries to hit the big slash. I don't know the name of any of the abilities, so we'll make them up as we go along. Blocks here to absorb some of the damage. Goes back, and again can just wall climb and reset on this high ground. Keep that backline contained.
An incredible big slash from Milgaro there, climbing up onto this high ground again and again, poking out Farmer. Once again, Farmer having a little bit of a rough one, 35% to that Primal Rage, whereas Milgaro already 71% to the Hazard ult. Big slash into the backline now, but Jinsung manages to sleep him up. Now, once again, Milgaro just keeping the pressure up, though, jumping in along the back, throws in a wall-looking thing, and that is surely going to be the Ana taken down. Both supports for the side of Vesta taken out. Farmer, he has managed to flip the point in the chaos, but I don't think it's going to be enough. MSG, they're right back over the point. Copy invested from Dart. He does want to try and turn this.
Trying to turn it, got the full block out, but there's just no pocket. 2 HP in a dream. He somehow got himself out of this. Will no one finish him off? No, he goes for it. Full 6 come out, but block from Milgaro holds on. He now has his ultimate, which I believe is some kind of lock everyone up in the ground thing, so might want to try and hit that one on the backline if he can find it. For now, though, resets onto the high ground, just trying to camp in this backline, find a timing. There comes the ult. Stuff is going out. Looks like it was a complete... Oh, no, he stuck him. They're stuck in the spikes. but they're fine. They're
Little
in the
bit.
spikes, but they're fine.
A little bit overzealous there from Milgaru. Goes for the root, manages to root them both around a corner with a Brig Shield to keep them healthy, so not so great from the side of MSG this time around. Milgaru is still juking it out in the back, but don't forget, Vesta, they've managed to flip the point once again. MSG's comp not so good at tapping point. Milgaru, he's going for gold up on the high ground. Kivas managed to take down Jinsung, and we've got the bloody Butter Brothers here in Korea. Jinsung and Spittle, they can't stay alive for the life of them. Farmer pops the Primal Rage, manages to take down Wu Chan, but Nano boost out onto Milgaru, point flipped over to MSG. Even for Vesta's ult investment, it's not going to be enough. They lose the cap, they lose the fight. One fight territory now.
Now coming back with double support, our Vesta Crew backline needs to use this one to live, needs to withstand that, the hazard ult, the root. They do have to deal with this blade and this overclock coming back as well here. So difficult task, but a nano, a rally should be enough. It's going to be a nano onto the Echo actually. What can they find? Overclock coming in. Farmer's going to get off that one here. So I don't know where this nano is going. What is Dark getting? Jinsung is going to kill one in the back. Farmer dies, so 4 for 4 right now. Dark can't find anything more with the nano, and now they have to start forcing the touch, Vesta. They are short, they are low. Their backline has survived thanks to this rally, but they're still pushing into a blade, a Kiri ult, and some kind of hazard-based root ult.
Jeez, the root ultimate, I mean, it's not even going to be needed at this point. He throws it out somewhere off the point. But MSG a dominant victory there. A couple of C9s because their comp is not so great at maintaining point control without the Tracer. But end of the day, I mean, that's a 2-0 for MSG, where on both rounds they've seemed absolutely dominant. I would have thought for all the time that Vesta Esports Crew has spent grinding it out together, they would have come a little bit further. Look, they've shown up to the arena in matching jerseys. Meanwhile, the bums over on monosodium glutamate, they've shown up in their, basically their pajamas, and they're cleaning house.
They're cleaning house right now, and you have to say that probably would be one of the maps that does favour Paul a little bit more, but they also just did it on Hazard. Just blew him out of the water on dive here, so you'd have to maybe expect Vesta are looking to maybe shift it over to some kind of Malga mirror. I've been informed by a reliable source as well. Downpour is the name of the Hazard ultimate.
Downpour? Really? Like rain?
Yeah, even though we saw the ultimate go off and it didn't give me an impression of some kind of rain or a downpour.
The crowd goes fucking wild. Absolutely nuts, you're right, man. Their first day for the SOOP Cup here at WGG Korea's brand new studio, and they have a packed house, just teeming with fans, all eager to watch monosodium glutamate versus Vesta Esports Club. Good God. You see, Ben, Overwatch is alive and well.
Yeah, I believe as well, you can actually just, those garden chairs they've got up for everyone, they're actually for sale as well. So if you want to purchase them or want to order them, get yourself over to the SOOPlive.com. You can buy yourself some of those chairs.
Look, the thing is, they are actually so comically understaffed that you can actually just walk into the arena and walk out with one of the chairs, and there's not enough people working there to stop you from doing it. So if you Google WDG Studios, go to that arena, go grab yourself a free chair. It's on the house.
It's actually one of the biggest threats to the sustainability of Korean Overwatch esports is the chair budget is out of control as people keep walking away with these chairs and they don't have the staff to stop them.
Yeah. All right, that's enough of that. It's the SOOP Cup. I'm going to continue to, consume some slop. This might be a really quick series, Today's starting to look like a bit of a wash. I've got some hopes at least, if MSG can keep this one up with the Hazard, at least we have something interesting to see while they beat on Vesta. And then Gangnam Jin Shoes versus HaeJeokDan, that could be a good one.
That's the headline one. Chris says also we don't need to worry about any of this because there's no crime in Korea. So cheers.
Exactly right. It's an incredibly safe place with no dark side whatsoever. So not worried about people walking in and stealing chairs. Such a high trust society, you wouldn't dream of stealing a chair. And there's no downside. It's a fucking modern utopia.
There's zero downside.
Yeah. Anyhow, back to the slop. See you on the other side.
See you on the other side. For context,
when are we posting that Q&A?
I feel like Alpha said Friday.
Fucking hell, it takes a week to do the production on the Q&As.
It also might have just been a fever dream. I'll ask him, but some point this week.
Yeah. Eventually people will get to see the incredible discussions.
For context for that, yeah. For context, if you want the context to why that was funny, you only have to wait a few days. A measly few days. Someone bring up the prison policy. We've covered the prison policy. We've covered the drug policy. We have a lot of policies covered, and I think we probably reach multiple meaningful conclusions. At least two. No crime except for soldier storm of the National Assembly. True. Actually, why didn't we where were you last night, sis, when we were having this argument? No crime, martial law. Something's not adding up. Something's not adding up.
아, MSG의 위력이 대단했습니다. 특히나 밀가루 선수를 필두로 해서 딜러진도 그렇고 힐러진도 그렇고 굉장히 공격적인 성향을 보여줬었던 MSG였거든요. 자, 그래서 1대0으로 앞서 나가는
Every time you gamble, you lose it all. Time to value bet. So, my expectation really, just because Vesta have been the OWCS side for multiple iterations of OWCS over 2024, my expectation is they would be able to handle this bloody ball team. So, it seems like we're going to try and handle this bloody ball team by going over to New Junk City. In theory, a very hard map to play ball. But we have seen Milgaru show some flexibility, get himself onto that hazard. So maybe there is another route through. Lots of people describing hazard as a bit of a dive tank in terms of the way they engage and move around the map. And maybe when I look at hazard in terms of the range of his leap, it's much less than Winston, much less than Diva boosters. Maybe there's an option that actually he's some sort of like a little bit more brawly than a lot of the other dive tanks, and maybe is suitable for some of these more enclosed maps where normally Winston, Diva, all these heroes would feel it's too claustrophobic for him. But maybe Mauga, he can still do the dives. He's got a little wall to pop up as well. So who's the value bet? I don't know. I think this map will be way closer. So whoever's currently losing. I think there's a much better chance for Vesta here, especially Farmer is out. That's a good sign for the Vesta heads. Surely Vesta doesn't qualify for OWCS 2 years in a row, right? I mean, they keep qualifying. Vesta Crew seem to have very much, if you're unfamiliar with Vesta Crew, what they've managed to establish themselves as this year is they're 100% good enough to play in OWCS. But they're 100% the worst team in OWCS every time in Korea. So they really are the tier break team. Really are the tier break team. I guess, did they beat Old Ocean in the end? Someone refresh my memory. I think they beat Old Ocean in the end, right? So it seems like Vesta are going to pick New Junk City. They're going to ban Junker Queen. And MSG are going to ban Brig, which means backlines now. A bit of question for what people will pair with his Juno. Difficult options here. Obviously, we saw Anna Kiri get played by MSG, the previous one. They were second worst for second season. I guess statistically they're trending up then. And you know how I feel about facts. Yeah, Vesta Crew have banned Junker Queen to stop Gafrian picking it. It's actually... I'm convinced you're probably right on that one, Panda. But this Junker Queen ban was to take it away from their own tank player. Why is my tank locking Junker Queen? I will not be playing with a Junker Queen. Pick him off. So what it probably I would guess Mauga. I don't know what the Mauga versus Hazard matchup will really look like. If that is the way Milgaru goes. He was happy just to send it out, whip it out. Remember, the patch only came out last night, so Milgaru just woke up, locked Hazard, won a game. Good for him. How does the ban system work? Exact same as the Esports World Cup, where both teams get to ban one hero, but if the other team bans a support, you can't ban a support. So it's limited to one hero per role can be banned, and each team gets to choose one of said heroes. So this is where we got the sort of aggressive ban, where you ban a hero that they're good at, or protective ban, where maybe if you want to make sure you can play a certain tank, say you're a ball team, you want to make sure you can play ball, maybe you ban one of their tanks to make sure they can't ban ball away from you or something like that. I think it also is going to reset after 3 maps, I believe. Is that right, sis? I'm talking about it earlier. So the bans might, I think the bans might reset. Because also what happens at the Esports World Cup, and it's happening here, is if a heroes are banned in map 1, they can't be banned in map 2 and so on. I think it's good. I think, while I'm not a believer, the team of the artist, I'm not a believer in that the Malga comp is not fun to watch kind of narrative. But in general, hero variety is good. So hero bans will promote that. And speaking of hero variety, Max, it's hazard time.
What are we thinking? Hazard time? Jinsung, I mean, look, Hazard for Milgaru. Garoom was hovering in the spawn room, and I was getting a little bit excited, thinking we might actually get to see something fun, but no, just Garoom with a derivative, boring pick of Malga. Like, we haven't seen enough of that already. But come on, Milgaru, show us something special. Instead, we're going to spectate the Tracer in the first fight, because nobody wants to watch the brand new tank. Dart is going to swing incredibly wide. It's so dangerous, but Milgaru, he gets the kill onto Minute. He's juicing damage onto Garoom, and that's going to be a first fight easy win for the side of monosodium glutamate, even though Zessen has been traded out. Look at Milgaru just sliding along walls. It's like he never got off Wrecking Wheel. Big Slash, as the ability is called.
Big Slash. Another big slash to finish it off there. I was maybe theory crafted this a bit, where it feels like there's an elements of hazards that feel a little bit divey, right? You shift in, you do a thing, then he can block. Maybe similar to Doomfist in that kind of rotation of cooldowns. But his range is much shorter than a Ball or a Doomfist or a Winston or a Diva, right? So maybe a bit more suited to some of these brawlier maps. Also has that cheeky little wall he also gets.
Look, the cheeky wall, I mean, that can always be helpful, splitting off the team, get a little bit of damage in with it as well. Milgaru, he's already chasing in for the kill right now. Garoom appears to have actually just pinned in and gone down straight away. So MSG, they're going to make light work of Vesta here in this fight. Looks like they have cracked the meta with the brand new hero that is absolutely decimating them with very little practice. Milgaru already looks like a natural on this one. Maybe he's a famous streamer or something. Got pre-release access to the hero because he's looking so goddamn good on it. And Garoom looking a little bit like Farmer, to be perfectly honest. We're once again 40% to his ultimate. Meanwhile, Milgaru's got a nice shiny check mark in the back pocket.
Chance to lock that ult as well. They have support ults to throw behind this MSG, so a pretty healthy bank here. Vesta have the support ults to match. Gonna be the engage here. Goes for that downpour. Kitsune Rush in response. Minute trades for Kiri actually as this Kitsune Rush comes out. Beat comes through. Spinal doesn't quite have beat yet. Nearly getting up to it now. Needs to get this one off. Dart is in huge trouble, but they can't get to the beat in time, so they will get bled out here. Gafrium is still trying to chunk damage around, but Pulse Bomb will finish the job on him. They will be able to recap here, and MSG will take the first point.
Look, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I was a little bit dialed into the wrong screen for that fight, so not a lot of insight that I can provide, but I do see Milgaru taking another win, so I guess I can just seize this as an opportunity to shit on Vesta Esports Club, even though it does appear that they only used one ultimate in that fight to MSG's 4, I want to say. So really not the best of fights for the side of MSG, to be perfectly honest, because if Vesta can just slow play for the briefest of times, Vesta will have an ultimate advantage. Garoom, I mean, it's almost unrealistic to expect him to charge up the ultimate, but Zessen, he's going to go really high tempo, early overclock beat to respond. His shift out, not quite good enough. He's being chased to the ends of the earth. He will fall, but Milgaru, just the Sentinel, manages to get a trade onto the Kiriko. That's a really favorable trade for MSG, in my opinion. Very low healing available now for the side of Vesta. They can turn with a high tempo Blossom, but really they are going to bleed out if they don't go quick. Milgaru goes in deep, takes down Spinel, already doing so much damage with the blocky, spiny thing. Another big slash coming in onto Garoom, and it is just done and dusted. Vesta Esports Club, even though they had that early lead, they're not able to close out. Milgaru is the only man in the kill feed.
He's absolutely obliterating them right now. Seems to have a pretty good read. We're flicking through the ability, getting some spiky blocks out, hitting the melees, hitting the slash. Looking quite good for him right now, and he's nearly up to another downpour here, a chance to lock him down. You would have to imagine that in that head-to-head, you still expect Cage, Blade, Blossom. There should be enough ults to get him over the line. They could really do with this Wu-Chan beat ultimately to prevent some of these DPS sword ults.
It wouldn't hurt one bit if they could get it. Milgaru, though, got the rainy, rooty thingy, and it comes out. 1-for-1 trade, though, because Wu-Chan goes down to the Blossom. Spinel manages to take out Argon as well. So finally, we've got ourselves a player lead for Vesta. But just as quickly as that player lead appears, both supports fall for Vesta. One off the edge of the map, and the other to Milgaru, the unstoppable force that he is. He is playing life out of this world, manages to survive, take down Garoom, take down Dart. Nah, this hero is fucking broken.
That's nice, actually, right? Gets himself in a really sticky situation. He's about to run out of resource on his block. Drops the wall just right in front of him to use it as a shield. Works out quite nicely. And now they're in control. One more retake for Vesta, but they've got to rush this one. So they've had to cage early. He's got in the cage, but he's on a wall in the cage. Support ops comes to save Milgaru. He's still getting beamed down. Dart goes for the touch. Can't get the touch. So even though they get the cage, they force 2 support ops. They don't get the touch. They're going to lose the fight. And MSG dominant right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are just making it look easy. This pivot, Garoon might want to make a swap. I'm going to be perfectly honest here, because Vesta, they're getting their shit ran. Milgaru, I mean, it feels like it was only a couple of seconds ago that he was making it rain with the rainy, rooty, lock him down ultimate that we're not quite sure on the name of yet. I've been told that it's called Downpour, but there's no comment on that one, so, you know, we're gonna stick with rainy, rooty thingy-mabob. So MSG, again, a little bit down on ultimates right now, but Rainy Rooty Thingamabob is just around the corner. Same goes for the overclock. Vesta, they've got control of the point early on. Could go for a quick blade if they'd like, but got to be so careful. Pushing inside these small spaces, really dangerous for Dart. At least there's no Brigitte in the field. Initial push comes out from the side of MSG, but an early pick from Zesson onto Dart. That was one of the crucial ultimates. The beat comes out, and there will be a trade. So it's a 4 versus 4 now. Rainy Rooty still potentially available for MSG. They're not out of this one just yet. It is a 4 versus 3. Milgaru gets stomped onto the point. Big slash in the back line, but he might actually be kiting this one out, not committing.
Wait, a trade?
Unless...
Now they're coming back in. It's raining, it's rooting. They're not really stuck in it, though. He's going to drop the block now. He's going to back it up. Nothing for that downpour out of Milgaru here, and Vesta a chance to push back. But Gafriam, he's dropped into everything. He's taken so much damage. Argon is in his case. Suzu comes out. Pulse Bomber goes through, I think. Did the Suzu block that as well? And now Gafriam back onto point with the blade. Dart has finally got a chance to use this one. Deflects for rail, but he is getting bullied around by Milgaru. And the blocky spikes take him down. Mid-air slash to finish the job from Milgaru. And a good retake here from MSG when they really should have had a right to.
Absolute dogfight there. Poor little Dart, he pulls the blade, immediately falls. MSG, they're in control. They've got the beat drop, which I dare say counters out the Sojourner just a little bit. Going to be really difficult for Minute. He swings into a wide angle. He's going to have Milgaru flying across the map with a beat drop to take him down. Argon also going to be able to hold this side very easily. You can see him sneaking around the back for the pinch, doing a little bit of damage on the side. They know that he's there. Milgaru, he's in there, going so deep, blocking, throwing out some spikes, ready for another slice and dice. So... God, Beat comes out to counter out the Sojourn ultimate. Dart falls. It's a 5 versus 4 right now. Minute manages to get the trade onto Argon, but straight away Milgaru is there doing so much damage to the Sojourn. Even trades once more, but Milgaru, he's got another Rainy Rooty thingamabob. So close. Will he lock anybody down with it? He's looking for the angle. Even trades across the board, throws down the wall. He's actually been juked by the Kiriko. They have escaped by the skin of their pearly whites. Here comes the Rainy Rooty thingamabob. Looks like he has managed to catch the Lucio, but no kill secured as of yet. A little bit of a waste of the Rainy Rooty thingamabob from Milgaru, and the point potentially flipping over to Vesta. They beat on the objective, they throw down the Kitsune Rush as well. Kite from MSG is not good enough, down goes Wu-Chan, and Vesta, they've weathered the storm!
The storm has been weathered, they even weathered that incredible downpour as well, if you can believe it. Now Vesta, they give themselves a lifeline. They've got a cage for the next fight. Kivitz nearly has the Kyriot, so maybe even a chance to fight in this cage a little bit here. But Vesta, they are on life support. They need to win this next fight. They need this cage to connect from Gafriam.
Oh, goodness gracious. Not looking so good for the side of MSG regardless. Because Garoon, he might actually be able to get something done with this cage. He pins in really deep, and it's actually just going to be a non-issue because Wu-Chan goes down before the cage even comes out. There's a Kitsune Rush on the point, so the flip might come through, but Vesta, they've got the player advantage. They don't even get that flip actually because Garoon, he pins back out onto the point. Again, a 1-for-1 trade, but a trade onto the Kiriko. Now bleeding down MSG. They don't have the sustain. Milgaru, how many miracles can he make? Not quite enough. He will fall as well. And Vesta, surely now they are just playing clean up. Surely they can close this one out. Garoom actually falls, doesn't use the cage. There's a slim chance now for MSG to come back into this one. Argon's got no recall, being chased down, needs to fall, will fall, but still Vesta, they're not quite done. Overclock comes out from Zesson up on the high ground. No kills secured yet, but Dart, he cleans up Wu-Chan and MSG. Not quite able to clutch this one out.
Works out for Vesta both in the short and the long term, as they also get to hold on to that cage now, which means they can take this ult advantage into the next fight. So maybe the comeback might just be on here. Cage, Kitsune Rush, Pulse Bomb, lots of good tools. We've got the rainy Rooty Tooty thing to come out from Milgaru, but we've not really seen too much success. Even when he locked up the Lucio kind of just wandered out of it here. So chance for Milgaru here, but not an ult we've seen get high value so far.
No, it does seem as if there's not a whole lot of value to be had right now, and with the old deficit that MSG have, thanks to Zessen trying to clutch it out with the overclock, it could be a very good situation for Vesta. They might be able to turn the tides a little bit here. Early point control and a free cap without even needing to use any of those ultimates. Bad look for the side of MSG. Rainy, Rooty thingamabob comes out from Milgaru, though. Not sure whether he's caught anyone up with that one other than Garoom. 1-for-1 trades right now. Milgaru incredibly low, but saved by the beat drop. He actually landed a pulse as well. So really an incredible beat drop coming out from Wuchan. Garoom tries to answer back with the stomp, still just nursing this cage though. Second beat comes out from Spinel along with the Kitsune Rush, and that's actually a perfectly altered fight from the side of Vesta. Second ultimates across the board, and they get all the value that they needed. They hold on, they get that early cap, and they still have the cage in the back pocket for next.
Still have a cage in the back pocket as well. Can be quite tricky to fight into a Kitsune Rush if Kivers can get one inside for cage here. So eyes on how Gafreem chooses to use this one. Looks like he's holding very aggressively. He's going to swing already as Darts goes around the corner as well. He's committed quite a lot. He's walled off. Not enough to get through though, and Minute actually finds the pick as that Kitsune Rush comes out. The perfect pick from Minute, and this just means no value out of this Kitsune Rush. And all of a sudden, Vesta, they found their feet. They found a stop to stagger out more of these kills, and now be tying it up 2-2.
Yeah, 2-2. All down to the wire. Garoom still has that cage. We've been holding on to it for a goddamn eternity, but you know, something so slow cooked 12 hours in the pot, surely it is going to be falling off the bone by the time it comes out. Really late staggers from NSG as well. That could be bad news. That could cost them the first cap here. Maybe not actually. They're probably going to get a recontest regardless, and in fact, Minutes is going to fall later than everybody, so that's definitely not just going to be a free cap contest. MSG, they're going to get a recontest, potentially a free cap for themselves, because I don't know how Vesta can hold on 4 versus 5.
They seem to want to hold for choke though. It means they're going to have to invest this cage early. The cage comes out. They've got some people trapped in. Pulse Bomb round the corner. Finishes it. Catches for Tracer. Nat should be dealing with it. They only got 1 kill out of this cage so far. And Zessen finds for trade. They still get Wuchan player advantage still right now for Vesta. Minute connects for Rail to finish off Milgaru. Stops that rainy Rooty thingamabob coming out, and means Vesta can secure the first cap, but does cost them the cage.
Roll up save here. It's called Downpour, for Christ's sake. Really nice cage from Garoom. They're finally finding the value that they needed. Vesta, they were down 0-2, and suddenly they're in control. 2-2 evened it up. They are 1-2 fights away from actually closing out this map. Pulse Bomb comes out from Argon, but no kills in the feed, so that one has been pissed away. Many ultimates soon to be online for MSG. Downpour and the overclock coming out. Zessen, he actually pops the overclock very early, takes down Dark before even using it. Milgaru goes in rather deep. Not going to go down though, and Zessen with a second kill blows Vesta wide open. No ultimate response from them, just a pre-fight pick into a very high quality overclock, and now good looks for the side of MSG. Double support ultimate for either side, downpour for Milgaru, but Vesta, they've also got their own overclock in the back pocket, so it's going to be a real dogfight here for their next recontest.
Both support ults on both sides will get traded out here. Minute, potential to clutch here. Milgaru, also if he can lock down a key target at the right time, maybe then can convert onto it here. All to play for as we go into this final round. Retake looks like it'll be coming from the low ground here from Gafreem. Just want to bully them out. MSG trying to bait them in, set Milgaru up. It's a beat to come through. Beats will be exchanged. Kitsune rushes out from both teams. Milgaru blocking for now. Chance to drop that downpour in. Big slash comes out. Will drop it in. Doesn't seem it. Just catch for Soja. Catches for Soja at the back. Argon finishes for kill, but they trade 2 back, Vesta. They still have player advantage here. They're dropping now to deal with a point. They will be able to get the flip, and even with the downpour connecting, the ults from Vesta too much to handle.
I was a little bit sus, to be honest, when I saw Vesta come in with that beat drop. Really early beat push. Hard to get pushes like that off nowadays. Teams are so good at kiting that out. Yet, MSG, they weren't able to kite properly. They brawled into that beat drop the whole time, and they gave Vesta the value that they needed. Now, MSG, they're up shit creek without a paddle. They have to recontest. They're going up against the Pulse Bomb, the Overclock, and they've got nothing for themselves. Only Argon with the Pulse Bomb, but he's going to have to touch the point. Right now, we've got Argon on the low ground. Push coming out from the side of Vesta. They very nearly flipped the point. It's actually going to be Zessen to go down. He chases onto the low ground, gets himself caught out. Minute with the overclock takes down 2, and that's just going to be lights out for MSG.
So well managed from Vesta in the tail end of this series. They were 2 rounds down. Once you get in that situation on Flashpoint, you really have to manage the fights and the ult economy very well to get yourself out of that hole. And to be fair to them, they did it. Got some good opening picks at the right times. Every time they got to these big ult fights, they were never over-ulting or committing more. Always had something in the bank for the next fight as well. And they had to force it onto a New Junk City. Something a little bit worse for the ball, a little bit worse, I guess, for the Hazard as well, potentially. But they do find their feet, and they get themselves back into this series.
Really thought that Vesta were just, you know, completely hopeless against the Hazard, but they realized something down 0-2 and just completely turned the tides. I think we need to bring Farmer back into the rotation, though. I feel like he's ready.
I don't know. I don't know. I hear he's currently being deported as we speak.
That'll do it. That'll do it.
Alright, got a series on our hands.
We've got a series on our hands. Alright, I'm gonna slop.
Alright, keep flopping. Alright, let's check my messages. So yeah, back in it. Obviously, we're now gonna, you know, shoe on the other foot and all that, as it will be MSG who gets to pick the map, and presumably they'll be trying to send us into some kind of ball-based direction. Felt like they found a bit of a solution there in terms of peeling and dealing with some of these Hazard engages. For the most part, though, I don't know if it was a peel change or the fact that they just played a bit more aggressive. It felt like Gufrium especially finding stomp success with that Malga in a lot of situations, and really a lot of those fights in the tail end of that map were actually pretty big ult trades. How's the ban system been impacting the game so far? I think probably fair to say in the first series, Crazy Panda versus ZETA, the ban seemed a bit of a no-equator. They were able to ban Dodo out for a map, who was the Genji player on Crazy Panda. So ZETA maybe got like a little bit of an edge there, and it was closer once Dodo came into the roster. But I don't think both teams seemed to be pretty happy to play the Malga composition, so their bans were pretty unimpactful because they both wanted to play the same heroes. Here we're seeing a bit more of a difference. Where we see the Junker Queen taken away from Gufrium, but remember now, because that... Oh, and that's why it's called Downpour, because the spikes rain down from the sky. It locks them up and it drops... it downpours arrows. Didn't see that originally when we were watching it from the Hazard POV. Oh. Oh. Interesting. We're learning today, chat. We're learning. So, sorry, I was talking about the bans. Ban system in this one. I mean, it's part of the reason we got the Kiri Lucio here. I think, it's changed things. It's changed things, but the archetype of comp has stayed the same, which is kind of what we saw at the Esports World Cup, right? Is a lot of the time you ban a certain hero, people still want to play the same archetype of comp that they are either good at or they believe suits the map. If you ban one of the key heroes from it, a lot of the time they'll just play a scuffed version of it, which is what we see here. We see the Malga comp, but it's with Lucio Kiri. Surprised we didn't see like a Kiri Juno, honestly. But yeah. Yeah, so I don't think the bans have... I mean, we've got some variety, but I think the variety we've seen so far is just because MSG have a player who just wants to play Pool, and I guess now Hazard, but Pool has been expanded. Are we going to watch Face It League? I wasn't planning to, no. Wasn't planning to. Boom, boom. Sad. Well, it's just Face It League Season 3, right? It's nothing, nothing interesting. Good one, Sad. Good one. No, I doubt so. With how quickly it started in Tubi, I'd be really surprised. Jaffa Cakes, biscuits or cakes? They're in the biscuit aisle, but texturally, they're closer to a cake. Spongy, aren't they? And yet, no other type of sponge you would call a biscuit, so I'm gonna go on the cake side. Also, it's kind of in the name, which makes it feel like it should be an easier question. But the only real thing that I think throws people off is the fact that they put Jaffa cakes at supermarkets in the UK. At least they put Jaffa cakes in the biscuit section rather than in the cake section. Maybe if the Jaffa cakes were just positioned next to the cherry bakewells and the what are they called? Those Jamaican cakes and the Swiss rolls and all of that, then there would be much less confusion about this subject. I think it's actually just an error on the supermarkets that is causing such divide in our society. In my humble opinion, of course. Is it scone or scone? Scone. I think I say scone. Honestly, I don't say the word a lot. Can I have a scone? Maybe I want to say scone. Can I have a scone? Oh, do you want a scone? Do you want a scone? I think scone? I honestly don't say the word enough. You say scone. This is a conversation that's really hard to have over text. It's scone. It's scone. I use both interchangeably. Honestly, it might be the same plum. I couldn't really... Neither of them, when I said both out loud, neither felt more right than the other. MSG are now going to pick New Queen Street, a ball map, and they're going to ban Mauga, a hero that Vesta likes to play, which means ball is surely back on the table. Yeah, but you eat Jaffa cakes in a biscuit context like snacking, but you also eat cakes in a snacking context. You ever had a muffin? A little muffin? You would have that in a snacking sense. You wouldn't have that as a dessert. Yes, Slash and Roses. The same, except it resets after map 3, I believe, which means we can have repeat bans in play. Is cheesecake a cake though? Yeah. I feel like some of these are quite softball ones. Is a spade a spade? Yes, a spade is a spade. At least give me more curveball ones, like as a custard creamer sandwich or something. I don't know. Does a bear shit in the woods? You better believe it. You better believe that bear shits in the woods.
How are we looking?
Oh, we're looking alright. Got some bans in. Bans seem to make a bunch of sense, right? We've gone to New Queen Street, MSG's pick. Feels like a ball map. They banned the Mauga. Feels like a good ban if you want to play ball. So Vesta going to be having to improvise a solution here to the ball comp.
Yeah, Vesta, they have to play on a ball map versus a ball player. It's an uphill battle, for sure. Going up against the Illari as well. It's going to be a little bit of trouble for Kivers. If Garoom can actually close that gap, get on top of him, could be a little bit dangerous for him. Getting shifted on by a Diva that can one-shot you immediately. Wuchan not really on a hero that's very good at countering. And Milgaru has instantly opened up the kill with an environmental onto a Tracer. So absolutely shameful performance from Dark today. Just going down to everything in the kitchen sink. Massive slam on 0 players there from Milgaru, but he should surely be okay to get out. No, it's actually just an egregious feed from Milgaru. Misses that slam, not quite the right timing, and it's actually Vesta right back into this one. A few meters of push for MSG, but not enough to get anything really significant. And that trade now, I mean, Vesta Esports, they're going to start cleaning up. Milgaru chasing the Sojin up on the high ground, might be able to finish that kill, might not be able to finish that kill. But, again, the retake, I mean, they're back in it.
Back in it there. It looks so good after they catch Dart there. Very low-level performance from Dart compared to some of the ones we've seen in the past, and puts them on the back foot. Now they're going to have to retake with this, but Vesta, they've got control of that robot, and they are just nudging it forward, keeping that objective pressure going, trying to mark these ball engages. Matrix comes free for that first one. Now Kafria maybe looking for a little bit of aggression, but keeps himself relatively rooted towards his backline here as the trades do come through. But Kivis will get picked off, and the Illari maybe running into some of this trouble that we might expect in a Kiri Illari, an untraditional backline that might at a lot of times teams have trouble peeling for each other.
Yeah, just way too squishy of a support line. Monosodium glutamate, even if they can have a strong opening, Vesta has consistently traded out the backline. Kivas, he's seen the writing on the wall. He's made the swap over to Baptiste. A little bit more survivable. You can keep yourself alive with the lamp and the shift better than Ilari can do at least. Early shift from Garoom onto the Sojin, but that's actually going to be lamp invested to try and keep him alive. Still under quite a lot of pressure. MSG, they're trying to press the advantage, get inside a little bit, but Vesta, they are just totally fine. So many ultimates about to come online. Their repush is going to be deadly here.
So much to use, and it's going to be Milgaru trying to harass him first, so they'll deal with that threat before they start to walk forward. And the question is here, can they connect on meaningful targets? They're going to try and swing out here with Kivis. A chance for Vesta to go as that Ray comes through. Gafreem is awfully low, but gets back in the Ray just in time. Kirio and Mines to try and deal with this Ray, but Dark gets the Tracer Gap. Now they back inside. Spinal still has that rally if they need it, but they just don't need it. They've dealt with all of these ults. The Ray keeps them alive through everything. Gafreem can come back, full Matrix for his team, and they clean that one up tidily. And they get the cap.
Yeah, looking like a little bit of a collapse here for the side of Monosodium Glutamate. They are in shambles. Even though that first fight looked oh so good from the beginning, not a second of finding their footing afterwards. Minute two, shifting up onto the high ground, going for a sneaky little kill, not quite able to secure it. Milgaru now slamming up in main, but Kivas, so much danger with their current position. Jinsung being peeled for by the Brigaders. Zessen pops the overclock under a lot of pressure but being chased down, and Garoom will finish that kill. Pops the bomb for the remake. Not sure whether they're going to be able to survive in Baby Diva. Looks like they will, so still a player advantage for the side of Vesta Esports Crew. Dart, even though he's put up a shameful performance, he is able to finish that kill onto Wu Chan. Bit of assistance there from Garoon to get him over the line, and the cart just continues to roll. Only a window online for the side of MSG, and the cart continuing to push up the slope. Terrible news for Monosodium Glutamate.
Terrible news here. It's not been a lot of time, and they've conceded a huge distance. Dart will get forced out, means that pulse bomb threat will go away for a little bit here. Window still up for Kivis, a chance to use it, but can be a difficult ult to connect with here. Slam's going to come in from Milgaru, tries to catch on something, but again, Gafreem, he marks it, but actually Zessen still finds the pick through out of it. It's a player advantage now. Argon even has the pulse bomb all over this brig, doesn't even need it here, and now they can start to push forward. They can chase some of these kills, and it will just be a die on point angle from Vesta here, as they will take their 105 meters and be happy with that.
Cannot find yourself complaining about 105 meters to 5, but we have seen crazier things today. Admittedly, it was ZETA Division versus the Com Boys or whatever it was, so maybe a 100-meter retake on New Queen Street is a little bit more unrealistic when we see it as Vesta versus MSG. Milgaru rolling around on the side, looking for another environmental kill, only manages to force out the bash this time around. Retake swinging wide from the side of Vesta, but it's going to be a brutal one with the ultimate situation that MSG is in right now. Milgaru spinning around on that high ground. Once again, it's a little bit of a dangerous spot for Vesta to be retaking from when there is that environmental risk. It looks like Mirna has not learned the lesson, goes soaring off the map like an eagle. Pulse bomb comes in from Argon. That's going to be both supports from Vesta going down, and MSG only investing the pulse bomb. They are going to keep pushing the car.
And all of a sudden, Vesta's in a situation where they have control of point, they have control of the coast area, they have both supporters to walk back into one where they just forget about the ball for a second, get knocked off the map. And now Milgaru, he's hiding close, he has these mines, potentially to hit him early on the rotation if they want here. Zessen's, he's peeked up quite far, and they've been hitting this combo time and time again. Milgaru finds the slam after Zessen has rail, and Zessen finds the opening pick. But now a chance to push back here. Milgaru will try and boop him in as the rally just come out. Rally for Ray. Kivis has dropped the window as well here. Spinal still has this rally if they get into trouble. They have separated Minute right now, but Spinal there with his boy keeping him safe. Gafreem going to pocket the rest of them, and they've dealt with this. Rally will come out now from Vesta. I don't know about that rally. I guess it keeps them alive, but they've used both ults to live and no kills.
Yeah, a few ultimates invested on either side for no kills at least, so it's not the worst thing in the world for either end. Milgaru on the run now, though so low, needs a little bit of a heal. Minute pops the overclock, and it's looking like Milgaru's not going to be making it out of this one alive. Vesta now, they are on the pushback, cleaning up kills, no trade secured at all for the side of MSG, no checkpoint for them either. So this is once again terrible news for all of the people that like to put monosodium glutamate in their food, because Vesta, 105 meters, that's about to continue to climb, and MSG, no ultimates to really get back into it. Only the pulse bomb from Argon, but he's playing up into a Diva, into a Brigada, really the weight of the world on his shoulders, not a lot of opportunity for him.
Tessin coming back with the rail as well as they will try and finally stop this payload. Argon trying to make his way in now. Blinks past the Diva. Maybe an opportunity. But they lose Kivers in the back as they go for this now. They're still trying to play it. 1-for-1 trade so far. Argon looking for more. Trying to deal with the divers actually here. Just looking for trades. Wants to get the pulse bomb off here. Maybe just get the D-Mech. And they're just accepting that they can get the trades onto some of the backlines here. They do stabilize. And most importantly, they do it without using any of their ultimates.
An insane all-in dive there from the side of Vesta. For some reason, Minute is shifting into the spawn door of MSG with Garoom and Dark. Don't know what that was all about, because their ult situation was totally fine. There was no need to make a ridiculous play, but a ridiculous play is exactly what they went for. So really just gifting MSG a chance to get back into this one. We can see Milgaro in his tried and true position, holding that high ground corner. Now, might start spinning around. Yeah, there it is again. One more fucking time. Boot into the corner. Minute is trapped in the corner, but doesn't go down to the pulse bomb. You insist that it won't work again, and it appears that it has not. Garoom trying to chase that Sojourn that has shifted away up in main. Zessin in a little bit of trouble, but Minute will fall to Milgaro, going for the roofs up on the high ground. Absolutely ridiculous. Here's it will work again. Garoom, after having shifted onto Zessin, not able to secure the kill, has to bomb for remake, but won't get anything for it. And MSG, they're back in it.
When will they learn their lesson? How many times do you have to get pushed down the stairs before you stop taking those stairs? Apparently, 3 isn't the answer. So now, MSG, a bit of a lifeline here, a chance to get capped. And they're even actually quite aggressive with this overclock, looking for more kills. Gafreem's going to try and body block a little bit. Minute has tucked himself away behind that bus stop. Will survive, so a no value overclock from Zessin here. And a chance to push back now with Rally for Spinal. But got to watch out for that Ray.
Ray could be everything, but it's going to be hard for MSG to play stacked in. It might be more of a counter situation for them. Vesta, though, they need to start touching the cart. The Ray comes out up in main. Everybody's going to be pushing from the side of MSG. Milgaro really needs to get forward, try and boop someone into the line of fire. He's actually gone off onto the right. The Juno has been isolated. They should be able to secure the kill here if a few members are just able to push, but no! The Juno from Vesta is able to just slide away to safety. Minute finally takes MSG's Juno down instead with the overclock. 1-for-1 trades, though, make that 2-for-1 because Dark takes down Zessin. So now player advantage for the side of Vesta Esports Club. MSG not quite able to close that fight out, not able to get the orbital ray value that they needed. No valuable boops, no isolations, and Vesta, they hold on.
Crucial fight there for MSG, or sorry, for Vesta, because not only did they deal with the Ray from MSG, they didn't even have to use the Rally for it. Typically when we see Ray versus Rally, the Rallying team normally has to concede space, but because Kivi's used that Ray so early, they could just avoid it. And now, a great position for Vesta, coming up to both support ults, got their pulse bomb, got the self-destruct as well, 40 seconds left on the clock, and MSG, they need a lot out of this mines right now.
Yeah, Milgaro really need to make something incredible happen with this minefield, and Dart already getting a nice little dive onto the backline, gets the backline so low. Everybody is split off for a moment, so the front line of MSG isn't getting any help at all. Dart, he sneaks back in the back and takes down Wu-Chan with a pulse bomb. They were 88% to the rally, so that is going to be absolutely deadly. Dart pushes all the way in, takes down Kivas as well. That's both supports down for Dart. Milgaro in main throughout the minefield. That's 0 kills in Vesta Esports Crew. They are pushing the card all the way to the checkpoint, even though if they got off the card right now, they would probably just be able to win by virtue of a C9. Milgaro, he's contesting the card towards the checkpoint. Rally comes out in main at the orbital ray. Double support ultimate from Vesta. This could cost them dearly if MSG can juggle the card well. That is a really rough one. But Milgaro, not quite able to get the touch just yet, manages to take down Jinsung, so already the consequences of that terrible support ultimate beginning to bear a little bit of fruit. But Vesta, they still have the advantage. They're 2 players ahead now, and it's just not going to be enough.
Gave them a chance with those early support ults there. They moved the payload so close that actually MSG's contest was really quite straightforward, and there was a bit of fear there, but they still have enough to get themselves over the line. And a very important one for Vesta, because not only do they win the map, give themselves a lead in the series, they've also proven that they can deal with the ball cop on a map that's quite favourable.
I thought this would be a free one for the side of MSG, to be perfectly honest. The Wrecking Ball advantage, just so overall, everything that could go right for them after we saw that first Wrecking Ball performance, I was so sure that it was going to be dominant. But quite clearly not enough. They hadn't figured out support picks, and they just couldn't win a neutral to save their lives, basically. They were just completely reliant on ball environmental kills to get them over the line, yeah.
If you can only win fights on New Queen Street where you get an environmental kill, you've got a problem with a significant portion of the fights in the map.
마우가 아까 괜찮게
You have to rely on the other team retaking coast every single time. And to be fair, they did. They nearly gave him a chance.
They were-
but
They were
I'm also-
continually going for that method.
I also say, I've been told as well, now there's a slight difference in the ban system here, where after map 3, the bans reset.
Oh.
So
That's
we're back to anything can be banned again.
I wonder why they do that.
I'm not sure.
And yeah, insane crowd. You're right, Soggy. Just pumping in the arena right now. Insane seating too. The plastic garden chairs, really high production value. Feels like something that you would want to pay money for a ticket to attend.
They come for the games, they stay for the seats.
That's what they've been telling me. People have been saying this.
I've been hearing that.
Yeah, I'm doing the invisible harmonica right now. Or
Accordion?
rather.
The harmonica.
Yeah, that's
You
it.
can do an invisible harmonica if you want, but I don't think it's the same effect.
Yeah, like Bob Dylan type shit. But yeah. Alright, slop time.
All right. There we see one of 1 billion boots that Milkara was able to get. Here we go, a montage of
What a-
all. Pulse one
A
over
lot
the
of
top
deaths
as
in
well.
this room, around this room. Like, just a dangerous place.
The most dangerous room on all of New Queen Street. Unbelievable, really.
So they say.
How have I been? Yeah, good so far today. Stayed up a bit late recording the uncoachable Q&A, so it was a bit of a tight turnaround. So would have enjoyed sleeping a little bit more, but no, we're locked in. This game's got a bit of give and go at least, which is quite nice. A bit more to it. And alright, couple of minutes and we should find ourselves back in the action. Vesta Crew in the lead. Maybe I'll grab some water. Maybe I'll use this opportunity to grab some water. So give me a hot second. Predictions are up for the next map if you want to gamble. But it seems like the momentum is going Vesta.
VC 대전이 먼저 매치 포인트를 만들어냈습니다. 사실 첫 번째 전장이었을 때 이우스에서 MSG가 앞서가는 모습이 있어가지고
A lot of other players took a little bit of a half time, didn't it?
1대0으로
So
먼저 앞서고 있었던 게 MSG였잖아요.
players just chilling out. It will be MSG picking from Barley.
VC 대전이고 그리고 네 번째
This is a bit of a weird one, right?
찬발.
Doesn't seem a particularly
경기가 정말
ballable map.
중요한 경기긴 하거든요. 이 그룹 B가 약간 이제
So are they going back
웨이도
to
그렇고 MSG도 그렇고
the Hizzy Hazard?
이제 선발로 올라오긴 했지만
Seems like the most likely
워낙에
explanation.
선수들이 OWC에서 찐 선수들도 많고 하다 보니까
네.
사실상 되게 이제 포커페이스를 제외하고 세 팀이 누가 올라가도 이상하지 않을 구도여서 VC 대전 입장에서는 이 첫 경기가 너무 중요했는데 일단은 지금까지
They're gonna play Hazard?
좋은 흐름으로
Yeah,
가고
same page here, Salem, same page.
네 번째 세트인 샴발리 수원까지 VC 대전이 마무리를 잘 한다. 그러면 B조에서
I can't remember exactly who was on Genesis. It was Maka, Faith,
그리고
Halios.
돌이켜 생각해보면 V시대전에서
And I'm forgetting the
너무
Genesis
좋은
DPS.
룰은 상대가 제대로 마우가 주는 불리로 해서 이겨본 적이 없어요.
Maybe I'll just look it up.
지금 MS
Let's
때
look up with
승리를
power
여러분들
of.
돌이켜 보시면
Let's see. Hidden Taejong.
네.
Oh, and Ruler's also on the team.
하지만 이제 주력이라고
Yeah,
할 수 있는
it feels like a pretty
마우가
mid-team on
집안
paper, doesn't it?
조합은 안 나왔습니다.
근데
Yeah, so
MS가
the previous iteration of Genesis, I always felt like there was always a chance because it had the
막기가 되게 애매해요 지금.
the DK carry potential.
결정됐습니다. 리퍼와 해저드밴.
Whereas this one
야,
doesn't really have the same aura.
이러면
Oh, Vesta Crew have banned Hazard. Oh, mistake from MSG. They ban Reaper.
왜요? 뭐 문제 있어요?
They ban Reaper, but they don't ban Tank. So the Hazard ban is open.
아니 근데 저는 이렇게 가까이 보는 거는 되게 처음인데
Which yeah, probably forces them into some kind of amalgam mirror, which you have to say must favour Vesta Crew here.
자 어쨌든 리퍼와 해저드가 밴이 되면서 네 번째 세트 샴발리 소전을 준비하게 되는
You have to
양팀
imagine.
상황이
And if
되겠습니다.
anything, Vesta have probably set this one up quite nicely for themselves. They've got themselves a Shambali potential amalgam mirror to finish the job.
네.
그 구도를 우린 재현하고 싶지 않다.
And looks like Vesta Crew might continue to be the gatekeep team that can keep them at bay.
마우가 픽의 주력 딜러를 배냈습니다.
네. 경기 준비 모두 끝이 났습니다. 네 번째 세트 샴발리
He's about
소전으로
to confirms about to
가보시죠.
log Junker Queen. Bans also reset. Yeah, I can't remember the exact bans. I'm pretty sure we've definitely not had a Hazard ban before. I can't remember if Reaper had been banned as well. I guess we'll figure out, right? We'll figure out. We'll see what they launch out of spawn here, and immediately Milgari looks like he's just gonna cop it. He's just gonna cop it and take Amalgam Mirror.
네 번째 세트입니다.
Big call. I mean, obviously the comp seems suitable for the map. It's just does the hero seem suitable for the player? That's the big question for Milgari.
마우가입니다.
Does Malga and Ball overlap?
동일하고요.
네.
하지만
I mean,
딜러 쪽에서
not really.
차이가 있습니다.
Not really. Very different play styles. I mean, slam and stomp. Wait, I'm trying to find the most tenuous connections I can for old Milgari, but we'll see how it turns out. For now, it's going to be a Genji Sojourn version, which we've seen a little bit more early on in this tournament. And on the other side, Vesta, they're going to go for some Widow shots, grapples, Sonics out of spawn. But it'll just be a classic Malga spawn hold here, so expect Dart and Minute to swap over it. But actually, keep it for Widow for this opening bit, actually, because any trade is good for the attackers here.
A few more seconds on the Widowmaker doing absolutely fucking nothing before making the swap over to the recently reworked Sojourn. We've got Sojourn mirrors on either side. With good old familiar Naga that we love to see so much. Looks like Garoom is getting absolutely pumped though. No hope for him there in the neutral. And that is going to be a first fight disaster for the side of Vesta. Unless of course Dart can just dash in and take down two. Make that a first fight miracle from the looks of it, because two trades, more than enough to break the spawn hold. All Vesta need to do now is not get themselves traded, and they're just going to be able to keep pushing forward. Dart's looking for more in the backline, committing very, very heavily, and he actually will be taken down by the torpedoes of Kivus. So really not so great for the side of Vesta, but still MSG, they're not going to be back just yet. Vesta should be able to push them back a little more.
충원이
You'd be hoping so, but it seems like Argon's just going to be allowed to keep control of this choke, and Vesta a little bit passive with that one. Surely the spawn advantage should have given them a little bit of room to be a bit braver here. They're now just going to go for an engage on Dart's respawn, slam around the corner, overclock Rail. The Rail doesn't find anything rather. Counter slam from Milgaru, but he takes so much damage for it. Both Malga's low. Cage is so close for Milgaru. I actually did live through that entire fight here. Are Vesta going to expect this early Cage?
I feel like the early Cage might be a little bit of a surprise here. Milgaru just putting in the work on every hero. An alleged ball one trick does it all. Cage comes down, but not before Ruchang goes down. 1-for-1 trades now, but Vesta, they're not out of the woods yet. Down goes Dart as well to the torpedoes of Kivus yet again. It's like I'm in Bill Murray's Groundhog Day. And again, Vesta not able to close this one out. The Cage from Milgaru, it was enough. MSG have got to be careful about pushing towards the spawn though, because they did lose a player. So they, Vesta, they are going to be able to come back in with 5, while MSG are still waiting for their 5th to come back from spawn.
It's a Brig rally flank coming through here from Spinal, straight into the back, and just demolishes Wu Chan before he gets that rally. Dart all over it now, and Vesta Crew, they had that Genji Brig flank coming through the house area to their right. And MSG, they had no idea this was coming, so that'll be a pretty efficient win, all things said, for Vesta.
이제 2안타로 밀어줬습니다.
Very nice high tempo fight there for the side of Vesta. Spinal with that rally push. Happy to see that, but what we're not so happy to see, Minute getting traded. 5 versus 1 and he goes down. Really not what we like to see, because now Minute, he is not going to be here early on to get that damage out, get that overclock as MSG make the cross. Early cage from Garoom though, Blade, Ray, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown into it by the side of Vesta, but it is going to pay dividends because there's nothing you can do against a cage Ray Blade if you're caught inside. MSG 5 dead. Vesta, they wipe the floor. And now, I mean, they've still got another ultimate in the back pocket for the next fight, but they did blow the bank on this one.
Blew the bank to make sure they could cap it. In the end, the fact that they could drop the cage during that raid trade meant that all of a sudden, Dart's ability to drop a Blade is way higher than Argon's, as he was in that cage. Now Argon will have a much better chance to Blade here. Has to deal with Minute's overclock as they try and swing the corner, but Argon's just going to drop the Blade, dashes in, goes for it, finishes off Minute. No chance to respond with overclock, and this should be a very efficient win. Clean Blade from Argon, converts that high value kill, then the rest of the fight is straightforward from there.
Yeah, nice easy wipe there for the side of MSG. Vesta didn't have to spend anything for it though, so Minute, he's going to be able to come back into this next one with the overclock once again. If the spawn camp comes through from MSG, though, it's going to be awkward for Minute to get a good angle for it. Minute already taken incredibly low. Garoom needing to pin out of spawn as well. Not sure if we're going to see some creative rotations here. Actually going to see MSG backing up a little bit, giving up on that close hold. Going to go for the longer angle now.
Backing it up, have another cage to drop in his Milgar. Minute's 1 HP, just get away with that one though. Still has the overclock, but as he's going to go in, you can see that Genji top right is going to be a big threat for him. Now the cage from Milgar as Gafrium goes in. Gafrium is getting pushed into that corner, absolutely smushed. It was only Gafrium, sorry, who actually committed. The rest of the players are still on a very wide angle here, so they get that cage out for free. But Vesta, these ults, they're coming slowly here, but now maybe a timing to actually win this next fight.
Yeah, slow build on the ultimates for the side of Vesta, but this is their go turn. They get those support ultimates online and they're going to be able to sustain through anything. MSG not quite at the same level with their own ultimates. The Orbital Ray a little bit behind. They've got the DPS of, but Wu Chan, he's playing very close. Might be looking to do something aggressive with the rally. Going to bash in, go for a second bash potentially, or just rally up in main doing a whole lot of nothing. Spinel takes down Zessen, but gets traded out. Milgaru takes on Minute. There is so much being thrown into this one now. Dart takes down Kivas. So again, it looks like Vesta might actually be able to trade out this big exchange. Garoom, he will survive. Actually, Dart takes down Milgaru, and it is going to be Vesta cleaning house. Wasn't particularly expensive for them as well. They only spent 2 ultimates to, I think, 1 being used from the side of MSG.
Yeah, it works out pretty reasonably actually, but now we're going to get a very similar situation where we're going to get a raid trade coming through from both teams. But Gafrium, he has the cage, so now a chance for him to drop that, and Dart's Blade is going to be so much easier than Argon's. A very tricky fight for MSG here.
And Dart, I mean, he's going to get this. If they can push the card far enough that a Blade Cage Ray is possible once again, then it's going to be easy for Vesta. Bad to worse as Zessen pops the overclock a little bit overzealously and gets nothing for it at all. Barely even a kite required. Argon comes into the back with the Blade now, looking for the kill. He's slashing so much. He manages to take down 1, but the counter Blade from Dart, it is so much bigger. Once again, the Blade Ray Cage just getting all the value in the world for the side of Vesta. And that's going to be second point capped out. Troglodyte.
A really reasonable decision, I think, from MSG, realizing that taking that fight front on was going to be a big problem, so Argon tries to go early from the flank. Nearly finds the value, honestly, even keeps himself out of the cage, but the rest of the team get caught in the cage, which means that combo from Dart does the finisher, and now they find themselves attacking third point Vesta. A little bit short of ultimates here, Milgaru has a cage, so MSG in complete control of this one here. They can hold this choke. If Vesta get too close, they can just press that cage button and wipe them right here.
Free cage from Milgaru. Goes for the counterpin here. He has Garoom in his sights. Surely considering the cage, maybe doesn't even need it. Actually going to allow Garoom to pin back out, chase him down, go for the cage now in the enemy spawn. Just cleans up 1 kill, cleans up every kill. MSG once again winning with the cage. A little bit of free push there for the side of Dart at the very end. But again, you've got to be so careful if you're MSG, because it's not necessarily these neutrals. It's not necessarily Milgaru's cage fights that they're losing. It's these big ultimate turns where they just have no answer to Dart, Garoom, and Jinsun all comboing their ultimates together.
They were way off their ults for now, though, so it's going to be a Rally versus Rally fight. But Minute with the opening pick, and now they can start moving. Minute's nearly got this overclock as well. Argon's just going to go down, and they're just going to fall over MSG. And now, all of a sudden, this is going to allow Vesta to build up to that deadly combo way quicker. MSG on the back foot. They have to try and live here. They can't afford to go down. And to be fair, I think they can stabilize. MSG desperate for these support ults.
All ultimates are the only thing that could possibly save them at this point other than Argon with a little bit of a clutch blade. Minute pops the overclock out in the open. It's a nice long sideline. Bash comes out from Wu-Chang with the rally, but he misses. Orbital Ray comes out in May from Kivas, and it's absolute Panjarama with the torpedoes. Argon with the blade. He gets a follow-up. He manages to take down 2. Make that 3 with the ultimates from the side of MSG, and they actually hold strong. Vesta, they weren't able to farm up their all too important combo. No blade, cage, Ray this time around, and without the blade and the cage to combo in, no kills to be had. Minute with the swap over to the Widowmaker manages to take out Zessen, but it's not going to matter one bit because the cart will hold strong here at the end of third.
Shame for Vesta as well, because you saw if there was to be another fight, they had Blade and Cage coming back without much recourse kind of be on the side of MSG. So they had the ults to win the next fight, they just ran out of time there. So good fight in the end from MSG. They bailed themselves out of that one. But overall, Shambani getting to second point and then most of it. Pretty good push overall, I think. You'd be still happy with that for Vesta in a relatively good position here. But they do need to be careful because using these big combos can be an effective way on attack, where you just have these clear win timings where you only need to win 2 fights to capture a point. But on defense, you have to be a lot more careful with your ult investment. Maybe closer to what we saw Vesta do on the New Junk City in that second half of that map, where they were a little bit more just happy to match ults, keep themselves, hold the position, don't overroll, don't try and go for these big combos, just play to sustain and win the fights as efficiently as possible.
Yeah, I really do feel like Vesta's strategy is not going to have legs on the defense, because one big fight win every 3 minutes really ain't enough to defend properly. If they can't figure out a neutral fight, if they can't figure out a healthy ult cycle, could be bad news for the poor Vesta boys. Could be seeing it go all the way to a map 5 if MSG have their number. We are going to see a classic spawn camp here. They're sneaking towards the spawn door as if any subtlety is required here, as if they're going to get the drop on something by sneaking. Yeah, no, this is completely out of left field as they sleuth towards the spawn door, but it is just a standard neutral here. We can see MSG starting to swing out wide, trying to get their angles. Argon taken rather low early on, but really no news as of yet.
No news as of yet. It's actually Milgaru who goes in first. And Argon's just going to take the Juno out. The news has arrived. An unbelievable first pick from Argon, and the trades will favour MSG here, as they'll be happy to throw more into this. They need to deal with Dark on the left-hand side here, but Argon's going to turn his attention to the DPS, because Dark and Minute, they're just doubling down. Deflect is good for Argon. They will trade it out, and they've actually won this fight, but it's just a Genji and a Brig. They have to run, they have to flee. They've got the kills, but they need to regroup with their team.
Yeah, the spawn hold has been broken, but with all of those trades that have come through, we're going to have to expect a corner hold now from the side of Vesta. It appears that we're going to have to remember which team is which, as the overlay has been robbed from us mid-map by the WDG/SOOP Cup production staff. Dart up here on the high ground, that's Vesta Esports Club. Dart as the UI is restored. Minute taken down in main though, oversteps a little bit, pulled into main and taken down by Argon. So a very good start for the side of MSG. Nice trade for Vesta, but it's not enough because look at this, nothing but MSG in the kill feed. Vesta back foot.
Seems to be a lot of these engages, as you would maybe expect, is the Malgas look for their respective stops, and that the Genjis are actually just committing quite deep. We've seen twice now Argon just commits deep and just hits that opening pick in back-to-back fights. Dart's looking for the same thing, but that time MSG's backline, they deal with it. So now they get themselves round this corner, 2 minutes 20 seconds off the clock, and this is the big ult fight here, but Milgaru's cage is so much closer than Gafrium's.
Yeah, look, once again, Milgaru, whenever we had these cage exchanges, it looked good for him. Spinner with an unbelievable rally bash into the backline, flanking, but no value whatsoever for it. A little bit too creative, perhaps, as the Ray Blade comes in from the other side, and it's just going to be MSG once again cleaning house. Garoom trying to kite it out, but with no support to keep him alive. I'm not sure that it's going to be enough. He will fall, and with MSG once again filling the feed, Vesta, they're going to have to go for a very panicked recontest here. No recontest even available with Argon taking down down minute. It's just Dart versus the world. Dart dashing out. MSG, they cap first point with ease.
Ends up being a quick first cap as well. Milgaro doesn't even use that cage. To be fair, the Spinal probably had to try and make a move, make some kind of aggressive play, try and clutch that fight there. Made the attempt, MSG able to deal with the threat though. So now they don't get the cage out, they do concede the point, and now we're going to be in a cage v cage situation with Vesta. Overwhelming ults to throw behind this one as well. As they're going to start this one quick with the overclock, looking just to do it off this, and Dart's going to get over onto the Sojourn, takes that one down. Now Argon is weak as well, finishing off all these kills from the overclock here is Dart and Gafrium, and they're going to push them all the way back to spawn. And we talked about looking for efficient fight wins for Vesta Crew, and this is a perfect example of one.
Finally, we've got
turn?
one. Oh my god, cage in the spawn from Milgari. Not entirely sure that this is going to pay value. Looks like it will, as they will take down Spinal at least. Garoom also incredibly low, will be traded out. On top of that, Argon manages to escape, get back over to the Mega, but the damage really is done. You're not going to get spawn held when you've killed 3 of the enemy team. So MSG, they break that spawn hold. Maybe Argon is going to get himself traded particularly late. No, he will get out to his team. But Vesta, these are potentially late deaths for them as well, and really not what they needed. Good judgment from Milgari to break the spawn hold with that cage. Now though, Vesta, they get to come back into the fight. I mean, they've got that triple ult combo. It would be nice if we could actually see them not use the wombo combo and instead play for macro. Hit into the back line, cage comes out, Ray comes out as well. That's Ray, cage. We're not going to see the third ultimate in the combo. At least some semblance of macro coming through from the side of Vesta, but still that's 2 for 0. So not a terrible fight for the side of MSG.
You run into this problem quite a lot on defense, where you maybe expect ults to come out in response. Like, obviously, we can see that Kivvy's didn't have for Ray, but the ult track probably expects Kivvy's to maybe be a little bit closer to that. So we end up over-investing into that one, Vesta, and now we're going to have to rely on Dart to get some magic, as MSG are getting up to a pretty healthy ult bank, but they've gone to the spawn. The overclock out first from Zessin. Dart has not invested it in Gafrium. He's just going to stand there and take those headshots in the head like a man. He will fall. They're looking for trades. Dart is going to get one trade, looking for a second one, but they're able to bail Wuchan out of that. Zessin now trying to deal with his threat on the far side, deals with that, and MSG, they only use the overclock for that spawn hold, so they get to roll both these support ults and the blade into this next fight.
I mean, I have to commend Garoom's masculinity, just standing there in main, getting pumped again and again by the Sojourn. A real man takes it and he doesn't cry. So that was really solid from Garoom. Vesta, they've got a real chance for the recontest here, but no orbital Ray could be a little bit of trouble. Early Ray blade comes in from the side of MSG, and already Spinal goes down. Doesn't even pop the rally to play life. And it looks like Vesta, they're still going to go for this one. They pop the overclock. Garoom pins out onto the point, but how is he going to stay alive? One kill for the side of Minute. Garoom taken out though, and it's just not going to be enough, is it? Dart has the blade, but surely he will not be pulling it. Spinal not back in the fight quick enough. Vesta, 2 minutes 45 seconds to hold on here on third point.
Real disaster for them that they weren't able to get those ults off. They were able to get that rally off. The idea to try and kite a little bit to wait out the Rave and go back with some of their own ults, like the Overclock or even the Blade, would seem quite reasonable. But Spinal just gets caught, doesn't feels it's too risky to try and pop the rally, so has to just accept his fate. And now, in a pretty tricky situation here, what was it? 2 minutes 23 seconds attacking third point here. Ult situation fairly even. Getting a really awkward one for Vesta on what should, on paper, be the matchup they should have the biggest advantage on in terms of their player hero pools.
Yeah, you would think that this is what their advantage if you believe the propaganda around their hero pools. I'm not entirely bought into it, as I'm a stranger to these rosters. All I know is that, there are a lot of dart heads last year from your early in the season co-streams, but it doesn't mean much to me. I wasn't following.
Gotta believe in Dart, he's the one prophesized. Unfortunately, he's
somebody's playing with their legs crossed.
Just one leg over the other. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's a rare one. Who was it who used to do the double knees up? Was it Janice?
Oh, God, no wonder that guy was shit if he really did that.
He did like both knees sort of like directly up, and then his arms going around his knees.
Yeah, it sounds shitful, for sure.
Not optimal. Wouldn't recommend it.
But the last thing I needed right now is a tech pause. We're only 2 matches into the day, and I'm already results head, dude. Like, it feels like I've been on the KR to EU to NA co-stream grind. Like, I'm so tired.
It's your first one back, you know. You've got to get back into the swing of things.
Gotta get back into the rhythm of talking for 12 hours straight to Overwatch matches that I definitely am loving every second of, you know?
It's alright.
Like, just start to finish. Yeah.
For final game, that's the headline game, you know. That's the headline one. That'll really.
I'll see Mag in the server and I'll just be fucking reinvigorated. I'll be so ready.
They call it the mag effect.
Nobody calls it the mag effect.
I've heard a lot of good people call it the mag effect. Loads of the best people actually have been talking about the mag effect.
Drop an exclamation mark play in the chat to reinvigorate the streamers, you know?
We're actually fueled by exclamation mark plays.
No, not the MAGA effect. The MAG effect. You know, it's like, I know my stream is dying when I haven't seen a single orange today. I don't think I've seen one orange all day. Like,
Not a single orange?
do you know how fucked that is? Not one.
Not a
Not
single
one.
one? On a Wednesday?
What happened to him?
On
Wednesday. It's Orange Wednesday. Yeah. Just sad. I have seen a couple of wide oranges, like Panjorama, because I said that, but nobody's just like stopped in with just like a random
casual W orange, you know?
Exactly. You literally, yeah, I know you fucked up Panjorama, but nobody's just been like oranging. You forgot about orange? Don't admit things like that. Don't admit things like that.
Armless behaviour? Exactly, Salem.
Hey, Beef Hardly with the resub. Welcome back. W Orange. That's all we're talking about.
We're back on track. It's, you know, sometimes when you go away for a period of time, you have a little bit of a break. It takes you a while to find your feet again. But we're finding them.
That in a fucking tech pause. I'm gonna start slopping.
Yeah, it seems like it doesn't seem like it's going to be a quick solution.
The issue is that these two teams are shit and they're trying to solve that mid-game while keeping them in the servers.
Yeah, we've been checking the logs and we just can't figure out why Farmer wasn't able to build any of those primals.
You reckon HaeJeokDan is gonna fuck Gangnam Jin shoes?
Gangnam Jin shoes? Yeah. There's a chance. There's a chance for him for a fucking. We're also actually in for an unpausing. So you've been slot cut here. As we're in a primal. Why have I got a primal on my mind? Look at the ults, Xavier. Read them out loud. It's going to be double support ult and blade coming up for Vesta. Big support ult combo here for Vesta, but they've still got to hold for 2 minutes. So have to be careful. Milgaru has the cage to start this one off with. Wuchan with the blade as well, but they're just trying to edge themselves round the corner. Stomp comes in. Big trouble for Dart. He's awfully low. He's running for his life. They've managed to back it up, and Gafreem has a huge health disadvantage. And once again, he's just standing there tanking shots of a head in main. Now the rally to deal with this. Dart wants to clutch with the blade. The defect is massive. Can he get a second one? Minute can finish for John Lauren. 2 trades. Is it enough?
Just a genius play from Zessen there to hear the Dragon Blade and decide to shift directly into Dart's face, giving him the kill without even needing to spend the dash. I think these 2 trades should be more than enough because the Groomer should just be able to get out onto the cart and start blocking right away, unless of course he drags his feet and makes it ridiculously high pressure for no reason at all. Cage comes out from Nilgaru and it's a classic Cage kite. They've baited out the Orbital Ray. Now they get to come back into this next fight. Orbital Ray advantage. Groom. Maybe Garuma can go for the same play up in main with his own cage to try and kite it back, but it does look like MSG. There's the cage up in main. Oh, he's just going to tank it. Real men just take it to the face, don't they, Garuma? So he throws down the cage. Ray comes out from MSG, and that is going to be a full push from MSG. We're going to map 5.
You can see Gafreem fighting every instinct in his body which just said, stand here, take it like a man. Don't back down. Don't back down. His team around him crying, disengage, just leave. Just leave. It's not worth it. But Gafreem, all his, every fibre of his being wanted him to stay and just take that raid to the face. And in the end, he stays long enough to cause himself a problem.
Absolutely fucking criminal what we've just witnessed from... Like, what was does that, man? What is he doing? Just
I actually,
gets.
because I thought they were in a terrible situation, right? Because the problem with them doing the cage disengage is they're out of space, right? Because they have to stay on cap. So they fight slightly far forward to give Gafree the space to cage and run away. Genius. Unfortunately, not genius.
Cages
just stand there
doesn't
and
run away.
Yeah, like what was he expecting? Like, might try and get a few cheeky bullets off here while they're in beret. Just a bit of extra damage maybe before going. Disaster. Disaster.
Yeah,
now
no,
we're going to a map
just
5.
proudly tanking it.
He just can't stop him taking his headshots, you know? And there's a certain amount
I would like
of
to see
respect.
MSG win. Respectfully, I would like to see MSG win at this point. Ideally on some combination of Wrecking Ball and Hazard. Because, you know, I'm not buying the propaganda that Milgaru is a ball one
He's
trick.
the ball
I've
guy.
seen...
I know we've seen more flexibility out of Milgaru in this full map series so far, which does seem to undermine my point slightly. But, you know, this is a turning point for him. Hazard unlocked
You're an
the door.
alleged expert on the region, and, you know, I feel like if I asked Avril, what does Milgaru play, he would just know. He would just have all the
I'm
answers.
saying he's a
you know?
ball guy. I've seen him play ball. Only play ball.
I don't know. I think Avril would have known better.
Fuck, well. I guess I know whose tomorrow's co-stream will be with it.
Mate, if I'd already be asleep.
Are you sure, Max? Because I've
I don't
heard
know.
good things about a rising tide.
Love the tides. Alright, slop.
Slop it up.
Will do. You don't have to tell me twice. Don't even have to tell me once. I'm self-driven.
Max once again trying to convince us all he has some kind of independent thoughts running through his own head. We all know better. He doesn't. He's just addicted to the slop. Driven by the slop. So, this has to be... This is, There used to be a phrase right at the start of the year. If some of the OGs might remember, there was a phrase we used called Festival. As in, if a match or a series or a round or a certain fight looked like it was unlosable, it was all set up perfectly for them, they'd always find a way to lose it somehow. And it feels like some of those tendencies are deep-rooted in their psyche, and they can't resist them here. A fumble in this last important fight. In general, that whole defense, I think really a litany of issues. You look at some of those fights that MSG were able to win. They were just catching Vesta, just going quite quickly, catching them with the ults, and not really able to get the actual ult trade that Vesta had. Because a lot of those times, Vesta found themselves in reasonable ult situations, but they just got somebody taken down. Like the classic example is Spinal dying with Rally on that second point defense. Huge problem for him there. That's the source of ult. That costs you. Because then all of a sudden, without that, they get at least one more fight on second. They might even hold there, and they can be in a much more reasonable position to close out the map. But these fights so costly in this meta, as we saw at Stockholm. The SOOP Cup, it's a Korean tournament. I can show you the bracket. So basically, we're going to get a group stage, which is where we are now, and there's 2 groups. I can refresh it so the scores will update a little bit. 2 groups, top 2 from each group go into the playoff bracket, which they'll go into this first quarterfinal, and then the winner of those first 2 quarterfinals get to play Crazy Raccoon and Falcons as the 2 big dogs of the region join us later on. So this is happening over the course of the next couple of weeks. Korean teams only, but all the big Korean teams are here. So pretty reasonably interesting cup. This is the first day of it, so we'll get the biggest variety and quality of games here, just in terms of the different matchups we see. But once we get to the playoffs especially, I think we're actually in for a pretty good treat, you know? Pretty good treat with the quality of teams we have and the level of play that will be on display. And also the fact Hazard is enabled, hero bans are enabled, so a lot of unique features about this cup compared to some of the tournaments we've watched recently. And yeah, I'll leave the rosters up for you. Did not play. Cheers, Fargon. Told you he was a ball player. There we go. Enjoying that ZETA has been put into the rabble. Wow. The top 2.
MSG, 2, 3세트는 VC 대전이 각각
I
가져가면서
got confused for a
스코어는
second. I thought I was
2대2
speaking
동점이
English.
됐습니다.
It was
이제
just the team names, I think.
숲각입니다. 미드타운으로 가는군요.
자,
Who do you think might win this tournament? I mean, there's an element of where the meta shifts, but it's hard to bet against Falcons right now when it seems like we're going to be getting a pretty significant overlap in the meta. I mean, obviously we should bear in mind the patch happened what 12 hours ago. So for all these Korean teams, they would have just woken up, maybe done their warm up, and then had to play this tournament. So the meta, even if the patch has changed the meta, we won't see the effects of that on day one. We might see this more as we go through the tournament, but we certainly won't see it here on day one. I think MSG running the hazard was more of just a, you know, try a thing and see what happens, rather than any what you would call, what do we call it, any sort of big preset strategy or anything like this. So I expect we might see it change a little bit more, or at least people lean potentially into more of this Genji Sojin that we're seeing earlier. But I'm not convinced the Reaper is fully off the cards at all. I think it's just people keen to play Genji, always in Korea. ZETA win, you saw it in a vision. You've said that about every tournament so far this year, GB, and you've been wrong every time. You've been wrong every time. Can someone go all in on Vesta? Trying to manipulate the market. So, what were the bans? Sorry, I actually looked away. Was it Junker Queen or something else?
마지막에 웃는 팀은 어떤 팀일까요? 2대2 동점 상황입니다. 자, 마지막 세트 준비 끝났습니다. 미드타운으로 가보시죠.
It was Alari. Alari was the other one. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Slash. All right. Map 5 banger. The crowd is on tenterhooks. The dubstep drops. No changes in lineups. A sunny day on beautiful Midtown. And it looks like we'll be seeing more of the same, which I think will surprise no one. More of the Malcolm Mirror. Junker Queen and Alari band probably won't really affect the comps here at all. Just gives them both the opportunity to play this mirror. And it will be Reaper Echo start from Vesta, where we have seen a lot of Genji hit scan being played over the course of this. Well, over the course of today, in this tournament right here, right now. So back to the Reaper Echo for Vesta.
Oh, jeez. I mean, I was really hoping that we'd see a little bit of Milgaru Hazard for map 5, but instead we're just gonna have to have eyes on this. And I'm right there with you, Speedy. Don't worry about that one, mate. Right, don't worry about that one. I think, you know, a few picks in spawn that are just going for a magic, and we're back over to a standard comp. A little bit of Juno Brig, a little bit of Genji Sojin. What do you think here? For this map, do you think the Genji Sojin has an edge over the Echo Reaper? Because I feel like Echo Reaper is not too bad at all. With Reaper unbanned, Reaper Echo might be just better for this close range brawl, especially on first point.
Yeah, this first choke is going to be particularly difficult. Maybe it's got more legs on second, but I guess if you just shoot the Echo out of the sky, then that's one way to deal with it. Now a chance for MSG to swing off the back of that. Argon taking more space. The slam comes in from Gafrium, doesn't land. I say it doesn't land, it actually just takes the Sojin straight out of there. Gafrium with a big connect, 4v4 now as Minute's going to swing inside here. Big dash through from Argon, looking for more of these kills. They force for Wraith, and Milgaru will fall as they do this. They've got them contained in the room, and Gafrium's coming for more. Another stomp connects from Gafrium. He can't stop standing on people, and despite that early pick, MSG can't convert it.
It really did seem like MSG, they were going to have that upper hand. No dart in play. I really thought that Dart was going to make the swap over to Genji as well. Seeing the enemy on Sojin. Maybe just go Genji and shut that one out a little bit more. But no, he's actually going to stick the Echo, even though he didn't get any value in the first fight. MSG, apparently they can't close it out, so I guess it doesn't matter. Dart now, he's holding a little bit differently, holding over to the right-hand side, getting a little poke on the rotation, floating up in the air. But now he's falling into a very dangerous position. No fly to bail himself out. Looks like that might have been spotted by Argon, but now he's going to stay alive. Not entirely sure if MSG have anything up their sleeve to counter this ray that Jinsung throws out. That's just going to be another clean wipe for the side of Vesta, unless Garoon feeds his brains out here in spawn.
He's not afraid of taking a shot or two. I would go free him, so it's always possible, but it will be okay on this occasion. They look like MSG, they just weren't ready for that Ray push. But of course, because that Ray was invested, means the ult economy will swing back in MSG's favour. Big opportunity for him here. Gafrium does have that cage, could be a cage disengage here. Looks like Gafrium is pretty eager to use it on the corner here. It might be more of the same. He was slow on the last one, but he's quick on this one, nimble on his feet, and they might have disengaged the blade as well. Argon is sent back, and what a disengage from Vesta Crew here.
unreal that Vesta have managed to kite this one out. Now they get to push back in with a massive ultimate bank. Rally come on, no, that's actually Cage comes out from Miljaro. Now every ult in the kitchen sink is being thrown in. Rally's on either side, but the bash from Wuchan is better still. Bash into the friendly. Cage is just going to wipe the floor. Even though Vesta had such a good kite and were able to push in with a healthy bank of ultimates, MSG, they were completely prepared for it and they just counter out immediately. First point cap after a couple of minutes for MSG.
They pushed in with 3 ultimates there, and they all seem to get negative value. Dart's now going to be going on to the Genji, more of a direct threat now for Zessen in theory. So now the way Vesta's crop can work is Dart can play to take the Sojourn out, while Minute can help him win that frontline battle with the Reaper. But now though, a Genji duel in the air, as deflex will be exchanged, and both teams will just be holding this neutral. There is a Ray advantage for Jinsung here, so Miljaro has to be careful, will run back now, maybe a chance to keep pushing if Gafrian wants it here. But might just be content just to hold in this corner.
Yeah, starting to question how much Guthrie really wants it. Argon dashes in rather deep. He's actually got a dash still, so that must have been a float in, not a dash in. Orbital Ray comes out from Jinsung, and that is just going to be everybody from the side of MSG falling over by the wayside. No ultimates to match that one, no kite in place. An easy one for Vesta.
Get some time off the clock, and they now want to go hold to the choke. We saw multiple teams doing this at Stockholm, just trying to squeeze extra fights out, especially high value in these situations that Vesta find themselves in right now. But they don't have any ultimates. They do have this Ray Force early on to Minute here as MSG are going to flood forward, looking for that Reaper kill, but Miljaro, he's just walked into it. That frontline advantage going their way, and Argon, he wants to clutch with a blade. He's helped confirm 2 kills already, and now will choose to live. The trades will help him break his spawn hold here, and Argon, even moving forward, seeing if he can find anything late here. But I think Vesta should be okay, and now they can come back. Actual ults on the board for Vesta in this next fight.
Or Minute trying to go for something a little bit sneaky on the side. Immediately will be scouted out by Argon. TP's over to the right now. Argon, I mean, he's just holding that space over on the left-hand staircase. MSG, they're starting to push the cart underneath. It looks like Vesta, they want to stop that cart in its tracks. They push up in main. Ray comes out from Kivas, and the kite attempt is there. Very nice deflect from Dart, but not enough to keep Garoom alive. And that is actually going to be MSG taking this one. The Orbital Ray repush, really high value. Vesta, they didn't use a single ultimate there though, so coming into this next fight, they're going to have 5 on one.
5 ultimates here should be overwhelming. Do have to rush it a little bit to make sure they can get to the cart in time, but cart's still rolling forward, so there will be plenty of time. We'll see how they choose to start it. Speed ring out as Gafrium comes in. Doesn't connect the stop. TP in. Cage over top. Has contained the rally. The Blossom over top, but they deal with it. Shields up from Wuchan. They hold on, but they will fall now, and they do eventually get those kills. But ended up being Vesta Crew investing 3 in that. 3 for 2. Not the worst trade you'll ever see, considering it was a retake. And Vesta Crew get their foothold. Minute and 15 seconds left.
Yeah, not the worst trade in the world at the end of the day. It does look like it was 3 for 2, and I mean, the ult economy is just completely equalized now. There's going to be a Cage Blade online for MSG that they can try to close things out with, but the fact that Vesta has an Orbital Ray, so difficult to blade into an Orbital Ray at any given moment. And Ray Blade for Dart for Vesta, that has been solid across the board. MSG, they're trying to push up onto the high ground right now. Speed rings traded out on either side. They're actually just going to kite this one back. They're not going to invest the ultimates up in the high ground. Now the Cage comes in. There's a Cage Blade on either side, but Dart, he's the one to get the first kill. 2 for 2 trades. Dart is looking for more. Argon finds a third, so it's a 1-player advantage right now for the side of MSG. Dart, he's managed to play the life, but not enough to stay. Oh, jeez. Just slips through their fingers, actually. The Cage Blade getting more value than the Ray Blade, because Dart, he didn't follow the Orbital Ray. TP out from Minute onto the cart, though, and with such a ridiculous respawn advantage for the side of Vesta, this kill onto Argon, it might just be enough for them to hold on.
15 seconds left here, and all of Vesta have got their respawns now, so player advantage. Kivvies is in a lot of trouble. He's under duress. Not enough packs to save him. He will fall, and that should give Vesta the stuff they need to finish off this hold here. And even though the Ray Blade goes wrong, the respawn advantage, Minute or back onto point, it all works out in the end for Vesta. They get the hold, but near disaster for him there.
Absolutely no clue how Argon went down to that recontesting Reaper. Seemed like the most obvious TP up in main in the world, and somehow Argon just falls over, just blown over by a gust of wind or something. Utterly ridiculous for him to die that quickly. And then, yeah, I mean, as soon as people start to get traded, I guess, you know, that raises an eyebrow of like, shit, the recontest is very possible. Minute back on the Reaper, that's a great hero to stall it out if you can get the TP. And not only did he stall, he got a kill. So, yeah, that could be all she wrote for the side of MSG.
Reaper not a hero you associate with magic picks, but if you're Vesta Crew, you're not going to refuse that one. And now, a very beatable distance here on this mid-town. And we saw on Shambali, their attack really based around getting up to some of these big combo ult situations here. So now they can employ the same thing. And when they only have to get to the end of second to win the map, it starts to seem really reasonable that that strategy can work for them. So MSG, a tall task on their hands, and it looks like they will be starting the Reaper Echo version as well.
Jeez, the Reaper Echo. Apparently, you know, everybody in Korea knows that it's just the defense comp to roll with. Vesta, though, the thing is, we saw that they were almost unstoppable when they could get that combo off, when they could get that Ray Blade cage going. And with the amount of time that they have to play with, I reckon they can make that work twice on an offense. So, really dicey here for MSG. Really dicey. They're going to go for the same ridiculous spawn picks, but they're going to TP forward, look for a sleep, look for a one bop or something like that. They find absolutely nothing for it, TP back to the spawn. And everyone makes the swap over to the same boring mirror that we're getting all too familiar with. The patch changes, but the comps do not. And we see Reaper, Malga, Echo on either side. Thank God the devs did not touch Juno at all. So thankful for that. Thank God.
Someone who is getting touched right now, though, is Milgaru, as they are all over him in this opening neutral. Now the beam over the top. Gafrium connects the stomp again, being good for him on this mid-town. And that's going to be a devastating first fight for Vesta.
Shades of Gafrium in the Malga play there from Milgaru, just standing out in the open, taking it like a man. Oh, Stocks followed me. Fuck, dude. Not someone that I've seen in the flesh. That's a disaster. Cheers, mate. But yeah, no, just shades of Gafrium's play in Milgaru, taking it like a man, getting pumped up in main. So really back foot for MSG. Now, series life on the line, 5.5 minutes to hold on to the second point. At least Argon gets the better of Dart. No surprises there. Dart, you know, maybe stick to the Genji because you're constantly disappointing us on the Echo. And it is going to be a clean wipe for MSG. We're going to need a whole lot more if they want to stay in this series.
Would encourage them to go to spawn, maybe even at that, just try and squeeze an extra fight out of it. Wow, this choke they're holding is very good, and the doors will be closing to make that choke even more difficult to come through. Ults are coming up pretty evenly for everyone right now. Slight advantages here or there. But feels like it's going to be a fight of small margins here as all the ults are coming online at the same time. Dart has the copy first. He has gone super deep with this one. Copies for Juno super deep. Wouldn't recommend that. He's straight out of that one. Disaster copy from Dart. And now the fight is starting proper on the point. Minute is walking forward, but no Wraithing time. Ray comes out from Jinsung. Kiffy's going to match it. Argon's copy is successful right now. And now this Reaper is just running him over. Replaces Zestin. Copy Blossom comes in. Doesn't find the kills by a bit of shield for him. But he can't find it. Chooses to just duck back, duck behind the cart, try and live. Takes the duel with Dart, but Dart is good for this one here. And despite starting it off with as low value a copy as you'll ever see, Vesta Crew, they deal with everything. They get the better Ray value. They deal with the copy Blossom. Nothing can stop them, and they keep this payload rolling.
Yeah, 4 minutes on the clock now for them to close it out. A ridiculous ult bank for the final fight. Everything able to be thrown into this one. They're just going to be able to cage on the objective, go for a cage, Blossom, copy, rally in the back pocket as well. Dart, he's a little bit far away right now. Doesn't want to be poking early on, but he's actually flanking through the bottom right. Pops the fly early. Minute actually goes down before anything can happen at all. So a really good start for the side of MSG. Disaster for Vesta. They invested the cage as well, and Zessen has a great angle for it, but Milgaru goes down without popping the cage. Trade from Zessen on the Reaper. Remember, the trades faded the defenders so heavily here, and it's not going to be enough for Vesta to close this one out.
Seem to be in two minds, Vesta. When they lost that early pick from Minute, it feels like Spinal was really reluctant to invest for Rally, and Dart didn't want to invest for Copy. Then eventually Spinal does invest for Rally, sort of baits the fight more, but they're at that player disadvantage. Good trade from Zessen keeps them alive. And now we're in this situation where Milgaru has Cage, Zessen has the Blossom to combo with it. A very powerful combo here, but Jinsung is getting also close to that Ray.
Jinsung's Ray could be huge if they can push out with it onto the cart, but I do think that MSG have enough answers to hold on. They can go early with the cage, go for a little bit of a bait, or they can just play slow and build up their own Ray. They're only 10% behind, so it's really not the end of the world. It looks like nothing slow is happening right now as Milgaru pins up in main, goes for a very early cage. The counter Blossom, not quite enough to secure a kill for a minute. Copy from Argon as well. MSG, they look comfortable right now, and Vesta, I mean, having lost Garoon, they're just going to have to run away. That is another good fight for MSG. Starting to look a little bit dicey for Vesta here.
Still 2.5 minutes here. They're going to get a little bit of a stagger onto the brig. Lots of difficult ults still to deal with. This next one doesn't look too unreasonable, right? Ray versus Ray. Dart has Copy, Zesson has Blossom. So while the Rays obviously are very even trade here, but that Blossom can get immediate value in the Ray. Vesta Crew, they need the fight to be slightly longer. They need Dart to copy the Reaper or copy the Malga. Get to that copy ultimate to get value here. So if MSG can get this fight over with quickly, they're in a great position with this Blossom.
Oh, Zesson hidden forward with the Blossom, looking for the angle. Won't find much of anything. Gonna pop that Blossom on reflex. Only blossoming the Malga, but up top Argon is just cleaning house, manages to find 3 for himself, and that's another clean wipe for the side of MSG. Vesta, they invested the Ray in that fight as well, so really struggling to build up an advantageous ult bank here.
There was an expression we had at the start of the year called "It's always Vesterable," where you can always turn a winning situation into a losing situation if your name happened to be Vesta Crew. And they're on the verge of doing it here again as the spawn hold is coming out. Stomp comes in here, Spinal holding on to that rally. Dealing with it here was just a copy from Dark coming out to Vesta Crew. They've been... They kept it lean. They're going to stagger out the Juno a little bit here as well. There we go. Now, 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock. They have Cage. They have the rally. They nearly have Minutes Blossom. Is that enough to get them over the line?
Oh, jeez. I really do feel like it is enough, but it is always Vesterable, or so I'm told by the resident expert of the Korea region. Early shift from Minute, though. He's already in a little bit of trouble. TP from Zesson takes him deep into the backline. Looks like they're just going to kite out this copy from Argon, though. So that's not a great start for the side of MSG. They're trying to keep the pressure up, trying to get some value out of this copy. Still has the shift. Argon has the Blossom, now going to Blossom a whole lot of nothing. And Vesta, their ultimate bank, it is growing again and again. Garoom has that Cage. Minute has the Blossom as well. Spinal can potentially get aggressive with the rally as well. They're pushing in. This is the moment. Massive stomp onto the backline of MSG. Argon goes down. Cage comes out from Milgaru. Garoom gets traded. Spinal has the rally, but the Orbital Ray is a little bit ahead for the side of Day. Oh my god, 2 for 2 trades. Actually, MSG can absolutely clutch this one. They're surely going to take down the Juno with Dart and Minute both so incredibly low. Jinsung has the Orbital Ray, can throw it down on the cop, but Minute goes down. It's always Vesterable, Xavier. There's 15 seconds left on the clock now, so incredibly close, and Jinsung goes down with the Ray!
That was the only ult Vesta have coming back. They have to get the touch before Jinsung's in position for that. They have the Lucio, but they're going to be bleeding on to this point. And MSG, they have the Ray, they have the Blossom. It should be an easy job. Pop the ultimates on point, finish them off right here. And MSG, they've dealt with it. Blossom still in hand. There's not even anyone left. The Lucio's touching. Jinsung, the Ray's coming, but it's way too late. Always Vesterable. MSG, finish him off. Get an unexpected win on this first day.
Vesta are just a bunch of fucking bums. Absolutely unreal from them. They just can't win anything. And always Vesterable. Jinsung decides to just nurse the Orbital Ray for next series. Uses it 1 versus 5 at the end. Love to see it. I'm gonna queue up some slop. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Roger that.
정말 잘했거든요.
Oh my god. Huge win actually for MSG.
이게 참 이렇게
Don't think many people had them winning coming into this, but
VC 대전도 한번 보여주기도 했었고.
yeah, they won it fair and square, right? They won it on the Malga mirror for the most part. Obviously they got an Ilios at the start on a bit of ball and a bit of hazard, but won it fair and square on the Malga mirror for most of this. And Vesta Crew, you can see them doing a lot of things that feel right, feel intelligent, trying to get disengages in here, trying to manipulate the ult situation into their favor. But even once they get that favorable ult situation, they fumble the bag. Have to give huge props to Wu-Chan in that final fight, staying outside of Gafrium's cage so he could bash that Blossom. Again, question mark to be asked of Minute if he could Blossom it away. That makes it even harder for that, etc, etc. But have to give credit to Wu-Chan. Positioning correct in the most important fight of the game, needs that important bash, gives his team the opportunity to win that one. But Vesta Crew, always struggling in these situations where they've done the hard bit, right? They've got themselves in a winnable situation, either through the game state or the ult economy, or both, and they just cannot convert it. Time and time again, we see Vesta Crew get close, but no cigar. And it looks like nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. Milgaru player of the match? Maybe? Don't know. Probably got the better of Malga overall, right? Gafrium misplaying in several of these situations. Maybe either him or Argon.
지금까지
Though Zessin was insanely clutch on mid-town, to be fair. But maybe across the balance of the series, Argon did more.
그리고 밀가루 선수는
I'm not unhappy that Milwaukee got it.
가시벽을 진짜 잘 씁니다.
맞아요.
가시 소나기는
Maybe
약간
Kivi's low-key
팀원들의
actually very consistent throughout the
약간
series.
이제 다음을 저희가 좀
Kivi's and Wuchan.
기대하면 좋을 것 같고 KGR도 너무
It's all-round performance, I guess. It's the nature of these Mago comps, right? You all have to play well for the comp to be successful.
다인공이 되는.
네. 자, 그래서
And I'll leave you with Lee
MSG가
Si-yoon of the player interview here.
승자 인터뷰도
That's time to go
이어지겠습니다.
grab
인터뷰
another drink.
만나보시죠.
네, 오늘 치열한 접전 끝에 승리는 MSG가 가져갔습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 자 오늘 승리 너무너무 축하드립니다. 자 오늘의 PO팀은 밀가루 선수가 차지하게 됐는데요. 밀가루 선수 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. MSG에서 탱커를 맡고 있는 밀가루라고 합니다.
네, 밀가루 선수 반갑습니다. 자 오늘 정말 풀세트 끝에 승리를 거머쥐었잖아요. 승리의 희망을 놓지 않으면서 끝까지 임하는 모습이 굉장히 인상적이었는데요. 오늘 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
사실 오늘 좀 쉽게 이길 것 같았는데 잘 여러 가지 안 됐어가지고 좀 피드백 해야 될 게 좀 많은 것 같아요.
자 1, 2호스를 좀 처음에 쉽게 가져가면서 이후에 무난하려나라고 생각을 했어요. 초반에 뉴정크 시티 때 해저드로 맹공을 펼치면서 가져가나 싶었는데 후반에 살짝 화력이 딸렸단 말이죠. 이때 어떤 상황이었나요?
그때 세 번째였을 텐데 근데 약간 궁 상황이 좀 여러 가지 꼬여가지고 궁 사이클이 잘 안 돌았던 것 같아요.
네, 하지만 역전을 성공해냈습니다. 자, 샹발리 때 함께 어떻게든 밀고 막으려는 모습이 굉장히 눈에 들어오더라고요. 이때 팀원들끼리 어떤 콜이 오갔는지도 궁금해요.
팀원들끼리 그냥 할 수 있다. VC 맞조합은 그냥 이길 것 같다. 약간 이런 얘기를 했습니다.
네, 자 맞잡 우리가 무조건 이긴다라고 밀고 나간 모습이 오늘의 승리까지 이어질 수 있지 않았나 싶은데요. MSG 팀의 오랜만에 오프라인 무대였잖아요. 밀가루 선수도 굉장히 오랜만인 걸로 알고 있는데 오늘 경기 뛰어보니까 어땠나요?
사실 주전으로는 처음이었는데 이렇게 풀세트 다 뛰니까 너무 짜릿하고 좋아요.
자, 도파민이 핑하고 도는 것 같은 밀가루 선수의 웃음이었습니다. 자, 저기 해저드를 밴하기도 했어요. 오늘 밀가루 선수 저격 밴이 아닌가 싶기도 했는데요. 오늘 본인의 해저드 어땠나요?
오늘 해저드가 경기전처럼은 잘 안 됐던 것 같은데 상대가 밴해줘서 좋긴 했어요.
오늘 할 일 다 했다.
네.
네, 이렇게 생각할 수도 있을 것 같습니다. 그리고 오늘 팬분들이 현장에 많이 찾아주셨어요. 밀가루 선수를 응원하는 치어풀도 만들어주시기도 했는데요. 팬분들께도 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
항상 응원 감사드리고 내일 웨이랑 경기 있는데 에이드가 형이거든요. 친형인데 내일 에이드 부셔버리고 플레이오프 가보도록 하겠습니다.
이야, 친형 부셔버리고 동생이 내가 올라가겠다라고 자신당당하게 말씀을 해주셨습니다. 지금까지 오늘의 승리팀 MSG의 밀가루 선수 만나봤습니다. 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 그렇다면 저희는 잠시 쉬는 시간 가지고 마지막 경기로 돌아올 텐데요. 제네시스와 해적단의 경기가 기다리고 있습니다.
Have I missed anything integral, or are we just still waiting on the teams? This tourney is for the SOOP Cup. I can show you the bracket now. So it's SOOP is, if you remember, you might have heard of Afrika TV. SOOP is Afrika TV, like a rebrand type thing. And this cup is all the top Korean teams. We're in the group stage right now. Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, the top two. They've got a pass to the playoffs. So we're in a group stage now where the teams are duking it out to see who can join those two guys in the upper bracket or in the playoffs. So should be on for a pretty good tournament. We've had a few mismatches. You know, ZETA kind of stomped crazy Panda. But this was a dogfight, and Vesta Crew end up on the wrong side of it. And you talk about which games are important here in each group. You can maybe look at certain games and think, well, your game against ZETA Division, if you're crazy Panda, it's a bit whatever, right? Everyone's going to lose to ZETA. Probably. But these games are the tight ones. You look at this group in particular, Pokerface have to be favourites to make their way out. But Vesta Crew, Way, MSG, these three teams in a real dogfight to make it to playoffs. And if we look at these teams, MSG, Way, and where are they? Up here. Genesis? No, I said Way, Vesta, MSG. Oh yeah, Way, MSG, and Vesta. These three teams, probably a lot more to play for between the three of these to join Pokerface presumably in that playoffs. We're going to go over to Group A now though. This is going to be Genesis and HaeJeokDan. This group, you have to say HaeJeokDan and ZETA, the favourites on paper. So, this game, crucially important. If Genesis want to cause an upset and get themselves out in this group, you have to feel that HaeJeokDan are a more reachable team than ZETA Division is. So, a lot of attention here on whether Genesis can raise their level and meet HaeJeokDan, who this core of players have been together quite a while. They had success, or some success, in the Aurora Cup, finishing, I want to say, second in that overall, if I remember right. Got sweeps in the finals. The classic win the upper bracket, get sweeps in the finals to the same team. Cheers. But HaeJeokDan still have to be the expected dominant team. Maybe worth noting that Missing is in the HaeJeokDan roster now, replacing Skewed, who seems to only come back for the Aurora Cup. No, they won finals? Was it the other way around? Are you sure? Have I misremembered that? Am I spreading misinformation? Aurora 2024. Oh yeah, sorry, I had it backwards then. I missed the finals because I was traveling to Stockholm. So yeah, sorry, once again sweeps them in the upper bracket, and then HaeJeokDan had redemption in the grand finals. You're right, Salem. Thank God one of us has a functioning memory here. So yeah, HaeJeokDan, they got redemption then. So in theory, HaeJeokDan should be the favourites for this game. But you know, things don't always go as planned, as Vesta Crew found out in our previous series. Should we get some predictions up? I can do it. Map number 1. It's let me spell this right. HaeJeokDan versus Genesis. Genesis is an easy one to spell. I've got that one. I'll update the title as well. There we go. All right, what are we on? 12 minutes? Oh, we got loads of time there. Loads of time. Quick TF2 game while we wait. I don't know how, whenever, compared to playing Overwatch, TF2 I feel like is maybe a resource-intensive game when I'm on the 24-man servers. I do owe you guys a TF2 stream, so we are, so you know. One day, GPCP process. Golly washes for, here we go. This will, how many TF2 heads we've got. Best TF2 map, Golly Wash. In 6s, in 6v6, in the pro format. Process maybe third. Maybe Golly Wash, Badlands, Process. Sunshine, grow up, Ellie. There's no way that's S tier. No quick marbles. Aloe and I don't know how you say it. Osul. I never do them normally. We got 10 minutes. What's the website? Which one? Stop trying to play. It's not time to play. Small run of Terraria. I've never played Terraria. Is it the sort of game I could complete in 10 minutes and 33 seconds? What's the... Yeah, it is? Okay, I'll get it downloaded then. If you're not bronze... Oh, I mean... I've never played the game before, but surely I'm better than bronze. Surely some of my gaming instincts that I've crafted over the years will put me in like a solid top silver. Your family's depending on this marbles one. I'm gonna have to let your family down on this one. What's the website? If I just type in that, will it bring it to me? This one? Alright, remind me how this works. Oh yeah, I need this for the team conferences. Is this from any Overwatch League season or any season 6? Season 6? Okay. Start with backers. Okay, so what's the W for? So it is West, not British, not Spitfire, not a DPS. So maybe a Korean tank in the Western region. So somebody like Dong, is it with a 0? Dong Hack? So is Korean, is Western, isn't a tank, so it's a support player, not on the Atlanta Rain or on London. So is it Shu? Okay, but not on the Houston Outlaws either. So now he's just got to start narrowing down the teams. Is it Twilight? Maybe it's a Boston player? Not a Boston player. Everything else is still correct. And now I'm going to have to rack my brain. Florida? Is it Chorong? We've not had Florida yet, right? Not Florida. It's got to be one of these teams. Let me... Who else was on this? Who was on Washington? Was it Opener on Washington? We're about to watch Opener play, so it'd be fitting. It is Opener! It is Opener! We're about to watch him play, and it's Opener. There we go. Easy. Process of elimination. I got to the right thing, and then it was just, can I get the right one in time? We still got... Yeah, we actually got loads of time. We got time for... this one? Wait, where is it? Did I type it right? Here we go. Alright. Alright, so 4 different regions. Okay. So, I mean, there's only one way to start it. We'll start with Backbone. Is this sponsored by Nightmare? Alright, so not British, not in the EMEA region, not a DPS player. Okay. So, is it a tank player? Maybe someone like Smurf? Always good to get the Koreans ruled out early on. Okay, is in Korea and is a Korean player, but isn't on Falcons. I guess this is only... Oh, okay, it's only the top 5 Korean teams in play. Only the top 5 Koreans, only. And it's not a tank player, so it has to be a DPS. So it could well be Shu. Yeah, we guessed Shu in the previous one. Not Shu on this one, not on Crazy Raccoon, not on Falcons. So therefore on Poker Face, HaeJeokDan, or ZETA. So is it just Finn then? Oh! Oh, what are the chances? 6 supports to choose from? Straight in. Straight in with Finn. I've done well there, actually. Done well there to get it on the first guess once I've narrowed it down. Which I guess doesn't make it the first guess at all, but you know. Well, the chances quite high? Nope. It was a miracle. You guys have just witnessed a miracle. Easy. Smashed them. No chance. No chance. Alright, patch notes. Not worried about that too much. Maybe should we learn more about Hazard? Maybe I need to learn the names of these abilities. Alright, so what does he do? What are the names of the abilities? What happened to Vesta? Just lost. It's always Vesterable, Wilder. We had a stark reminder that it's always Vesterable. Also, what's being played? Mostly Malga still. We saw one Hazard, a bit of Ball on Ilios. But we're still in Malga meta. Remember, the patch only happened last night. So for all these Korean teams, they've not had any scrims really before this tournament. They would have had like a warm-up probably. But that's about it. Oh yeah, you obviously missed... Violet wasn't available. So Pelican played Brig/Anna. And he went off. He went off. So presumably Pelican keeps that spot, surely, right? So what are we doing? What does Hazard do? This is Volt. This is just his wall climb stuff, right? Scale short wall and grab ledges. Okay. So he can't wall climb to the... So this is so... He can't wall climb in the same way Hanzo or Kiriko can, or Genji, where they can just climb anything. So if he was to try and climb, say, a wall on Gibraltar or Dorado, he might have a pretty hard time of it, right? Then Bone Spur. This is just his gun. He's got is it just a shotgun basically? Doesn't do anything special. Just a shotgun. Okay. Spike Guard. This is the one where he blocks and it's on a resource meter, but the spikes do damage, right? He gets 75% damage reduction, and he gets 6 shots, 1 per enemy. Oh, so up to 6 shots. Hazard was ace last night in ranked. Yeah, I guess whatever happens when a new hero comes out, there's always a learning period where people will just die to the Hanzo. Or, sorry, die to the Hazard because they've never played against it before, so they're still learning how to deal with. He uses this cooldown or he does this. How do I bait it out? What's the correct cooldown to save? How do I play versus it? What does my spacing need to be? All these things will be really rough for like supports and DPS players playing against it. Okay, so resource meter charge over 5 seconds. Can fire up to 21 shots per target. While active, periodically fires 1 missile at each enemy within the area, deals damage. So, here's a question for you. If I block, stop blocking, and block again, do I fire the spikes faster, essentially? Or is there like a short cooldown to stop this kind of thing? Cheers to that, BS Lights. Violent Leap. This is his movement ability. It's got a bit of knockback as well. Activate again to slash, so because that's the big slash we've been seeing. But Violent Leap. Jagged Wall. This one we've seen. This does impact damage as well, right? Impact damage and knockback. 50 damage. But it's a little wall, much smaller than May Wall. Not as high and not as wide. Probably about the width of maybe about 2 of May's pillars and about half the height. So still quite useful. It can, if it's a proper door choke, I think it fully walls it. Anything else though, it's just more of a barrier. And then the ult is the bit I don't really understand. Well, I guess I sort of understand it. You cast out a little area of effect. Anyone in this area of effect will get sort of rooted to the ground, and then there's a downpour or thorns or spikes that do some kind of damage here. But the damage didn't seem that powerful from this. I guess the key is really locking down a good target and actually being able to finish the kill. You can throw it out sideways too. How long do we have? Oh, we only got a minute. Maybe after this game or something, we can just go dick around in practice range. Just see how the abilities feel. The ult isn't blocked by walls. Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, the ult felt pretty hard to use. The cast, if this is Hazard, it felt like the arc, it was pretty long, but it was pretty slim. I realize this again just looks like a penis, but this is a scientific drawing. Thank you, Stainless. Good morning.
Good morning, all.
Thank you as well. BS Lights, 4 months as well. Thank you very much. Made you get up and get your wallet.
Which made my physically get up and get my wallet, like WTF.
The system works, Finn. You can deflect Hazard ult, really? Here's the hype train. You can deflect Hazard ult. That's interesting. The wind-up is very long. Okay. Thank you both for the subs. Give Hazard a bit of a whirl, maybe between one of the games if there's a break. Maybe if there's a half-time or something. Oh, because you didn't remember your info? Does your browser not do it? You can deflect its wall too? Really?
자 이제 세 번째
Alright.
경기 바로 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 제네시스와 해적단의 대결에 먼저 입장하는 팀은 제네시스입니다.
네, 마찬가지로 이제 앞경기 팀들과
Here are the boys
선발전을
then.
통해서
Predictions open.
올라왔고요. 멤버는 히든, 태종, 칼리오스, 룰러, 페이스, 마카로 이제 여러분들이 OWCS에서 좀 많이 봤던 특히 올드오션이라는 팀명 안에서 많이 봤던 선수들입니다.
네, 말씀해주신 것처럼 올드오션 멤버들 다시 모이게 됐어요. 태종, 칼리오스, 룰러, 페이스를 필두로
As you can see, this is the headline game, so the arena is packed for this one.
블리드 e스포츠 소속이었던 마카가 들어오면서 전력 구축을 했어요.
네, 그러면서 말씀하신 대로 여러 가지 뭐 앞쪽과 뒤쪽에 전력 보강을 하면서 강한 팀을 좀 거둔답니다.
Here they are, the
이번
new look
메타에서 어떻게
Genesis.
했을지도 저희가 좀 잘 지켜봐야 될 것 같습니다.
그리고 지난 조지명식에서 태종을 기대하면 좋다라는 이야기도 했었던 제네시스인데 태종이
Heliosphère, the fearless leader.
자 그리고 해적단이
Here are
입장합니다.
HaeJeokDan,
숲컵 첫
The asset
시즌에서
himself.
우승을 차지했었던 디펜딩 챔피언
back in full force.
해적단입니다.
MN3 제스트 매그 오프너 미신. 사실 뭐 어떻게 보면 많은 분들이 익숙하실 만한 그런
I mean, the
선수.
crowd is going as wild as
다시
it
한번 또
can.
이제 뭉쳐져 있는
given
상태라서
given
뭐
the
합은 사실
capacity.
크게 걱정이 되지 않습니다. 그리고 해적단 특유의 공격성도 좀 기대가 되고요.
네. MN3가 다시 복귀했습니다. 그리고 제스트 맥으로 이어지는 구
What am I looking
임팩날
at? Did you see
선수들과
the CEO killer guy mentioned Overwatch tweet?
오프너와 미신이 뒷라인을
I feel like I
구성하고
don't know the
있습니다.
law here.
중국 오로라컵에서 우승을 차지하기도 했었고
Let's
최근
see.
기세가 상당히 좋아요.
Modern Japanese urban environment is
게다가
evolutionary
워낙에
mismatch of a human
공격적인
animal. The solution
팀만큼
of
이런
falling
식으로
birthplaces is
뭐
immigration.
포킹이
It's
아니라
current
다이브
natural
들어가고
human
러시
interaction
들어가는
sex.
메타에 원체 항상 강했던
This
팀이거든요.
looks like
자 제네시스의 선발 라인업
this is about Japan's depopulation. We actually talk about this in the Q&A. The failing populations of Japan and Korea.
아무래도 이제 칼리오스 선수가 뭐 같은 서브탱커 계열이긴 하지만 조금 더 팀의 중심을 잡아주는 역할을
Overwatch mentioned, nice. It's good that we made the top two.
라인업이고요.
Good that we made the top two because Tekken's massive in Japan. So to be mentioned alongside Tekken in the context of Japan, actually good for us. Maybe we're on the up.
오랜만에
Maybe we're
보는
on the up.
MZ 듀오.
네.
MG 듀오라고 해야죠. MG 듀오.
MG 듀오
네.
참 너무 오랜만이에요.
This guy murdered someone?
정말
Who? Luigi Maggione?
정말 딱 03년생 듀오로 딜러진을 너무 입히는
We're going to record it next week for
for
ISM Pro.
다시 한 번 또 결성이
Oh.
됐습니다.
바이퍼 선수
Should he not be in some kind of jail or on some kind of criminal charge? Some kind of at least in court in some fashion?
자, 양팀이 맞붙게 되는
Oh,
첫
the
번째
tweet is from
선택은
before.
오아시스로
Oh,
향합니다.
okay, I see. Okay.
말씀하신 대로 오아시스는 이제 사무국에
Heavily
있고요.
stigmatized
여기서 이제
maid cafes.
이제 여우 맵픽을 어떻게 하느냐가 저 좀 궁금하긴 한데.
Surely, my impression of Japanese culture is that these things not already quite stigmatized?
매그 선수가 윈스턴을 정말 사랑하기 때문에
네.
Like, are the maid cafes really? Are they really not the sort of thing that is already somewhat frowned upon within wider society?
매그 선수도 윈스 사랑을 좀 접어두지 않았을까.
Oh, let me see the band. Good shout.
그리고 시대가 시대인 만큼 또
Oh, we're only on map pick. We still got time.
어쨌든 이게 마오가가 또 활기를 치고 있는 시대이기 때문에 이 부분도 준비가 되어
They have
있지
bans, yeah,
않을까라는
bans at
생각을
this
해보거든요.
tournament. Similar situation to Esports World Cup, though we do believe they reset after the third map. So yeah, same at the Esports World Cup, just with the addition that I think they reset after map 3.
메타를 좀 전면으로 반대한 듯한 그런 액션을 취했던 MSG 말고는 다들 마오가 주는 불의를 배나진 않았거든요.
그쵸.
네.
자, 이 두 팀의 대결은 어떤 식으로 이어지게 될지 어쨌든 양 팀 다 구성원들을 봤을 때 경험치가 정말 풍부한 선수들이고요.
Yeah,
그리고
yeah. That's
개개인의
as I
그
understand
피지컬적인
it. Yes,
부분을
BS
봤을 때도
Live.
확실히 좋은 선수들로 구성되어 있는 양
All the
팀이기
rules are
때문에
obviously in Korean, so we've only
쉽지
it's like a
않다라는
word on the
느낌이
street
합니다.
thing, but it's from Zis, and I think Zis is a
이게
reliable
사실
source in these
두 팀이 다른
situations.
뭐 팀들에 비해서 그런 뭐 선발전에 올라온 팀들 이런 팀에 비해서 합을 맞추는 게 어색한 팀들이 아니잖아요. 기존에 좀 많이 합을
Alright,
맞췄던
band
선수들이 있다
heroes,
보니까.
Genji and
자,
Orisa.
영벤이 나왔습니다.
Okay,
겐지와
so we've seen a lot
오리사가
of Genji. A lot of Genji played so far in the SOOP Cup, which has just been 2 games so far today. But we've seen it nonetheless. We've seen those games. And a lot of Genji, because we've seen more Sojourn as well, probably partly due to her buffs, partly to people.
오리사 대
And we even saw a bit of Sojourn at Stockholm. Yeah,
우리가
live patch,
오리사에게
live
좀
patch.
카운터 당하는 픽을 쓸 수도 있다라는
He's
그런
always
얘기를
sloppy.
하는데.
That kid
그러니까
was born to slop.
본인들의 그런 노림수를 원천 봉쇄가 될 수 있는
What's the source? The source is this.
아니면 그럴 수도
This
있죠.
is normally very in touch with
포인토스에서
anything
이겨가지고
happening in
선택을
Asia,
했는데
so I think it's a
탱커
reasonable
밴
source.
혹시 마오가 밴할까 봐.
There's probably a way we can probably
다른
verify it
탱커가
if we
밴했을 수도 있죠. 누가 밴했는지 첫 경기
I don't know if we've seen an example of it in that previous
그래서
series.
겐지와 오리사가 각각 밴이
Let's
되면서
see.
양 팀이 오아시스에서 경기를
Did we see any
펼치게
repeat
되겠습니다.
bans? Yeah, Junker Queen's been repeated.
이
Junker
밴이
Queen here,
어떤
Junker
식으로
Queen here.
경기에 영향을
Different.
미칠지는
Oh wait, no,
모르겠지만
different teams though,
일단
right?
조합을 좀 봐야 될 것 같아요. 어쨌든
So this doesn't
제네시스도
prove or disprove
그렇고,
anything.
해적단도 그렇고 경기를 마지막으로
Okay,
펼친 게좀
so
시간이
there's no way to
지났거든요.
verify it at this
아무래도,
stage. But that's the word on the street.
말씀대로 좀 오랜만에 보는 팀들이긴 합니다.
네, 양팀 준비 모두 완료가 됐습니다. 1세트 오아시스로 가보겠습니다.
Alright. I mean, there are a few more people in the crowd. It has. Packed is the wrong word, but it's filling out. It's filling out. Once word starts to spread around the local community that Mag is playing, I think we'll see a real big uptick in bums on seats.
Have they got bodies on the seats now? I didn't actually look at the garden seating.
They've got more bodies on the seats. You know,
Jeez.
but I'm hoping once word spreads that Mag's game is now on, that'll rally the people of Korea to fill the seats.
The SOOP Cup is so back, Xavier. Day 1 of groups is saved. We've got bums on seats. We're ready to fucking rumble. And we've got the mirror!
Yep, Band's not going to touch either of these comps as it's more Reaper, it's more Echo here. New look Genesis, Kalios Faith, the core if you will. But the DPS are very new as we get this first engage. Big Torpedo Swing comes out from Missing here. And they are pushing them back and HaeJeok's just going to get caught here. And wow, big stop actually round the corner from Kalios. Maybe turns that one. It's an absolute dogfight. Trades either way. Now it's just a Reaper Brig versus a Malga. And there's nothing Mag can do. And Genesis win the first fight.
Unbelievable one there from Faith. Kites into the room and just cleans house one by one, taking kills as they walk into the little room. Nobody able to take down poor little Hongyu on the Brigida. That's a really good start for the side of Genesis. Typical Mag fashion going down early on. I know he went down last actually, but losing a first fight, letting down the side. Even though Zest did all the work in the world, killing almost the entirety of Gangnam Jin's shoes. It wasn't quite enough. Oh, look at... What is Faith doing? What are those sleeves? What the fuck?
He's almost turning it into
Is it
like a puffer jacket style thing because they're so far up.
I need it. I'm taking a screenshot of this for Punky. He's gonna love this.
It's because he's got like... Wait, I need to move my camera so everyone else can... There you go. So everyone else can see. I'll do that quickly. But it's just... It's like he's got on a jacket basically, but he's rolled up the sleeves as far as he possibly can on his jacket.
Actually, just crooked. Just fucking crooked. Love to see that.
Taking some fashion advice there.
I mean, he's so skinny that it doesn't look like it's bulging at the seams or anything, but like it's just really high.
Yeah, well,
High and tight on the bicep.
You can tell there's not a lot of bicep under there though. There's no
No, there's
no
not a lot of meat on his bones for sure. But you know, 2 ununiformed teams. How does Vesta Esports Crew get a uniform and these guys don't?
like a little ragtag kind of org, you know?
제네시스의 부활이라니.
아 그렇죠. 제네시스라는 이름이 또
Wouldn't be surprised if they even have one of those
맞아요.
classic team house setups you see in Korea where it's 7 people to a bed. A kind of 7 dwarf
Yeah,
situation.
seven people, one futon, and 3 packs of ramen to go around. You know, it's a fucking hell of a time for a bunch of men that are pushing 25. Like they are just so happy.
Is it better than the military? They seem to think so.
They seem to believe so. They keep asking, "Can I delay the military service by sleeping in a bed with 6 other men?" And they say, "Well, it's close enough to being in the army." I love watching ZETA versus CP. I mean, look, mate, CP put on a show today. That's all I need to say.
Ah, plucky from them, plucky.
금방 해결될 것 같긴 하거든요. 예.
Let's get a move on. I'm ready to go to bed.
아 지금 멈춘 김에
Oh, so results, Bill.
해적단도 사운드 한번
This is
체크하고
our headline
funny.
아예
fixture.
잡고 가는 게 맞아요.
그렇죠, 그렇죠.
I feel like match 2 was the headline fixture, mate. There was an actual dogfight.
네.
예.
But I guess we have seen a first fight gone the way
때문에
of, you know, the underdog. So
어우,
just hurry up.
오른쪽 분은 제네시스 팬
It's alright, it's
분이시고
Thursday. It's Thursday, and there'll be a few
We got a
issues.
we got a Maka fan in the crowd.
바이퍼를 지금 써놓으시긴
오,
했지만
Faith
사실
fan?
바이퍼가 지금
Hey, Genesis-
fan.
NFT 올렸거든요.
Honestly, the fact that we can see 4 signs, it actually might make Genesis the crowd
모르죠.
favourite.
같은 팀이 될 수도 있고.
Says,
경닭에
경우의 수도 모르니까.
와,
이기면 또
파이팅,
이제 약간
파이팅.
그, 밥과 술을 사는
아.
걸로.
what's
먹을 때 많습니다. 홍대에서.
경닭에?
엄청 많더라고요 늦은 시간까지.
Is that a team name?
I'm not the right person
That's not
to
a play-
ask you.
깔리는 게 밥집이고.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
여러분들이
경닭에
이제
is. That's not a
올라오셔가지고
player.
경기 보시고
Maybe it's opener's
또
name?
딱 끝나면 또 출출하고
They
open
있어요.
on the sign.
야식 먹을 딱
Real
시간이에요.
Opener,
이제 경기 얘기하면서 야식 드시면
opener.
좋을 것 같습니다.
그리고
I
여러분들
feel like that's
의자
not
많이
it.
찾아주세요.
Yeah, he's Gibeon. Just-
처음에는 그러니까 그런 얘기 많더라고. 의자가 드르르 그 의자라고.
Where's
Oh, we've got any Koreans in the co-stream chat?
여러분들의
WDG Quest.
Yeah, where is he?
편함을 위해서 전좌석
Ah,
방석을
jeez.
Well, they got Lisa Yu
He's just
for the
missing action,
interviews
mate.
again, but we're a translator short, you know, so you have to kind of infer every answer out of body language.
Is that the lady they have on the stage?
아, 믿고
Yeah.
있습니다. 심지 스피셜.
Right.
아, 이제
Oh, there's Quest. I think. No, wait, is Quest the big fella?
I thought Quest was the big fella.
Okay, well this is the operations man. I remember when we were there, that guy was just fucking hooning around the stage all the time, just putting in the work, you know?
Operating.
He looked like a serious heavy hitter. The guy with the puffer and the hat indoors, like that is someone that takes care of business, gets shit done.
저는 태종 선수가 어떤
Maka has fans, dude. This is the second Maka fan.
Well, it's actually a very Maka and Genesis flavored crowd here, as we can see. I don't know if they've done like a wedding situation where they've got the Genesis fans on one side and the
Where
HaeJeokDan
Yu
fans on the other.
Taejong, I think that might be a mag sign. I think Taejong might be Mag's name. Mag Overwatch.
드립이 정말 예, 날이 갈수록
Alright, Mag Overwatch corrects to May Overwatch. That's crazy.
느낌 뭔지 아세요?
No, he's Taesung. Alright, we're in the clear.
할 수 있어요.
Alright.
느낌 좋다는 뜻이에요.
No magheads.
Yeah, no mag heads. Thank fucking Christ for that. Why do they always hide their faces? It's a cultural difference. Tony, you wouldn't get it.
제가 쇼츠 막 릴스 요쪽은 제가
Something along the lines of they feel like the people on stage should be the stars of the show.
그런 것들은 많이
Oh,
Red
Red
Dude
Dude
21,
21, you
like a
saw I
month.
needed money. And you answered. Welcome back, my friend. Thank you very much. Parasocial friend, obviously. Let's not get it twisted.
다된 것 같고요. 그리고
Thank you very much.
Not quite an invite round to the apartment at this point.
사운드
No,
확실하게
not
다,
quite, not
예,
quite at all.
잡아가고 있는 것 같아요.
Hello. Fovi is Mpreg. Now that I know what Mpreg stands for, I appreciate that name a lot
지금
more.
올라가 계신 분 이제
Yeah,
펀드
it's
요정분이시거든요.
poor Fovai in the Discord. Every message he sends,
얘기가 될 텐데.
Mpreg react.
예.
It even happened in the Reddit thread for Uncoachable. Actually can't escape now. He's been marked for life. Or at least 9 months.
Oh, Wilder with the tier 1 as well. Welcome back. And yep, exclamation mark Mpreg at Fovi.
아 그렇죠, 그렇죠. 예. 이거만 하는 게 다양한
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I've been informed
Some
it is for
pregnant man
life.
emojis in the
It is for
chat.
life. Yeah.
그 부분을 즐겨보고 있다. 이런 말씀 드린 거고요.
What is this fucking pause, dude? Like map 1, and they're just
아
chilling.
그렇죠, 그렇죠.
It doesn't seem like any stuff is being fixed while this is going on.
Yeah, I mean, the operations man is working hard off screen.
He's been operating.
Everyone is moving their mice, you know? It's like they're actually in a game, like they've restarted the map or something.
올라갔으면 좋겠다 이런 쪽으로.
Because like, look at how everyone is
많이
moving their
것 같아요.
mice as if something is happening.
인테리날이 정말
Like they're
그
playing.
너무 잘하던 그 시기가 딱 떠오르잖아요.
맞아요.
네,
Warming
딱
up.
딜러 듀오를 보면은.
그리고
Let's get some more pregnant men in the chat.
다시 이 이름을 달고 이 타이틀을 달고 리턴했습니다.
The new studio looks like a high school gym.
제네시스는 또
The new
어떤
studio definitely looks
활약을
significantly
보여줄 수
worse than the
있을지
old studio. Like
기대해 보도록 하겠고
a mega downgrade.
It looks
The
like
old
we are
studio was
just...
like a
많냐고 하셨는데
It was a cinema, wasn't it? It was like an old cinema, so
was
it
it,
had
was
like
well fitted up.
tiered
fuck.
seating, nice
등치가
seats.
크시긴 하지만
네.
어쨌든 요정
Now we've
Yeah,
just got-
tiered seating, good screens, really good like front setup.
가네요.
But yeah, now we've just got a couple of trestle tables and some garden
자, 일단
furniture.
첫 탄타는 제네시스가
But we have got an
잡았어요.
unpause. So, another neutral coming right up. Genesis won the dogfight in the first one, so everything fairly even ultimate-wise. Mag's going to go for the initial stomp here, trying to follow it up. Mag gets himself back around the corner here, but awfully deep is MN3, so HaeJeokDan are going to have to walk forward to catch up with him. They have space on point now, and they're walking forward. Mag goes for another stomp. They're clearing so much space with this. They force Genesis all the way back to their choke. Kallios low on HP, tries to come back, goes for a stomp of his own as they walk forward. Blossom's about to come online, but they deal with Faith behind. Now they can go join Kallios in the front line. Shields up from both Briggs. Chance for bashes here, chance for raise. But with that pick, they might just back it up here, HaeJeokDan. No, one more stomping from Mag. They don't want to give up. And Hidden goes for the TP. Blossom and gets nothing. Now, all of a sudden, a chance for HaeJeokDan to push back in. Zest will clean up these 2 kills, and they'll be able to finish off this backline. And disaster Blossom from Hidden.
Disaster Blossom from Hidden. I mean, there's not much more that Little Faith can do. Takes down the Reaper, gets the final blow at the end of the fight as well. Really doing it all in every single fight. Little Hongyu with his amazing hoodie 3/4 up the sleeve setup. We love to see it, but not today because Genesis, despite Faith's hard work, not able to get it over the line. HaeJeokDan, they've got a wealth of ultimates to play with now going into this next fight. Only the rally from Opener expended. Taejong goes incredibly deep off rip. Appears people are giving me money though, so keep on casting, Xavier.
Early cage now from Kallios. They want to keep pushing it. Mag is going to trade back with the Blossom Ray comes in from HaeJeokDan, and MN3 going to finish them all off with that combo. Genesis, they saw a chance to turn it. They saw a chance to keep going. They committed their Ray and their cage into that as well, but no success. Now, in control of it, we have Zest hiding with Copy here, looking for an assassination. Taejong Copy of his own here, but other than that, it'll be a full neutral, but it's a wide retake here. Taejong trying to get an angle to help him get some space, but a TP in. HaeJeokDan, they're wasting no time. SOOP comes in, doesn't connect with anything here. Genesis managed to kite that first engage, but Kallios, he can't get out. They're going to copy Reaper anyway. No Malga, but they want to clutch. They walk in to try and help, but full stickies from Zest. And Zest just able to take over time and time again. And this copy is going nowhere. Forced out before he can get that Blossom. And back to spawn once more for Genesis.
Rough one for Genesis. At least they didn't have to throw. They didn't have any more ultimates to throw into this lost cause. But even the fact that they've had to use the copy there is not a great look. Re-push again from HaeJeokDan. The tempo is so high. Opener pops the rally. Zest with the copy. First of all is actually MN3, but now the kills start to go HaeJeokDan's way with the spin. And it's just Marker versus the world. Where is Marker right now? Back in spawn?
I presume just back in spawn.
Yeah, I think back in spawn. One more fight.
One more fight. Not any ults just yet, but Blossom's close for both teams here. Cage is on their way. Missing, importantly, a little bit further ahead on this rally. But it's been the tempo from HaeJeokDan that has been relentless so far. And this time, Stop comes in from Kallios. He takes so much goddamn damage from that. He's going to get one shot here. Disaster from Kallios. No chance to get to any of those ultimates. Missing now has the Ray, but it's all but over. They've got 2 touching. Optimistic Blossom from Hidden. He had to give it a go. But HaeJeokDan, they lose the first dogfight. But after that, it is all them all the way. Zest really taken over.
Oh, jeez. I mean, look, no amount of signs in the crowd for Marker can stop him from being walked on by a Reaper and wiped off the face of the earth. Opie, you know, he's looking confident in the back now. Just, they love their short sleeves over here. Opie's wearing a top, which looked like it was going to be a hoodie, but then it is just a short sleeve that's kind of camo over the top number. I mean, I'm interested in these Korean main supports fits, to be honest. I feel like they're all kind of reinventing the wheel when it comes to what they're wearing. Anyhow, not a bad start for the side of HaeJeokDan. You know, rocky first fight, but nothing else. Opener, you know, apparently he's given us a lot of character right now. He's dancing in the spawn. He's actually from Gangnam, would you believe? So, you know, dancing is kind of in his blood. He's always been doing that. He used to dance a lot at EWC as well. All the boys from Gangnam, they know how to dance. They grow up on it. HaeJeokDan, they take the high ground. Same pacing as Genesis, but Genesis somehow just get the worst end of that trade. Taejong has to shift away immediately. Counterpins from either Naga up in main, but there's a cooldown advantage for HaeJeokDan right now.
Now as they push in, Hidden's going to get separated here, and Mag and MN3 going to get all over that one. They lose MN3 in the process, but still player advantage as they keep walking forward. Works out very nicely for them. We've just seen HaeJeokDan, they relentless here. Relentless. They just seem to bully their way onto that high ground for being slightly quicker. Then they just keep going. Hidden gets a little bit split during all of this. And HaeJeokDan in full control right now.
화끈합니다 해적단.
한 명이 킬각이 보이면 다 호흡해줘요 지금. 그러다 보니까 그게
Now,
이제
Chance to take this next fight. Zest is trying to follow up as MN3 has TP'd in behind him, so we're looking for it. Mag comes in, finds nothing with the Stomp, and Opener separated during all of this, so it's going to turn into a dogfight. 3v3 as the dust settles. TP in from HaeJeok, but he's TP'd away from the fight now. So MN3, and just going to clean up Kalios by himself. Now they get on point. Bash goes underneath from Faith, so he's separated from HaeJeok. Everyone's going to have to get in the hole now, but this means they can't keep fighting on point. I think the Reaper Brig could have won that 2v2 if Faith just stayed out of the hole.
Unfortunately, Faith, he just desperately wanted to throw himself in the hole. A hole-seeking missile he was. And now they're not able to close out the fight. Hidden goes down again at the start, finding absolutely no value. 50% of his way to a Sojourner. Get real. Kalios dead again. And Genesis, they're getting pushed all the way back to the spawn doors now. HaeJeokDan, 55% in counting. Still haven't needed to use a single ultimate. Nice little forward position from Zest here. Gonna go for something hyper aggro.
Full sticks, come on, Rally will be forced back. Oh, he bashes it! Can't get the copy up because of the bash. Faith clutch coming through, and now they can walk forward. Player advantage. Cage has come out. Maka doesn't quite have the Ray yet. Faith's Rally can't keep Kalios alive, and now the ults from HaeJeokDan. They just had that slight Ray advantage, and it bails them out. Faith gave them the opening pick with the ult advantage, a few percent in it, and now only 15% left.
15% in counting. HaeJeokDan, they still got double DPS ult online. Genesis, they have the ultimates to win this fight. They just need to maintain their composure. Kalios counterpinned over on the right-hand side, and he's just gone to God. The remainder of his team decided they did not want to walk with their tank. So now, HaeJeokDan, they have a tank advantage. Marker throws down the orbital ray on the point. Blossom inside the enemy orbital ray. What are you smoking, MN3? This is a fight win for Genesis, but it does not come cheap. Every single ultimate invested for both sides here. Zest with a late trade onto HaeJeok as well. Neither is going to get a fast respawn wave. So basically a full reset for both teams' ult economies here, and a flip for Genesis some 20 seconds ago.
Not too bad to settle with equal ults and no ults on the board here for Genesis after all that, but they need to win this next neutral. Full rail for Hidden. Wants to try and use these rails to bully the Reaper as much as possible, but doesn't find it there as Mag again stomps in. Kalios with the counter stop here. Mag on lower HP, but they get stuffed back at the choke again here. And Genesis, they have the HP advantage, but positional disadvantage. TP from HaeJeok to take some space. Kills Zest with that one now. MN3 is still trying to trade, but they've absorbed the pressure. Now Hidden can push back. Full rails in hand. They're still trading, but they keep Hidden alive. And the longer the fight goes on, the more opportunities for Sojourn gets. And this time, Hidden comes up top. Was a flip in all of that, so progress limited, but Genesis giving themselves a chance.
Bit of a kappa flip, to be honest. It was all of about 5 seconds, maybe. HaeJeokDan, the thing we've got to keep our eyes on here is the fact that Missing is 30% ahead on that orbital ray. If HaeJeokDan can push him real quick with that orbital ray advantage, could be bad news for Genesis, but if this fight goes long, goes slow, Marker is going to be able to match. Surely one of the fangirls in the crowd can hold up a sign, giving him some emotional support right now, helping him get that ray up a little bit quicker. Bash back from Faith, and he actually doesn't wind up in the hole this time around. Has to pop the ray the second time around. He bashes into the ray. Marker 99%, but Kalios and HaeJeok both go down before Marker's ray is online. And HaeJeokDan, oh, it looks like the damage is already done, because Genesis now, they're fighting 3 versus 5. MN3 still has that Blossom if need be. Zest with the copy up on the high ground. He's chasing. Hidden manages to find the kill, and that's going to be all she wrote for poor Genesis. They battled head on into the orbital ray, and they just fall over as a result.
Back-to-back times it happened, right? It was both times the fight, once in Genesis spawn and once during the final fight. We're missing just 5% or less ahead on the Ray, means that Maka can't match it, and they just lose the fight because of it here. We saw the same at Stockholm. These type of metas where it's so ult-focused, where the teams are playing both pretty fast tempos, these small advantages, you actually get to capitalise on way more than we normally see in a lot of metas here. Pays off for HaeJeokDan on both those occasions, and it seems seems like they've sort of really set their stall out here in terms of they're going to be playing a very high tempo, taking as many fights as possible, happy to take it to Genesis, and Genesis need to find a way to deal with it.
Crowd is pumping right now, man. Actually, incredible turnout in the arena. And yeah, this is a substantially worse arena. Surely they're not done renovating this place. If this is the final product for WDG's new studio, esports is dead. It's just over.
It could just be that this is the SOOP Cups happened very quickly since they transferred studios, and there's more work to be done before OWCS starts proper next year.
Keep coping. Keep coping.
I'm coping. There's always
getting wares dropped in the chat now. Like people know.
No. No.
Mangrove or something.
Just off screen, there's an entire renovation crew waiting to start work after this series is done.
I mean, look, if Chrissy taught me anything, it's that the Koreans are incredibly efficient with everything that they do, so surely this is the final product, because they would not be late to setting something up.
I mean,
it's not like any other workers were off doing drugs or something, you know?
Well, there's no crimes for them to commit either, so they weren't out committing crimes, weren't out doing drugs, so...
I mean, it's just a crime-free utopia, is my understanding.
Yeah, and they work longer hours, Max. They work longer hours, so presumably this renovation would be further along than if it was simply a British or an Australian or an American building site.
Oh shit. ZSR, thanks for the 29 months, mate. That's money well spent if ever I've seen it.
29 months?
Appreciate
Jeez,
that, mate.
that's a real one.
He's an old head. Yeah, he's been following me from the OS Overwatch days. So. This guy's certainly played more ranked than you've played with me for sure. Thanks, ZSR.
No wonder the Koreans have no personality if crimes and drugs don't exist there. Now we've connected the ideas, Pad Sander. Now, good job. It all makes sense to me now.
You know?
Yeah.
In a utopia, you know, life is so boring. There's no room for self-expression if you can't commit a little bit of crime.
I mean, would you be the person you are without a litany of crimes in your past? Think about it, Max.
I mean, what's it? The Super Hands.
Yeah.
Let's watch a Super Hands Super Cut and see if it just comes up.
No super hands in Korea, of course.
Have you seen Super Hands about Guinness?
I don't know, maybe. Doesn't ring a bell, though.
I'll link it. It's so fucking mint. It's like no logo in the foam. Like, hang on. Where are ya?
Let's have a goose.
Hey Jez, what's up, man?
Super hands.
Pint of Guinness, please. No logo on the foam.
No logo
I've
on
never,
the phone.
because I'm not
mind
from
all
the
that one, do you?
UK, I've never had a
What, the
Guinness
old-
with a clover in the foam, but my
I've got
understanding is that it was a
clover
real
in my
thing.
phone. I'm so important. No, what you're
Did
doing
you get
there
it
is you're
when you
drinking
were
an
over the
advert,
UK?
aren't you? Hey,
Nah, I don't think I had a
Shithead.
single pint of Guinness actually.
thank you.
Right.
Analog Stone says he's gonna go to Korea and do some crimes and drugs to fix things.
That's a good shout. Thanks for fixing Korea.
I knew there'd be someone good for it in the chat, so I'm glad it's you.
Chazman, first time chatter, says my favorite Super Hands moment is the twins, and there is a timestamped section of this video titled Twins. So let's see what your favorite moment is, mate. I'll go back to slopping, sorry.
Roger that. You got to say, I heard Wilder. Got it through. It's spreading. You know, most people won't tell you pregnancy is contagious, but it is. That's a medical opinion. Those chairs look comfortable. Well, good news for you, venues, because not only if you think those chairs look comfortable, there's actually loads of them still free if you want to go cop a seat. Loads of free seats. Take your pick. We're matching today. You're wearing your London Spitfire jersey Hattie gave me. Yeah, if you're wearing that jersey, you got a good chance to match with me. I never wear the jerseys, but the t-shirts, the jumpers, the hoodies, I'm all over it. Ooh, a Malga ban from Genesis. They want to change the comp. What is the de facto with no Malga then? HaeJeokDan have responded with a Sojourn ban. So maybe the expectation is here we'll still see Reaper Echo on the side of HaeJeokDan, and maybe would they just lean into the Junker Queen or something? Orisa was slightly buffed as well, right? So potential Orisa is back there. Obviously Juno Briggs still available in all of this, so Juno Briggs still the expected backlines. If you're wearing everything Cloud9, you're matching with CX every single day. That's true, Wilder. That's true. You wearing a C9 trip to your wedding? No, I'll just be in a suit. Will I have Cloud9 socks on? Maybe not, actually. I'll probably wear black socks to go with the suit, and all my Cloud9 socks are white. A C9 suit. I mean, I don't work for C9 anymore, so you know the impetus to buy more of their merch. For some reason, I don't know why this is. I can't quite figure it out, but for some reason, now I have to pay full price for the Cloud9 merch instead of getting it for free. I'm less inclined to purchase some of the stuff, but I don't know. I've got to be able to figure out the connect between those two things. It might just be a coincidence of timing. They'll give me a free one, hopefully. You can always ask, right? Can't hurt to ask. Hopefully I don't C9 the altar. Cheers. I'll try and avoid that. Alright. Max, Malgaban, which means the door is open, and Kalios is going to go Zarya. But HaeJeokDan, maybe they have the read because Mag has rolled out Reinhardt.
Sorry, Matt, I just saw a washer in the pub and realised that I needed a drink desperately. Genesis coming out with something completely different. Kalios, his signature 5k hero on the Zarya. Down goes HaeJeok in a blink of an eye. Surely didn't press shift on that one, so it's a 4 versus 4 right now. Magazine on the Reinhardt. He thinks he's back on fucking Runaway or something, coming out with this nonsense, or maybe a little bit of 2021 Washington Justice. Mag goes for the pin, doesn't get anything as of yet, but he's swinging for the fences. He will go down. Little shield beats big shield this time around, and it is going to be Genesis taking the first fight.
Works out from here, and you feel like for Reinhardt should have been a good read into the Zarya. HaeJeokDan maybe one up in the tank game there. I always feel sometimes into the Zarya, actually the Mei is the bigger punish more than anything else, because if you can trap that Zarya, lots of tanks can just run in and punish it. But now Kalios, a chance to hold the choke, a chance to use all this high energy. Faith nearly has the rally, Mag has the shatter. Those are the first ults coming online, and again you see Genesis, they're trying to give space, they need to play for time here, try and whistle away some of HaeJeokDan's resources. So they keep taking a back step, forcing their way out. Mag has to be careful, of course, because he has to worry about his wall time. Kalios is also low. He needs to block it. Pin comes in. No bubble for that one. Mag finds the opening. Faith has dropped the rally. Faith has killed Opener with it here. They try and double down on for wall, but Missing will live. And now a chance to regroup here for HaeJeokDan. They should be okay as Faith's rally has expired, which will make him an easy kill for the HaeJeokDan DPS.
More or less packed up now for the side of Genesis. Kalios getting caught out by that pin taken oh so low previously. Mag, I mean, what is this, a mythic skin or something? I feel like I saw Flats breaking down this skin earlier today in a video, but I've repressed the memory. HaeJeokDan, such a healthy amount of ultimates to work with, and really a lot riding on Kalios. Good bubbles to try and counteract this shadow, because everybody is glued to the ground. Not a lot of outplay potential. First bubble comes out onto Hidden very early on. HaeJeokDan, they're happy to just sit back and relax though. They can wait it out. In goes Mag, counterpin. Oh jeez, the shatter is massive. Kalios taken down immediately. Hidden as well. Marker pop the counter Ray there, but that's not good enough at all. 60% on the point and counting, and Marker's being staggered. Oh, get this man a sign in the crowd.
If only there was slightly more support to help him turn the tides here, but now they will be holding close with this Blossom. Looks like M3, considering going early, but it's just TP'd in front of everyone here. Will get cleared out. No Wraith on him right now. They've got a wall onto the Reinhardt. HaeJeok trying to walk forward. They do have the Blizzard. They do have the Blossom. Hidden can give a touch here, so this fight is really on. They chase down Hidden, and the barrage catches Baka. Oh, they had the ults to win the fight, Genesis. But they lose their player touching. They get caught by a barrage behind. It all falls apart, and that'll be the first point to HaeJeokDan.
Yeah, if only Hidden could sneak off into the night, but unfortunately he did have to shift for the touch, and everybody on the side of HaeJeokDan chased to secure that kill, minus Zest, who stayed behind to just clean house. Genesis now, they get to retake with many an ultimate. The Grav, though, that's a difficult ultimate to get off versus the Rhine, unless you can get it very mid to late in the fight or catch someone really far on the off angle. The Rhine shield, it counters out the Grav oh so hard. Grav Blizzard, maybe there's a chance for a little bit of play there, but that is a two for potentially nothing combo. MN3 sneaking in the back door. The May has already missed the opportunity to scout him. He's looking for the angle. Reaper TP's up. Faith is under a lot of... Oh my god, what the fuck was that from Hongyu? Just drops his shield and goes down to nothing. The grab from Kalios is perfect though. Catches so many, and they do combo the Blizzard into that one. A little bit unnecessarily, I will say. HaeJeokDan, only 2 members left. Mag pinning across the point. Yeah, 2 ships in the night there, Kalios and Mag. And that is going to be Genesis. A retake in the pocket, but it wasn't cheap. They had to use the grab and the Blizzard both.
Not cheap at all. Ultimately, the grab was so good, they'd actually killed everyone by the time the Blizzard came out, so it didn't freeze anyone. Wasted combo there. Now a great chance for HaeJeokDan. They've got DPS ults and their Shatter coming back. Lots of threats to deal with. Hidden has a Blossom of his own, and Faith would really want that rally to try and bash out this Blossom from MN3, but doesn't quite have it yet as they walk in. Mag is walking up on, Bubble onto Hidden right now. They'll keep swinging on him, and MN3, he's just killed Taeyong. Blossom comes out, but Mag hits the counter pin. Shuts that one down, Bubble or not, and that's an easy retake from HaeJeokDan. Didn't even use a signal ult.
Yeah, no ultimates invested, just given away, really. And now Genesis, truly on the back foot. You can see they're making a couple of swaps. They're not confident in their picks anymore. Wholesale swaps, in fact. Double DPS and Kalios over to the horse. Orisa, recently a buffed hero and traditionally a reasonable counter versus the Reinhardt. But I don't think it's going to be enough for this fight because the ult advantage for HaeJeokDan is overwhelming. 3 ults will soon turn to 5 for them. And Genesis, they've only got the support ultimates to play with.
Might have to play for more of a net win here, try and trade up instead of ultimates. Early Blossom, though, and Hidden just gets immediately deleted because of that. Ray comes out from Mac and Missing only just about gets it now, and they do lose Opener, but the supports have died on the way up here. Faith and Mac are both falling now. No supports is going to take an almighty clutch from this position, and Taejong is just getting absolutely smothered by Zest from the skies. This will be a second cap going the way of HaeJeokDan. And now Genesis, the comp matchup looks a little bit better, but it might be too little too late.
Certainly, I mean, the fact that HaeJeokDan didn't even need to spend big in order to secure that cap. Genesis, I mean, they've used double support ultimate trying to retake that one. They've still got nothing for this next fight. There's still 3 ultimates online for the side of HaeJeokDan. Really, an uphill battle for Genesis, where even now, it doesn't feel like they're counter-comping HaeJeokDan, because there's still so much that HaeJeokDan can do to win these next 2 fights. Magazine got me flat-pogging like crazy. I hate to say it, but that was an exceptionally good shatter. 1 ultimate invested for HaeJeokDan, which means they get to retain both support ultimates and get the cap here. Bad news for Genesis. And another Kalios classic. Kalios and Faith, they're not made to win. They just exist to constantly lose in these Korean tournaments.
It just looks like there's no fight back. It looks easy for HaeJeokDan. They're not getting pressured, or there's no trades to force more of these ults out from HaeJeokDan. So we're just going to keep holding on to this economy, potentially for the rest of the map if the greatness is going. Another retake now from Genesis. Terra Surge is the ult they're closest to, but they have to be careful of these support ults. Mag is swinging in, takes a lot of damage, but he's done a lot of damage as well. Catches Taejong as well. Ray over the top from Missing. Kalios manages to get that kill, but again, 1 ult used, 1 fight, 1 for HaeJeokDan. Genesis, we're on life support.
You can see that we're playing at a higher level in this series. HaeJeokDan, their macro, much better than anything we saw out of the Vesta Crew and whatnot, because they actually know how to win a fight with a 1 ultimate advantage. Now HaeJeokDan, because they've been so diligent with their ultimate usage, they're coming back up on another 3 ult swing. MN3 going for the flank right now, doesn't have the Blossom, so not going to get anything too good, but he will actually get a lot of damage into the back of Faith. Not enough to line up the kill for Zest, though, who went for that barrage and wasn't able to find anything. That's actually going to be a really bad fight for the state of HaeJeokDan. Genesis, even better with the macro than HaeJeokDan, using 0 ultimates to win this final overtime fight, which is really not what you needed to be seeing if you're a HaeJeokDan fan, because they went for the surprise fight, they committed the rally, and somehow Genesis just win it with, that wasn't a 0 ult fight, they must have used Orisa ult,
They used Terra Surge, yeah. But still, I feel like the spacing from Genesis, they were expecting something maybe aggressive and surprising coming out, so they have Hidden in a place where he can survive, so he's able to shut down the barrage, then he deals with a Reaper, and now ultimately ult economy finally in the favor of Genesis after all these swaps. Now, can Genesis be efficient with their ults here? Shatter coming back is a big Shatter to our slams. Kalios trying to make him live. Blade from HaeJeok doesn't find anything. It's 2 for 2 trades only. They need more ults. Faith has dropped his rally in as well. It's a classic big shield versus little shield, but the little shield has a few friends. Kalios coming back in. Zest is pushing for the trade. One rocket connects, and Zest has killed Faith as well in the midst of all of this. Zest has taken all of the back line's attention, but Kalios still kills on point. Kalios takes Zest out of the air. King Kalios keeps his team in this one, and they should be able to get the cap off this as well.
Sorry, I muted for something sub related. Genesis, I mean, they hold on somehow, some way. Every ultimate it cost them. It was not cheap, but they do manage to cling on. HaeJeokDan, for their final recontest, they've got MN3 on the Soldier. It's not going to be their final recontest. They're going to let it slip through to the Keeper, and it'll just be 2-1. Two more chances for HaeJeokDan to close this one out.
Double support ult coming up for HaeJeokDan in all of this as well. Kalios only with the Terror Surge here, so Genesis have to look for something a little bit off kilter, a little bit surprising. Can they go early? But Mag already has sights on Kalios here. They're pushing him back. They're in a tight corridor. Kalios is solo. He just dies before the fight. Doesn't even get that Terror Surge. Now they're pushing for the cleanup, and this will be an easy one in the end. Zest having a bit of trouble with this Chuno as she's so far away, but they get it for free. And just when they get their foot back on level ground here, Genesis, they find themselves on the back foot once again. Double support ult, Shatter to push in, and every single one of these Shatters has been massive for Mag.
Quite unreal to see that Genesis, they're actually not even winning neutrals versus HaeJeokDan's comp. Now that the ults have equalized, I would have thought that the Orisa would have the edge, but they're still just losing complete neutral fights to the Reinhardt. Mag, he's got the Shatter once again, and I mean, the Shatters have been so consistently good throughout. Kalios, he's going for the Terror Surge right now, but Mag, he's super healthy. 2-for-1 trade. Genesis, they're a little bit ahead right now, but Zest, he gets the deflect kill. He's about to have the Blade. Magazine, he's got the Shatter still. Faith, he jukes across the side. Mag chases him down, jukes Mag even more. Faith, an absolute wizard. And Mag gets speared off the map by Kalios. Get the fuck out of here. Faith doing all that he can to play life, juking Mag left, right, and center. And then Kalios with the alley-oop to spear Mag off the map. That's a big target that you're knocking off the map there, but it was still well played by Kalios.
The Terror Surge at the start to pick opener was massive for him, and now more reasonable. They have both support ults here, but the Shatter is big again. They're coming in. Defensive Ray from Mac, a defensive rally from Faith. They're trying to live. They need to try and deal with this Blade over the top as well. 1-for-1 trade. He's kind of slashing nothing though. Zest, he's lost track of everyone. And Genesis, they can stabilize on point. HaeJeok with a Blade of his own. 4v4 right now. All eyes on HaeJeok to finish this one. Can he find the connect? Blade is out. Oh, it's awkward. He gets 1 slash, he gets 2. He does finish the kill. Now looking for the brig. He's 3 HP, but he's okay. He's hanging on. He's getting pocketed up. They come back through. Opener is 1 HP. Can they finish the kill? Dashes back up. Opener falls. HaeJeok still doing it. TP back in. MN3 has Blossom though. Kalios is hanging on point. They need to care for Blossom. But HaeJeokDan, they've got no supports. They've got no healers. They're all going to die. And Genesis, they're going to tie it up 2-2.
Absolutely unreal clutch from Genesis there. Zest shit the sheets beyond belief with that Blade, and then Opener completely whiffs his bash towards the Genji, catches triple shurikens to the head, and goes down when the dash comes back off cooldown. Just a comedy of errors from HaeJeokDan, and suddenly Genesis have such a real chance to get back into this one. They've got a little bit of an ultimate lead going into the next fight. Nothing significant for HaeJeokDan, only the Blossom, and unless MN3 can go for a surprise Blossom here, it's going to be so easy for Genesis to counter this one out. They've got so many different solutions. If they play slow for a little while longer though, Nissan will have that orbital ray that could be the difference maker. So Genesis should be very careful about feeding support ult charge right now. MN3, he's actually going for a little bit of a surprise play. He's flanked around the back. TP's into the back. He is spotted, but not before he takes down Marker. 1-for-1 trades, but then Mag pins in, takes down HaeJeok. Faith, good for it though, takes down 1. Both ultimates online for HaeJeokDan right now. 3 versus 3, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Genesis being pushed all the way to the wire right now. Kalios hidden, both taken out, and it is going to be another fight for HaeJeokDan off the back of only the Blossom and some heroics from Magazine.
Really important pick. The fact that that Blossom was able to kill the Juno meant that as we got to this mid and late fight, FaZe just didn't have the raw healing ability to keep Kalios pocketed in that, so they can win that dogfight. And now HaeJeokDan, all the support ults, Shatter, Blade, everything ready to throw into this one here. Genesis, they need a bit of a miracle here, or at least to get a lot of good ults and lose quickly. Hidden has a high noon to potentially start this fight. He's going to swing with it early, but HaeJeokDan, they should be in plenty of position to disengage. They want to try and play the Shatter it here. He dies for it though. Are you okay, man? Are you okay? What was he thinking? But the DPS, they come through. Ray Blade, Zesta missing. They save the day here after Mag goes up to shatter a high noon with an Orisa standing in front of her.
Yeah, Mag just proving his relatively fraudulent status with that absolute nonsense shatter right into a Brigida's shield. One more chance for a recontest here from the side of Genesis, but Kalios, he's going to be a little bit late to the punch for this one. No ultimates online just yet, but Faith is 92% on that rally. HaeJeokDan, they need to go for something clutch. If Genesis can get a comfortable touch, then it's going to be rough. You see the fast fight, it's coming in now. Pressure onto Faith, but he has the rally now. He will be popping it. Hidden, taken down. Marker 96% on that Ray. They don't. Bums. Just bums. They don't even touch. HaeJeokDan take it. 2-0 lead. Get out.
It looked like
Opener? Look at the energy in Opener. Oh. That's that Gangnam style, you know? He's full of it. Oh, public wank! Fuck, public wank. I tweeted about you months ago. First time chatter. Classic.
It looked like they'd done everything when Mag had made the decision to walk up and try and shatter that high noon pass and Orisa and died, and then HaeJeokDan have to spend their entire ult bank to salvage the fight. It looked like there was a chance to come back in and turn it, but just no touch.
No touch. Touch relatively important in those situations, or so I'm told.
Pretty important,
I'm not an
I'd say,
expert, but
자, 어쨌든 해적단이 두 번째 세트까지 잡아내면서 스코어 2대0 매치 포인트를 만들어.
Fight back from Genesis, fight. The problem is that was their Malga ban, right? And that was for Malga ban. So now they're going to be forced to deal with the Malga in other situations. So while that one felt closer once they got the Orisa into the Reinhardt type situation, now they're going to be forced presumably back to the Malga mirror. Yeah, bans Canale, yeah. Same system as Esports World Cup. What do I have for lunch? I've still got some pasta bake left. We have beans on toast with little sausages, a classic. Are there any other options, or is that the only option? Soup and a sandwich. Ooh, a cheese toasty and a tomato soup. That could go pretty hard if you've got the relevant stuff. Oh, you were just asking the question? You were talking to yourself out loud? Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. I'll stop presuming everything in chat is impressed to me. You had a chicken and mushroom vol au vent, and it was so fucking good. Oh, shit. Living a fancy life, are we, Juby? Jesus. Had a ham and cheese toasted with tomato soup last night. It's actually prime. A prime combo. I think I've got pasta bake for lunch, and then my fiance's got her work to do tonight, so I'm just gonna. I saw there was a pigs in blanket pizza in Aldi, so I hit the pigs in blanket pizza. I guess it's essentially just gonna be a meat feast, right? But you know, 'tis the season, as they say. How is Volavant fancy? It's literally written in French. There's no way to convince me it's not fancy when it's written in French. What am I looking at here? What's Unter saying? Is he tweeting while streaming? Lock in, mates. Thinking about the time Aspire saved me from a burning building, paid off my Crypto medical debt, and carried Toronto Defiant to victory versus Mayhem all in one day. Modern day Superman, if you ask me. Cheers. Cheers. Tin tuna, cup of soup. I'm not a big tuna man. Not a fan of fish in general. Or sorry, are you talking to yourself again, or are you just listing the stuff in your cupboard? Sorry, I've once again mistaken this as an interaction when you were in fact just listing the stuff in your cupboard. That tweet was 3.5 years ago. Well, the thing with it is, if Aspire had waited as long as Wilder waited to post that tweet, Aspire wouldn't have been in trouble. Think about that. Listen the contents of your cupboard into the void as well. That's a good meme. What a chat we could have where everyone just comes and lists the contents of their cupboard every time they join. Maybe that's the future of Twitch chat. You send a photo into the Discord for it to be rated of your cupboard. Should we do? I was thinking this after we had, you know, in the Discord we had the Stockholm Pictures channel. So everyone posted like their fish from Stockholm. I feel like we should just keep renaming that channel. Tell me what you think of this idea. We keep renaming the channel just for something more topical. So the obvious topic now would be like, oh, everyone post your Christmas decorations or something, you know? We maybe do post the contents of your fridge. We just keep renaming the channel and keep generating new reasons to post pictures. Good idea? Bad idea? Kill myself? Thumbs up emoji? Where are we on the scale?
맞아요. 비슷비슷하게 가고 있습니다. 근데 오늘 장지수 해설 되게 만족도가 높을 것 같은 게 앞서서 일단
Good idea, but still kill yourself. I think kill yourself.
나와야 재밌다라고 말씀을 해주는데 그게 다 나왔어요 오늘.
너무 만족스러워요. 네. 저는 라인하르트 대지분세 조금 더
Alright,
설명해줘도
I've got some chores to do after the stream today, but we'll do the chores. I'll take a photo of the Christmas tree. I'll post it. I'll rename the channel, and then I'll kill myself.
될지는 안 될지는 모르겠지만 어쨌든 경기를 보면서 참 많이 느낍니다. 자, 3세트로 향하게 되는데 제네시스가 선택한 전장 샴발리 수도원으로 향하게 됩니다.
He's calling himself a chore. Oh, look who it
아니, 그럼
is!
LFT 왜 올린 거예요?
Where can we see the bans? They're on Wikipedia. They'll show them per map on screen. But historically, they don't show them while the game's actually live. But they're all recorded on Wikipedia.
해적단이 선수들이 모여가지고 지금 나오고 있는 거니까 뭐 팀에서 뛰면서
Here we go. The people's favourite.
그게 뭐 그럴 수 있죠.
Viper is
선수들만
back.
뭐 서로 오케이면.
저기 그러면 리키피디아 수정을 해야 돼요. 그
He's still there.
이게 날짜가 딱 어제 날짜로 되어 있었거든요. 프레젠트로 바꿔줘야 됩니다. 팀 이력에.
They just conjured him. Conjured him out of
바이퍼
nowhere.
선수가 제스트 선수 대신에 투입이 되면서 해적단 경기를 준비하고 있습니다.
Did the casters just say Wikipedia? Are you sure?
선수 제출 로스엔 바이퍼 선수가 대회에 들어가
Can you say what to eat from your
있어요.
photos?
다른 팀에
Where did he post it? In
소속되는 게
general?
아니라요. 네,
On
계속해서
stream chat?
있습니다. 오.
오호, 윈스턴과 위도우메이커가
Winston and Widowmaker grow up.
됐습니다.
해적단은 계속해서 좀
Oh my god, what
히든
a...
선수를 좀 겨냥한
Alright, let me...
픽을 하고 있네요. 뱀픽을. 이전에 소전도 그렇고 미도도
see.
그렇고 본인들이 이제 지금
Alright.
주력으로
Alright.
메인 딜을 뭐 MSB 선수가 있지만 가져가지 않고 있다 보니까
We've really got a really mismatch of stuff here.
여기서부터 반전을 만들어
Is that beans at the back?
만들어내야 됩니다.
Find something, or should I just find tomato soup maybe?
3대0으로 경기 끝나는 거고요. 근데 지금까지 그런 변화무쌍한 모습들.
So if you got bread, a classic like tuna beans on toast seems like the play here.
제네시스도 이 영웅 뱀픽에 맞춰서
If you've got bread,
좀 변화무쌍한 그런 모습들을 잘 보여주는 게 필요할 것 같고 적응하는 게 좀 중요할 것 같습니다.
tuna beans. I'm not a big tuna head, but my fiance will have tuna on beans. Got me like a jacket potato or something.
안 나왔어요. 네.
Are you mentally ill? I don't have it, it's my fiance. I'll let her know you think she's mentally ill. There are more photos. Oh my god, there's so many photos. Jesus. This guy is really showing off how many fucking cupboards he has. Jesus Christ. Let me just open the 85 cupboards that fucking Jacob possesses. So we got bread. What do we got here?
자, 그래서 양팀 3세트 준비가 이어지고
Peanut
있고요.
butter.
준비가 모두 완료가 되면은 샴발리 수도원으로 향하도록 하겠습니다.
Some hot sauce.
어쨌든 이번 숲컵에
hot noodle
참가하는 팀들
type
일단
thing.
첫 번째 첫날에 경기를 치르게 되는
Some serial killer organization on the rice here. You organize it by color. What's going on here?
아마 이제 추후에 뭐 다른 팀들도 경기 좀 진행하고 우리 팀이 이 조합은 안 되겠다.
Predator draws is 1941. A disappointingly low amount of pasta. Maybe we're okay for lasagna sheets. We're actually we double stacked on lasagna sheets maybe, but we're low on other pasta. And then a few more sauce things. No, I feel like you either just go, presuming you've got cheese or something, just like a cheese toasty and tomato soup is the way I'd go here.
하는데 야, 일단 뭐 공격 대 공격으로
Or you could do a beans on toast depending on like level of effort.
보니까 제네시스가 좀 힘을 잘 못 내고 있는 상황입니다. 그래도 이 샴발리 수도원에서만큼은 좀 반전을 만들어 내야.
How do you make a jacket potato? You just get a potato, you pierce it a few times, and then you slap it in the oven wrapped in tin foil, and you slap it in there for like an hour, hour and a half. You can put it on quite high as well. Jacket potato, a good meal to cook while you're gaming. Because you can't really overcook a jacket potato. If you're still in a game when it's meant to be like dinner is done, if you leave it in for an extra 20 minutes, it's still really fine. A good gamer meal or jacket potato. You can also, do the microwave. I'm always more of a prefer the oven method myself. You don't know about the stain of the bread drawer? Where's the bread drawer? Let me filter these 85 photos.
일단 큰
It's the outline of something.
변화는 없어요.
네.
I don't know what though.
아무래도 이제
Something that used to be here that is now no
주력으로
longer here.
뽑아내는 5가지 영웅이 들어가 있지 않다 보니까
네.
이런 거고 이런
Send of a fridge photo. Great.
생각하고 있는
Come on,
것
mate.
같아요.
The map's about to start.
선수가 결국 뭐 리퍼 잡고 태종 선수가
But presuming you got
있거든요.
cheese, I go
리퍼가
cheese
있거든요.
toasty and
우리가 안
tomato soup.
네,
I'm
히든
really
선수가
that way
그래서
too.
변화를 줍니다. 네. 소전하겠다.
네. 약간의 차이만 있을
Oh
뿐.
wait, the map's starting. You're too slow. You're too slow. We'll solve it in the break. You have to go hungry.
You slow bastard. Faith with the Zenyatta pick out the spawn door. He hasn't done a whole lot of damage with it, but maybe the Discord, it's actually given them nothing at all. Gonna make the swap over to, cosmetic Zenyatta. Gonna make the swap over to the Brigadier now. Hopefully his teammates didn't notice that he was not on brink for the actual fight. HaeJeokDan at first, a couple of early kills, but they can't even break out the spawn door. Magazine, he's licking windows, pinning all the way to the spawn door, going so deep, but Kalios, he's just, no, Mag gets traded. Well done, Magazine. Little fucking golf clap for you, you bum. Maybe don't touch the spawn door.
Maybe use some form of cover on one of these various corners you see around, but instead provides the opportunity for Genesis to walk out of spawn. And while it was turned into a dogfight on that New Junk City, did feel like now we were back in this Amalgam Mirror, it's going to be substantially harder for Genesis. But the DPS ults are coming up pretty fast. Rig rally well on its way too, and they're going to go out early to try and take this one. HaeJeokDan have swung out, and Mac is actually going to die to the torpedoes. MN3 and Missin combined for that one. Now they are pinned back. Another TP from MN3 to get onto the Sojin here. Should be able to take that Sojin down. Hidden is alive, well, just for a second, taken out behind now as well. And I guess we're going straight back to the spawn.
Let's see if Mag pins into the spawn door once again. Gives away another spawn hold potentially. HaeJeokDan, every ultimate to play with though. Even though Mag fed his brains out early on, he's still basically lapping Kalios on ult charge. Already 93% on that cage. MN3 popping the Death Blossom inside the enemy team's spawn door. Actually a really bad fight for HaeJeokDan. They've used copy and the Blossom there. Pin comes in from the copy. There's actually every single ult. HaeJeokDan just used all 5. Genesis just used 4 as well, but looks like they're getting the better of HaeJeokDan with a Taejong with the Blossom. Actually a 1-for-1 trade, so maybe they're not getting the better of them. Kalios 89% on that cage. Hidden takes down Opener, so there's a 1-player advantage for Genesis right now, and a comical spawn advantage. Down goes Marker. So again, just a ridiculous fight. What is this series? Is this a joke? Why are they fighting here?
It feels like, despite how close that previous map was, HaeJeokDan have not been motivated to take them seriously at all in all of this.
Yeah.
이제 화물
I think they're just taking the piss. Like,
Yeah,
they know
well,
that
but-
they are substantially better than Genesis. They're just disrespecting them. Literally, MN3 doing spins on the spawn door with his ultimate. Now, everybody's pinning through the window for like a full gamble engagement. Kalios goes for the counter cage, actually catches everybody. MN3 missing, taken down. Opener as well. No trades. One trade comes through. Typical Maka, staring at some gorgeous woman in the crowd holding up a sign with his name on it. Gets traded 3 versus 5. Standard. I mean, we've come to expect it from him at this point, but one more recontest here for the side of Genesis, or rather, for HaeJeokDan. But Genesis, I mean, they're waiting for Maka to come back from spawn as well.
Gonna have copy real soon as well as Viper looking to maybe start this one. So Genesis, they take a step back, waiting to get all their spawns here. Faith nearly has that rally, but Stomp is going to force this Wraith. They're being forced all the way back. It's a disengage for Genesis. They're chased all the way out. They just want to avoid letting Viper charge up this Death Blossom with a TP on. He's going to delete Maka. There's no escape for Genesis here. No chance to use the rally for Faith. They will be pushed back to spawn, and 20 seconds left on the clock. Faith has a rally, but HaeJeokDan, they're just getting up to all their ultimates as well again.
I mean, if I understand these situations correctly, then Genesis is probably not going to touch. Like, no matter how the fight goes up in main, nobody from Genesis is actually going to bother to touch the point. You see, Hidden takes down Viper right now. Even though the trades are going in favor of HaeJeokDan. Oh, wait, Taejong actually did it. Oh, piss off.
He's actually C9 the entire thing. And HaeJeokDan are a victim of their own hubris. Unbelievable. Unbelievable here. And Genesis get a lifeline that they really haven't earned in any meaningful way. So HaeJeokDan will recommence the spawn camp as a different spawn now. Lots of ults in play, double supports for HaeJeokDan and that Blossom. Genesis have their own Ray as they come out. It's going to be a stomp. Alright, at the spawn door again. We've seen this one before from HaeJeokDan. They're not scared. MN3 maybe even going to drop this Blossom immediately. Could be a big one. They try and get back in. The stomp is perfect from Mag. Crushed at the spawn. They do manage to trade MN3, so trades will still help Genesis here. But we've seen them trade at spawn before, and it's not helped them get out much quicker.
예상하기 쉽지가 않습니다.
Yeah, you would think that trades would favor the attackers and help Genesis get out, but apparently it just doesn't work for them. It's not the same because Kalios just wants to eat all the damage in the world and get himself traded out in the blink of an eye. Jesus Christ, Kalios has been porking up a little bit actually. You see that face cam on him? He's a big boy nowadays. Things are changing for Kalios. He pops the cage up in main, Orbital Ray and Rally comes out from the side of HaeJeokDan though. Kalios, he's good for one, but not good for the remainder as he's locked inside his own cage, and it's just going to be HaeJeokDan once again wiping the floor with everybody from the side of Genesis. Viper pins to the spawn door, throws down a cage. Mag pins to the spawn door as well. Once again, everybody is up to that spawn door, and I just want to go back to Kalios' POV to see the size of the guy.
Well, you know, it's been a rough year, 2024 for Kalios so far. Lack of success in scrims and in the matches.
He's a stress eater.
It's maybe translated. Counter pin out from Kalios here. Cage will come through from Magvo. Hidden is well and truly locked up in that one. No escape with that overclock. Now the attention turns to Kalios, but Blossom, it saved it from Taejong. It's got the trades. They had another ult to throw into it there. And to be fair to Mag, he's traded his cage for 3 ults. Probably happy with that one big picture as we enter the final 30 seconds.
Yeah, now 30 seconds on the clock now. No ultimates in play for either side. I mean, look, Genesis has not looked particularly solid in any of these neutral fights. Usually situations like this, Mag would find a way to start stomping on the entirety of Genesis and pushing towards their spawn door. But, you know, just this once, maybe Genesis can change things up a little bit. HaeJeokDan, they're coming in quick though. Mag pin straight up in main. MN3, 80% on that Blossom, but he's actually going to TP out in main. He does not want the smoke. Kalios counterpinned and taken down though, and now it's MN3 just bearing forward. Opening it's a little bit too big, and Cake is actually traded out. MN3 as well, so even though Genesis did not have Kalios as the sentinel, as their front line, they will somehow clutch this one out. Taejong avoids being traded as well, and now HaeJeokDan, everybody on a late respawn wave, overtime spawns, their touch is in jeopardy.
Really awkward one as well, and Maka's going to have the Ray for it, so they drop this Ray early, they shoot the walk up, can cause real problems problems here. Wraith is gonna... I don't think he used it yet. MN3 still has Wraith.
No
They
force.
have to rush this touch. Now the stomp comes in. Ray comes out. Hidden executes MN3. No Blossom coming through. The Ray is coming from missing, but it comes
Ray?
so late in the
Rally?
end. They rally too. They're investing everything they want to clutch right now. Viper has the copy Blossom. It might be enough. It's in the Ray. It does the job. The ults get them out of jail there. But that was such a ropey retake in the end. I can't believe they couldn't kill. After that headshot from Hidden, I thought it was there. I thought the Ray damage would just put him over. Missing's Ray felt so late, but it does enough.
I mean, how did they win a 3 versus 5? I get that they had the ults to throw into it, but I swear Genesis had the ults to match. Instead, we just get to see a 3 versus 5 turn with the Ray Rally Blossom. Get out. Get out. Oh, C9. Yeah, no, the Kevs to C9 all over again. Oh, I thought the SOOP Cup stream was buffering for a second there, the way that it went briefly silent and froze. A website like this, it would never buffer. It just works, you know? That's the thing about stuff in Asia, it just works, you know? Like,
Yeah,
no drugs, no crime, no dark side.
Do you know what the word utopia means, Max? It means everything is good.
I think it means Southeast Asia. Oh.
Well, you can't argue with facts, Max, unfortunately.
No, facts don't care about your feelings, and the definition of facts is in fact personal anecdote.
If you don't see it, how can it exist, Max? Tell me that.
It quite literally doesn't. If something is not in my field of view right now, I'm quite sure that it isn't real. That's my understanding of events anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it works, so I don't think there's any real records for that argument. Now, we're going to see more of the same. Reaper Sojourn against Reaper Echo. HaeJeokDan coming out of spawn here. Swing wide from Viper, trying to get on top of Hidden, but Hidden's got full pocket through that, but Viper's not giving up the chase. Another round of sickies into him, but the full pocket is coming through. Hidden just tanking all of his damage, so Viper going to try and dip back out into spawn. Does get back into spawn. They traded Faith during all of this here, but HaeJeok still causing him problems here, and Hidden has got himself back to a more reasonable position. And maybe we can stabilize a little bit here, Genesis. Stomp out, TP back. They're going to try and get another fight on this next corner.
Jeez, I mean, Hidden is just all over the place. He's shifting in towards the enemy team spawn. He's shifting back out to safety. Really, you know, coming alive a little bit. He hasn't done a whole lot of damage, but he is playing his life quite well. Genesis now, one more corner hold before they have to really give up a substantial amount of space. Surely Kalios is going to get in there sometime soon, because he's just standing up on the high ground and letting the calf push away from him. There he goes, pinning off the high ground, trying to block. But in typical Kalios fashion, he's doing absolutely nothing. He's taking a fuckload of damage, and that is just going to be him going down without even, not a bang, not a whimper, just pathetic. Just absolutely ridiculous from Kalios. I think it is time to hang up the mouse, my friend. The car continues to roll for HaeJeokDan all the while, because Opener is just glued to it. So really, for Genesis, I mean, they have traded Mag, but they still have to get out themselves up in lane. Really not a great fight. Blossom from HaeJeok in the back catches nobody. Opener with the counter rally at the end there. Really shit rally from OP there. Counter dash comes in from Faith. Very nearly takes down OP. MN3 with the Blossom in main. That's going to take down Kalios. Now MN3 TPs in even further. There's a Ray up in main. Blossom from Viper takes down HaeJeok and Genesis. Oh, Faith! Good for a kill onto Missing, but nah, it's just not enough, is it now? Marker popped into Ray in all of that too, so Genesis, they're going to lose this first point, and HaeJeokDan, they still have so many ults for next. They got the Ray and the Cage.
Unbelievable there. A really optimistic Blossom from HaeJeok to start it off. Kalios then comes back from spawn. They get it. But all that happens is Kalios just dies immediately again. Still working on this first cage. And Genesis just fall over in a very expensive fashion. So now ult disadvantage here. They only have cage versus cage Ray. A truly difficult fight to win. They need a clutch. They need Kalios not to take a million damage as well before every fight.
Sadly, unfortunately, all we have is Viper on the side and we're just continuing to juice damage. Kalios comes in very fast with the cage, but the counter cage is great from Mag, and with a Ray to combo in, it's just going to be trumps for the side of HaeJeokDan. Genesis, not even one kill, no trades whatsoever. Final fight territory now. Faith and Opener, even on ultimates, but Viper, he's got the important position, forward position, really deep, and he's just going to be able to dump his stickies, do something super aggressive, then throw out the copy. He's going incredibly deep early on though. Copies the Mauga, throws down the shout very early on, pinning inside, gets nobody, but he maybe forces out the shoot with Kalios dead again. Somebody needs to touch the point, but it's Genesis, so no touch. An easy 3-0 for HaeJeokDan, I hate to say it, but I mean, Mag's diffing someone.
공격적인 그 맛이
Yeah, he's
그대로 남아있는 순간이었습니다.
absolutely dominated in the end there, really. I don't, not too much to say about it. A lot of the time, the only map was closed was for New Junk City, when we were on a very different set of comps. But this was a blowout right now. HaeJeokDan, they've had a lot of time. They've been scrimming this entire time on during the Mauga meta, and they had success in the World Cup. They're having success here, and they actually look like a team that's more likely we should be considering them maybe in a sort of top 4 situation with the big 3, rather than fighting it out with any of these other teams.
Yeah. Ah, well, HaeJeokDan, go on OP, the boy from Gangnam that could. I'm gonna pack it in.
Yeah. Same time
Oh,
tomorrow.
Tree's going to sleep. Is Rack sleeping too?
Wait, they're doing a subathon, no?
They are, but Tree's a coward.
He's a
I'll give my
coward.
viewers to Rack attack. If Rack stays awake.
Let's see what Rack is up to.
What's the point of hosting these guys if they're going to sleep?
Want to stay up, but this guy's convincing me to nap because his baby can't sleep. His baby needs his baby. When are you gonna wake up, actually? Open your fucking mouth, bro. You didn't get like you didn't have to.
It's not much of a subathon if you just kind of go to sleep after a bit once you're tired.
Oh, fuck it. I mean, what's the point in rating them if they're going to sleep? I'll give my views to fucking Romani. You know, he dropped a message in my chat before, so I'll give them to him. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for the subs and whatnot. I'll see you all tomorrow, because we've got so much more Slot Cup to cover. So much more Slot Cup to cover. But,
Cup keeps coming.
yeah, the cup keeps coming. I'll see you tomorrow, though.
I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Alright, what are we solving? Let me crank this down because I don't think anything's interesting happened. I didn't see who got player of the match. It was Mag. Yeah, it's probably fine. But they were all super dominant in reality, right? It was a pretty big gap across most situations. Where am I? Sorry, I'm at the fridge pick. This is why we lost picture for a bit. I don't know why, but opening the fridge pictures seemed to break the OBS's connection. So let's get some fridge picks on the go. All right. So this is obviously we've got the door pick and we got the normal or the main fridge area. We have a shelf like this in our fridge as well, where there's like 1 billion jars on the top shelf of just jars we've where we've just accumulated over the year. Are these all just all yogurts? There's a lot of empty space here. A lot of empty space. Let's check out get a closer look at the door. Some butter, some mayonnaise, some water, some bread spread. That's how it says. Bread spread. Mayonnaise. 2 separate mayonnaises. 2 separate mayonnaises. Milk. Some kind of sauce. Yeah, I go light mayo as well. I'm a light mayo head. Honestly. Light mayo, lots of jars. I can get behind it. Wait till you see the second fridge. Wait, is there more? Can I see? What have I got jar-wise here? Lemon curd. Now, is that homemade or is that just like a fancy? Maybe it's just a fancy brand. Mint sauce, cranberry sauce. Is this I want to guess salad dressing. This one. Where's the cheese? Yeah, half can of beans. Oh, I feel like surely we need to factor the beans in that. The beans are half open. Wait, there's a second fridge? What's the second fridge? Oh, it's a drinks fridge? Yeah, my friend has a second fridge, which is essentially just a drinks fridge. It's just 1 billion John Smiths. Well, here's your lunch plan sorted. Just have 8 pints of John Smiths. Show the bar pictures too. Hold on a second. Even more? Is there even more? Let me keep scrolling. Where do you live? Jesus Christ.
저희 팀원들이 저를 조금
This guy lives in a he's got a bar. Do you just live in a pub?
그거 가지고 엄청 갈구더라고요. 저는 칭찬은 안 해주고 갈구기만 합니다.
아, 사랑이 매였나요?
아, 네, 그렇습니다.
네,
He just lives in a pub. Pool table, bar. Fuck. And these arcade machines? No way you have these arcade machines in your house. Fuck.
항상 응원해 주셔서 정말 감사하고.
You're living some life.
저희가 딴 건 몰라도 저희
Living
경기가
some life.
재밌게 해드릴 테니까 꼭 응원해 주세요.
Surprised there wasn't more in here. Is this another salad? Or another mayo? 1, 2. Hold on, let me zoom out here. Is this 1, 2, 3, 4 mayos? Salad cream?
개막전 날이었습니다. 오늘 세 경기 보내드렸는데요. 제타 디비전과 MSG 그리고 해적단이 각각 승리를 거두게 되면서
It's like a house tour.
기분 좋은 1승을 차지하게 됐습니다.
네, 그리고 개막전부터 풀세트가 나오는.
Take some photos later? Yeah. I need to shoot off because I have some chores to do. But I think I'm sticking with my guns here.
일단 겐지가 계속 나오니까.
Sticking with my guns here. That ham and like some kind of cheese toasty. Cheese toasty with some soup. I'd get behind that. There's a kitchen video already. Remind me next time when we can lock back in. I don't know why my thing stopped working, but we got around it.
MSG 팀 같은 경우에는 마우가 조합보다는 이제 뭐 본인들이 잘하는 해저드 조합까지 연구하는 모습도 있으니까 앞으로 더 또 다채로운 조합이 나오는.
Working a long shift of a stream. Yeah, you guys are clocked in well. Clocked in well. All right, so we're back tomorrow. And we're gonna see Way versus MSG, which could be a dogfight. HaeJeokDan versus ZETA, that's gonna be a pretty headline game. Pokerface versus Vesta, so maybe it'll be a little bit of a wet blanket finish potentially. But there's some hope there. There's some hope. I can see maybe a bit of a vision.
경기를 보통 좀 보면은 보통 이제 그룹 라운드 로빈으로 진행이 되면 대충 보이거든요. 아, 이 팀이 한
Alright, it's a good stream. I need to find someone to send him to. Did Rack decide if he's staying up or not? She want to just go to time instead? Yeah, let's just go to time instead since it feels like the time is guaranteed to still be on.